This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Hope folks had a good night. We're into day 4 and lots to get done.
Adam, it sounds to me like you're muted. Is that just me?
Oh,
No, I heard him just fine.
I had a hard mute as well on here, sorry. Morning, folks. Everybody hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, you sound good to me.
Great, thanks. So what I was saying was we're in day 4. We have one outstanding agenda item, which is discuss the program of work. But yesterday we also indicated at the end of the day that we would be continuing on those discussions. I'm thinking I'd like to continue those discussions first to ensure that they're completed, but I also don't want to lose track of this program of work discussion, because this is an item that always seems to get bumped each meeting. We don't have any other meetings to bump this discussion to. Alan, was there
Well, yeah, I guess Alan, maybe you can tell us how long of an agenda item you expect that to be.
yeah.
Because the other way to do things would be to just go ahead and do the program of work and then continue onward with our report writing.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I don't expect it to be a very long, my presentation is only about 5 slides if you've seen it from online, but it just depends where the MSAB wants to discuss the potential for future work, which we've already discussed a lot of, improvements to the operating model, as well as there's been one management procedure identified that is not currently in the list of management procedures already analyzed. So yeah, my presentation will be very short, and the discussion, I'm not sure. I would like to note that we talked about the ranking table and adding some appendices to the report, and I've been adding those things this morning. I didn't know if you wanted to review that first or go right into the program of work. That's up to you. Just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, so it's it's that review of the ranking table and the continued report writing that I was talking about. But if the program of work is a brief discussion, if it's a brief discussion, let's go through it now. But maybe just note that in the process of the report writing, the discussion of the ranking tables, etc., there may be some additional items that would be flagged as considerations under future work. Is that appropriate?
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, well, not hearing any concerns about that or seeing anything in the chat, I propose that we do that first. Go into the program of work presentation now. Unlikely to be the full 45 minutes, and then pick up where we left off yesterday in report writing, starting first with a review of some of those ranking tables that we had flagged at the end of the day.
Okay, just a brief presentation, reminder of where we've been and what we have accomplished with the MSAB over the past year, especially. It's been a big one this last year. Lots of progress and lots of tasks that were completed. So this presentation is online, and there is a document associated with this as well. And I'm just going to check everything looks fine. Yes, looking good. So, okay, so this has been the program of work for 2020-2021, and we've sort of been whittling away at what we defined, I think about 4 meetings ago, we defined a program of work for 2019 to 2021. And so I just wanted to review what's been done at the past meetings this year and what you may have been unaware of with the SRB, and just review that, and then where we're going to at the annual meeting. So at the 15th session, we did a lot of review, and unfortunately the preliminary results were not available there, so we scheduled an ad hoc meeting in August. But before that ad hoc meeting, the SRB did review the framework and the model, that preliminary framework and model, and gave a lot of suggestions that we implemented over the summer. At the ad hoc meeting, we examined preliminary results, and remember, those didn't really have the coast-wide scale working, or they didn't have coast-wide scale working in that context, but they were useful to begin to understand the differences between these different management procedures. Last month, the SRB reviewed the framework and the penultimate results, which was a very, very good conversation with the SRB. I really enjoyed it, got a lot out of it. And they didn't identify any really red flags for us that would say we can't use these results, but they did identify a couple of improvements that could be made, which we went over in the beginning of the meeting on day 1. And here we are at not the 17th session, but the 16th session of the MSAB. Sorry about that. And here we are reviewing the final results and providing recommendations to the Commission on the management procedures, these 11 management procedures that were proposed from MSAB 15. So where do we go from here? Well, this report will be passed on to the commissioners, and at the interim meeting as well as the annual meeting, the MSE team will be presenting the complete MSE product to the Commission, including the recommendations from the MSAB. And they will then have all the information on the scale and distribution management procedures, and they will make their decisions at the annual meeting on implementation of a management procedure. So I just want to identify within this program of work, and actually this has extended over the past years, at least since I started. I actually put this Gantt chart together, and it's sort of been just cutting away at it from the left to the right. Originally, it started in 2016 and ended in 2021, and here we are now. So there were basically 8 different tasks that that we had identified. Boy, that must have been MSAB 08 or 09. And that started, with defining the goals and objectives, which we did a lot of work on. And from those, we defined the performance metrics that were associated with those goals and objectives. And it was great discussions, because we identified a couple, or at least one of those objectives. We realized having 2 performance metrics was helpful, and that's the AAV and the annual change metrics. A lot of work on identifying management procedures. And that's where, really the MSAB has been very, very useful in coming up with some very creative ideas. And that's the fun of this too, is we get to use our creativity in coming up with those management procedures. And I think now we're realizing that there's a huge pool of potential management procedures of which we could evaluate in the future as well. The MSE team did a lot of coding in the past few years, and especially this last summer, on the framework and the operating models. And you can see here that we now have delivered this framework and operating model. There's a lot of improvements to be made to it, but I would say that framework is at a point now where we can begin doing some more rapid evaluations of some complex ideas and questions that the Commission may have. So we're really excited about implementing this framework, and in the future, actually now beginning to really start to answer some of the questions the Commission has. And we've identified here at the MSAB some of the improvements that can be made to the operating model as well as the framework. Noting that now there is a multi-area model that has been conditioned to historical data, given some of the concerns that have been identified at this meeting. Another task, and it might seem mundane, it is actually a little bit mundane, but it's a very important task, and one to realize that running the closed loop simulations isn't as simple as just pressing go and you're done. It's between these 11 management procedures that were chosen here, we also simulated 3 SPRs at least for them for the majority of them. And so that's 3 times 11, that's 33 different management procedures actually, and there's a couple more SPRs thrown in there, and then a few more management procedures we thought were of interest. So when it's all said and done, that I think it ended up being about 40,000 different simulations, individual simulations. Each one of those simulations takes, about it was. So that's 40,000 hours of computer time. And fortunately, the commission was able to set up some servers, and at one point in time, we had 240 computers running at the exact same time. It was mind-boggling, to say the least. So it is an important task and one to consider in the timing of delivery of results, because it's not an instantaneous process. Something that I'm very interested in working with stakeholders is the outreach tools and how to display the results. We've discussed that a little bit here, and I honestly think that's where huge improvements could be made, and where the stakeholders can really help the MSE team and the commission, the IPHC staff a lot, is what works for them to see these results. And as somebody said during this meeting, it's not going to be the same for all stakeholders. So what tools are going to be necessary and what tools are going to be useful for us to send out the message of the MSE results to all stakeholders? Some might like to look at plots, others might like to look at tables, others might like to do it this way, and others might like to do it that way. And sort of, the MSAB has been very informative and very useful on that. But I think this is an area where more improvement could be made, and I look forward to working with stakeholders on that. And then this 8th task that was added recently, the external peer review, just to note that that's been done and is available, I think, as Info 02 paper for MSAB016. So you see there's a lot of delivery and a lot of light blue here at the end of beginning of 2021, and that's we've really reached this this pinnacle. And today I've been thinking about we're summiting the pinnacle today. I know I'm wearing my oxygen mask because it gets hard to breathe up there sometimes, but it's going to be the end of this meeting is really a success to me, and something that we should all be proud of. So a couple of things from past reports that I thought I would just identify as potential elements for moving forward with the MSE. And this is from the commission report from the annual meeting, AM096, paragraph 83, noted that the MSE is the appropriate tool to evaluate management procedures related to discard mortality for non-directed fisheries or bycatch. And this is just indicating there was a lot of discussion at the annual meeting about downstream effects. And the analysis that Ian has done and that I've helped with, we're just sort of looking at current states and examining the assessment model, but not having that closed loop feedback simulation process of the effect on other areas of one area on a different area. And that is where the MSE excels. So, that could be a potential research topic for the MSE in the future. Well, I guess the MSAB has indicated a few things in past reports, and during this meeting, we have indicated a number of things that would be useful for the MSE framework to work on and the questions being asked in the future. Some of those, if I remember correctly, are related to discard mortality, non-directed discard mortality. Others were related to the movement and the relative harvest rates, for example, and investigating movement hypotheses using this framework and seeing what actually is reasonable and what sort of variability we might expect in that. So there's still some work that could be done. And so to just end this presentation with some recommendations is noting this paper and noting that we are delivering the MSE results for AM097 in a few months here for adoption and subsequent implementation by the Commission. And then, you know, it's always useful to suggest tasks to investigate beyond 2021. And I think the report is already capturing some of those, and we just want to be aware what might actually go into this section of the report under the program of work. That's all that I have for you this morning.
Okay, pardon me. Thanks very much, Alan. So I think that's a helpful summary kind of where we've come from. I do have a question that I think is directed for the Secretariat in terms of what, if any, recommendations we need to identify in terms of like how this group may operate forward or going forward, or how we prioritize that work. What I've seen right now is, you know, we could put out a bunch of ideas of things that would be useful for future evaluation, but is there any sort of structure that we should be providing or can be providing to facilitate that work?
Yeah, I think, you know, now, like I said, we're really reaching the peak here. We're gonna tag a peak basically coming up here at the end of today, and so it becomes, you know, we just got to come down from that peak, which is the annual meeting, and deliver these results to the Commission, and then decide which is going to be the next mountain we tackle, to make some metaphors here. But I think it's really up to the Commission then to direct the process, which they did in 2012 or 13. Is, you know, that is when they directed this process to form the subsidiary body to guide the MSE. And I think today the MSAB can identify where it sees, you know, its usefulness and some of the tasks that it would like to continue to work on in the future, and make those recommendations to the Commission for the Commission to consider in their decisions on the future direction of the MSE.
So maybe more specifically there, and maybe this is a report writing piece, we've been directed in the past that we're not permitted to recommend to the Commission that we do this beyond 2021 or do that beyond 2021. So I'm not clear about what exactly we're permitted to recommend or request.
I think identifying here, and I'll put the tasks up again, identifying where, you know, the MSE can be improved in the framework and the operating models, which has already been done. Identifying where the MSAB ends up on the management procedures and what the future management procedures may entail. You know, database management procedures, a big interest. The management procedure of J with the 2A, you know, those sorts of future combinations, identifying the elements that they would like to put together, redefining objectives. Should the objectives be opened? Was there any indication of those? And so I think those types of recommendations, you're not recommending to the Commission that the MSAB take up those, but you're making recommendations about what tasks are still identified as important to the MSAB and maybe incomplete, and can be improved on, and the Commission can then consider those tasks when they develop their directive for the MSAB and the MSE process.
Okay. Peggy.
Thank you, Adam. Alan, these subjects that you've just outlined are sort of within the big category of harvest control policy, harvest policy. And I'm wondering if you also want, or anyone wants besides us, to go beyond that and talk about one of the things, for instance, and I don't have a specific language to describe this, but something that would tie into some of what we're learning from the research projects that are being done at the Secretariat and how to use, new data to further inform downstream impacts like migration, like bycatch. So those might not fall within a harvest policy, but are kind of interest right now. And there may be other things too, but would we weigh in on that as our in our final report to the commissioners?
If I may, I think the MSAB can, in the sense of where the MSE might, I guess, two areas. One, the MSE is, there's already recommendation that the movement can be further investigated in the operating model, and that might be tied to the research in some way. So I think we can tie in what improvements the MSAB feels could be made to the framework and the operating models. A lot of that can be tied to research. And then secondly, the commission has been very interested, as well as the SRB, with linking the MSE and the assessment more to the research that is being done. And if you have a look at the 5-year program of work for research, or the five-year research plan, is that we are making that link more direct and apparent. And some of those linkages are going to already be there that you might have the interest in. For example, and we've been working on presenting this to the SRB and the commission in new ways, and really defining those linkages and how the research is going to affect and improve both the assessment and the MSE. And so, for example, the research plan is more research on migration, and the SRB is like, well, what and how is that a benefit to the IPHC and the management of Pacific halibut? Well, it's going to inform the MSE operating model, and things like that. So that's been identified in that process. But I think the MSAB then comes in and can identify those things like, we're very interested in a management procedure that is different in its relative harvest rates from what is currently being used. And we would like to investigate those. However, we feel that the MSAB agrees that it would like to see that more sensitivities to movement, so that we have a better understanding of the robustness of these management procedures, for example, like that. So I think it's related to harvest policy in a way, and the MSAB can definitely make those recommendations of, research might benefit the simulation and evaluation of these management procedures in the future.
That's great, thanks.
So, Alan, it strikes me that there are many future avenues, many potential avenues for future work of the MSAB, and we're not going to get them all done here. So I'm wondering how specific we must be in terms of our recommendations in terms of future work. If we can identify some general themes, and then have that first meeting, one of the first tasks of that first meeting be to develop a work plan going forward.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan forward. I feel like, I guess what the commission is expecting is the delivery of these results, and they just don't want to get ahead of themselves right now. This is, and the MSAB shouldn't either. The MSAB has a big task today without even thinking of the program of work in the future. We really have to tie this up and put a ribbon on it, right? And so I think it's a good plan to identify some of those areas, those general areas of future development in the MSE process. Being, we're identifying objectives that are important to on the coastwide level and to various regulatory areas that might not be well defined, for example. So maybe we've already talked about reopening objectives, so maybe something along there, and maybe identifying, some of these tasks on this page as potential areas of improvement. The management procedures, there's different management procedures that can be evaluated that are of interest to many stakeholders and MSAB members, and the framework can definitely be improved. I think identifying that in general will help the commission a lot when they see the results, they see where it's at, and then they can develop their directive for the future of the MSE.
Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of this we can get to in report writing, but just to get the comments out there, I do think it would be beneficial to continue the MSE process through 2021. I think we have identified, as Alan pointed out, some refinements to the current operating model we'd like to see done, such as better sensitivities to migration, also looking at how O32 and size selections are done within the model, and that's work that I think would be good to continue on and then look at the results based on those refinements. We have identified MPH as something we'd like to continue working on through 2021 as we get the better migration modeling in there. I think in the commission has asked us to look at bycatch from one of those recommendations, and so that might be something we could load in there. We also identified some minor modifications to the existing MPs that we'd like to have looked at by the annual meeting, or perhaps continue to be refined in 2021. So I think we have identified several reasons to continue this process through 2021, and we can capture those in the minutes. In terms of new stuff, I think there was this one comment made a couple of meetings ago about perhaps using the MSE process to look at U26 bycatch impacts and how those are distributed up and down the coast. And I think I would just continue to roll that ball along and note that in our minutes. But in terms of the last recommendation about do we simply make we get a next meeting from the commissioners at a work session, I think, there's enough on the plate right now to have productive work done over the next 9 months rather than pausing the process until next May. So I think, if we would just basically identify those issues that we see already are in the queue, and see if the commissioners agree it's worthwhile to continue those, and then perhaps in our May meeting 2021 we could identify any other refinements. That's all.
Thanks, Dan. So I agree that there's a number of items that we can flag within the minutes. Although for the latter part about there's enough work in the queue that we can just continue on, I have to defer to the Secretariat because we've been told quite clearly we're not to plan a meeting or prepare for that work until the Commission directs us to do so.
I would also, I see Chris, but I just also want to enter in there that maybe there are 2 separate lists that I heard in what Dan said. One are kind of model refinements and exploration, and the other is alternative management procedures. So 2 different things. So for instance, further exploration of uncertainties about migration, not a management procedure. So I think that's like, maybe it's two different paragraphs in the report or 2 different subjects about sort of what the immediate continued work is. And then Chris.
Yeah, I'd just like some clarity as to my understanding and was that basically we're to finish this work and we can't even plan for a May meeting until there's some direction from commissioners. So I'd like to just get some clarity from the Secretariat as to what our mandate is. I know our mandate is to finish our assignment, but and then if we're going to get into this, what I think we need to do is Carey, I think you made a point. There's sort of 2 categories. I think we should put a list up on the screen so we can all see it and be looking at it. But I'd like some clarity, first of all, as to what we can or can't do beyond into the future here. Because my understanding was we couldn't really even plan for a May meeting until we had some direction from the commissioners. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And I think that's a really good point. A May meeting is actually not on the meeting calendar right now. And, you know, it's waiting for direction of the commission. The commission has really been looking forward to the delivery of these MSE results and making their decisions based on those results. I just want to note before I complete that thought of yours, Chris, is that, you know, I've been presenting this figure since day one, and I believe it's been presented before then as well. You know, just embracing that iterative nature of the management strategy evaluation. And that's where, you know, we're here now. We're coming through simulation evaluation into application. And so with that in mind, I think the MSAB can potentially, if they wish to, you know, recall this iterative nature of the MSE to then, you know, say there comes a point of application, implement a management procedure. And there are a couple of recommendations out there from the SRB as well as the MSE review right now, suggesting further work in the MSE process. And that is one, defining exceptional circumstances. The MSAB can make some comment on that, how that can be done and when that should be done or something if they wish, although that is more of an SRB thing. But, you know, the other component of that is the cycle of the MSE in terms of how often should the operating model and these objectives be revisited. Is it recommended that this is on a 5-year cycle, or is it only when some exceptional circumstances met? Those are some outstanding concepts that have been brought up in this group as well as other subsidiary bodies, just as a reminder. So I think, you know, the MSAB right now can make a put down their thoughts in the report of where they see the future of the MSE. You know, they've been intimately involved with it, so they have some ideas of it, and that will then inform the commission on their next, you know, their next stage or phase of the MSE.
And I see Dave, I think, can dial in to provide some clarity.
Yeah, thanks. I certainly don't want to assume what the commissioners would like to receive, so I'm just going to direct to the AM96 request 03, where the commission is specifically requesting action from the MSAB in this regard. And if you can just bring that up, it's request 03 from the AM96 report, or in paper 03 to this meeting, and I'll just read it while that's coming up. What it says is that the Commission requested the MSAB to confirm the proposed topics of work beyond the 2021 deliverables in time for the interim meeting, IM096, including work to investigate and provide advice on approaches for accounting for the impacts of bycatch in one regulatory area on harvesting opportunities in other regulatory areas. So that's the current request, direct from the commissioners, which you should certainly give attention to as you write up the report. Thanks, Chair.
So then a clarification, if we may, on this. I think this is still in alignment with the proposal that we look at those broad themes that are within the Gantt chart and could identify those as proposed topics for work beyond 2021, and maybe we could add a few specific examples within each of those topics.
Yeah, I think that would fit into the request from the Commission.
Okay. If folks are comfortable with that approach of using something like the Gantt chart as identifying the general themes, and we could provide a few examples, not an exhaustive list. Dan provided a few just a moment ago that might fit within those half dozen themes. If folks are comfortable with that, do you feel like you need to add any of those other examples now, or would we be able to insert them through the report writing process? Like,
I think we should add them now. I mean, just in terms of process of the report writing,
Okay.
like, I think we would get into kind of a circular thing about, did we talk about that earlier in the meeting? And so now's the opportunity for people to actually put a new idea on the table if they have one.
Chris?
Okay, so from that diagram there, we've probably got to revisit our objectives and redo our objectives. It's an iterative process, so I think we need to include that in things we want to look at in the future. Obviously, we've got the requests from commissioners. In terms of management, are we going to identify potential management procedures we want to look at now, or just is that what we want to talk about, specific things like that, or just following sort of the iterative process chart that's up here now?
I was actually thinking more of the Gantt chart than this figure. Were you talking about this figure, Chris?
Well, I think this one just shows the iterative nature of the process, and obviously one of the things I think we're going to have to do is talk about, revisit our goals and objectives. They've been in place for, well, many years now, and we've just done the full run of it. It's probably going to be appropriate to start off with something like that, revisit those.
Agreed. We've already flagged in the meeting the need to potentially revisit Objective 1.1 for Regulatory Area 4 Bravo. We've also, it's been made very clear at this meeting that while all MPs meet the conservation objectives, there's obviously additional ranking that's required to help delineate between those MPs. And so I don't know if a ranking exercise or process would fit within goals and objectives. You definitely should be using goals and objectives to inform the ranking, but that's a second suggestion. Within MPs, we've heard of a few ways to modify the existing MPs. I guess, Chris, that may have been your question about, are we adding entirely new MPs to the table as well?
Yeah, because I mean, I think that we'll probably hear more about MPs, especially after the annual meeting and things feel like. So I don't think we should completely close the door on that. I mean, because I think there's probably a number of things, people said, well, I'd like to add this to this MP or that. I think that could apply to a lot of the different ones there. One MP, I think that's been discussed, and the SRB brought it up, and I think even it's in, I don't remember if it's in the MSC review, I think, but it's the idea of tying each regulatory area's TCUI to their survey results. I don't remember the exact wording of how that is. So there's a whole bunch there that have kind of come up over time. There's been management procedures that have been identified, and so if we're going to create a list, maybe that's one to put on the list at least for further discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
And last point, I think we need to revisit all the objectives, not just 1.1 for 4B. Right.
Okay. Thinking to that MP piece as well, we've also heard so refining some of the existing MPs, perhaps creating some new ones. There were some other examples that Dan had shared. Size limits, still a better understanding of O32. I guess some of this overlaps with the third section of simulations and evaluations. That one's a bit of a gray area where the MSAB has identified some interests, like better understanding of bycatch, or perhaps even moving bycatch into an MP, as was proposed in the very early days of this process. I think the SRB has a number of items as well.
Sure, I think that we should be careful of putting MPs on the table that are not would need to be implemented by some other agency than the IPHC. Tom, and then Glenn.
I'm just curious, we only have one management procedure that deals with all sizes, and that's I. Does all size mean O26? And if so, would it have merit to look at some other MPs rather than just using O32 for pretty much everything else, since, you know, a lot of areas, U32 is pretty important with recreationally, because I mean, that's, you know, a lot of our fish we catch are between 26 and 32. And should there not be some consideration of allocation based upon, you know, a U32? So I would think if all sizes means O26, I think maybe we should look at that maybe a little more carefully, and some of the, how that relates to some of these other MPs might be helpful.
Glenn? Also, I'm wondering, someone brought up just having a Word document on the screen where we could write some of these down. Is that possible?
Yeah, if I can jump in just real quick, sorry, Glenn, I'll bring up that, but I just caution the MSAB that we have a big task ahead of us today, and getting into specifics of what the MSAB wants to do in the future may not be as useful. So
I agree. This is what we started the conversation with, but I think it is important we at least get a few of them out. So let's maybe give ourselves another 5 or 8 minutes, get us to 10-2, and go from there.
Thanks. I was actually going to make the point that Alan made, which is we are struggling now at this meeting to come up with some way to describe MPs. We may not be able to come up with a specific recommendation there or a suite of recommendations there. And I think we're still struggling with what are the principles that we want the commissioners to consider when thinking of management procedures. That seems to be somewhere where we want to focus a considerable amount of our work. Thinking of the future, I think, is going to be very dependent on whether or not we can provide a product to the commissioners that is helpful for them in their deliberations. And I guess my suggestion would be, before going down this rather expansive consideration of potential future work, let's see if there's a way that we can try to come to some agreed upon resolution on how to approach the existing task at hand, and then revisit these issues later if we have an opportunity or time.
Sure, I would be on board with that.
That works for me. That was my original proposal, is leave these general headers and just provide some examples. So.
Sorry, and I guess on that, I mean, there are a couple of these that are ones that I think we may not have agreement that those are issues that we want to move forward with in the future for some of the reasons that have been discussed previously. So I guess I'm a little bit curious about how we phrase these, as whether these are issues that the MSAB noted, maybe potential avenues of future work, but I think I would be personally uncomfortable with saying these are recommendations to proceed with this future work at this point in time.
So thinking back to the report from AM016, where the commissioners requested that we put forward a program of work, I think we could recommend that the MSAB proceed, or we could recommend, yeah, the MSAB, I don't know if we're allowed to say the MSAB was reconstituted, but we're saying that we need to reconsider objectives, MPs, aspects of simulations, and evaluation. These are some examples within each of those categories.
I wonder if we could say something more general, like the MSAB began a conversation about what future work could be done, but another meeting would be needed to flesh that out.
Yeah, again, that was the earlier proposal that one of our recommendations would be the first meeting be a work meeting, a work planning meeting.
Yeah, that there are ideas, but not enough time to come to a consensus about what would be a priority, maybe something like that. Like, having seen this list and now seeing that there's like 4 categories, and I see how this is more complicated than I thought it would be at the beginning of the day. So maybe we can just do that. And so maybe this is just a report writing task.
Yeah, I'd recommend we start with the paragraph from AM016 or whenever, maybe it was last year actually, that tasked us with putting together a program of work.
Sure, and maybe we just switch to the report.
Right, so to confirm proposed topics, the topics should be a reevaluation of objectives of MPs, considerations of simulations and evaluations, and these are some examples within each. It's more wide open than I'd like to see it, but given our priorities in terms of getting some recommendations, a suite of MPs or key elements forward for the upcoming annual meeting, I think that's a better way to prioritize our time.
Yeah, I don't know that we even need to provide the examples right now. I think we could spend a lot of time figuring out which examples to provide. Sorry to backtrack on you there.
Sorry. Alan, did you have something to clarify?
I was just wondering if you wanted me to keep typing in this Word document or if I should move over to the report, noting that when we move over to the report, I'm not sure if we'd want to just go right to the program of work section and ignore everything else or whatever. I was looking for direction where you want me to be on the screen.
I suppose I'd be in favor of just, this was our program of work discussion. We discovered that it was big. Let's refocus on the highest priority pieces of the report that are probably not this. We will get there when we get there in the report writing process. Glenn?
Yeah, no, thanks, Carey. I think that's good. It seems to me that there's a lot to be discussed at that work meeting about where we want to go, and much of that is going to be dependent upon kind of how we feel after today and where we are with this process and what the commissioners believe the utility of, this MSAB process has been for them, and whether or not we believe that we can continue to work effectively to provide that kind of guidance. So rather than getting into a list of these are the things that we think that we should discuss, I think it's helpful to keep it very general and say, we believe that we would need to have a planning meeting to decide on those issues. That will be informed by commissioner's direction and sort of the impact of our recommendations for the commission process, and keep it at that level. So I think we're all going in that direction. That makes sense to me. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, so I think we should switch over to the report. What I had in mind, Adam, was to work on some of the introductory pieces of the introductory piece of the management procedure paragraph and some of the general principles. I think that's probably what needs the most work, and then go from there. Does that sound reasonable, Adam?
I think we may need to first just make sure there's no points of clarification from the Secretariat's editing. Is there any flags that we need to go over there?
Good idea.
So maybe Alan, if you want to bring up that report and just flagging points of clarification that will be needed throughout the report writing process. Or sorry, if you could draw our attention to the edits that were made yesterday.
Sure. Yeah, there wasn't much. It was more just some comments from myself after we finished the meeting, and then I think we had a few more comments added after that. So let's see where we're at. So I'm just going to start here. if you don't mind, I'll just take you through the whole general structure of the report since today is the last day, so everybody has it in mind. So we had a review of the management procedures. Everything above here was all, the SRB, the outcomes and stuff like that. But I think there's a few things we'll find in later sections that we may want to move up into this section, and that's why I think it's good to go over this. I know a few things here. I forgot yesterday, I just copied in something really quick, noting that ambiguity in the definition of 2A, and just a comment there that we need to expand on that paragraph, the floor versus the fixed value, and what the MSAB would like to note about that. Going down, this is all verbatim. I think it would just to be a little bit more clear about what we mean by catch sharing plan here. In Canada, I don't think they call it a catch sharing plan. Is that correct, Adam? Yeah, so we made it more clear about that. And
we don't call it a catch sharing plan, but is CSP not defined in this report? Or it could be, at least. In my recollection of the comments there was it was both parties' allocation agreements or catch sharing plans.
Yeah, it's just an indication to be clear on what that is. So I won't do that right now. Some links. We're now into the framework. And this is the general framework and operating model. Not many comments there, but in here, results from the closed loop simulations now. Just some comments to make sure that we're incomplete on some of these paragraphs, so they need to be completed, and we just don't want to accidentally leave something there. I'm really good at doing that, actually, leaving things accidentally. And let's see, yeah, we were having a discussion about the survey and where this uncertainty sentence goes. I don't think we finished that discussion. And yeah, so we need to have a discussion about 36. And let's see. One thing that I was thinking about here, 39 and 40, is it's separating out, and this was last night after we broke and I was just going through and editing, it's separating out what looks to me in potentially a recommendation, but I'm wondering if they could be combined into one paragraph in a more succinct way that just gets at these conservation objectives are being met for all of these things. So something to think about. And maybe potentially elevating this from noted to agreed. Getting all choked up here thinking about we're making such good progress. This table is what we were just sort of scratching out yesterday, so I think this is where a lot of work is going to be going on. And there was the thought here of yeah, so we need to create the table of rankings, which I've done, and I'll show you my thoughts on that. And hopefully you've seen the MSE Explorer and the options there now in those ranking tables. And then the national share concept is that it's, it'd be nice to have a definition of exactly what that is. And one of my concerns with the national share concept, as I was thinking last night, it was mentioned, it seemed to be mentioned as an objective over many, many years, but it's not actually defined as an objective, something for us to think about.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we talked about whether it's like 2A's fixed floor as an objective as well. Yeah. Fixed TCEY or a share. I mean, I don't think contracting party TCEY quite capture it because that implies a fixed amount as opposed to a share. and the commissioners have spoken quite clearly at a number of annual meetings about preference for Canadian commissioners, about preference for share-based allocations as opposed to fixed amounts, so that everyone goes up and down depending on conservation needs.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that, and the MSAB will be providing their recommendations to the commission, and the commission can then take those national share concepts into consideration. And I was thinking last night, it's like when we were writing out the pros and the cons, which I started thinking about, well, these are just justifications, and linking these really back to our objectives and the results would be useful. So I was thinking, you know, like pros, the national share concept is a pro of this is it provides for regulatory area 2A, which is an objective, you know, providing directed fishing yield for regulatory areas. It's just a very specific one. And it provides for the regulatory area 2B. It also stabilizes those two regulatory areas. The trade-off there, and that's the whole idea of MSE, is evaluating the trade-offs. And the trade-off is that it increases the variability in TCY and other regulatory areas and reduces the yield in other regulatory areas. And so I was thinking about it, we've really got to this pros and cons, and I'm wondering if that's a little bit too divisive or too positive negative, rather than just sticking to evaluating the trade-offs and listing those trade-offs. That's my personal thoughts on what MSE is and something for the MSAB to potentially consider as they're writing this report.
And I think we were starting to get to there yesterday as well. That's why we talked about the need to get a corrected ranking table. Have us all work off that.
Exactly, and I agree, and that's why I did put a bit of time into that ranking table, and I've inserted it here. I can show you it, but I think referencing that is, you know, that because I was thinking also, it's like, oh yeah, we can then put in a table of the results here, and no, we don't want to fill up this report with a whole bunch of individual numbers. We just want to report what the evaluation is, and the evaluation is based on all those tables that have been presented. But I think that ranking table here is sort of that really 35,000 foot view of the objectives and the results of this.
So I note Glenn's on up for the speaker's queue. Before I can just insert myself one moment here, Glenn. We're going to have most of our conversation around this. We're going to have quite a bit of discussion around this table. Thanks, Alan. Is there anything else that we can, is there any low-hanging fruit earlier in the report that we need to address that we can just resolve now? Does that seem reasonable, Carey? Like, let's deal with some of those earlier parts of the report writing.
Well, sorry to interrupt. I was wondering if you wanted to walk through the whole thing and then go back to that, but I agree.
Sorry, I didn't realize there was still others beyond the table. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're still in the kind of what were the edits from last night. Yeah, in general, I suppose like the things that I highlighted are the things that I thought would be good to go back to before spending more time in the table, which are the general principles that we wrote down yesterday, and having defining our introductory language to the paragraph that the table's in. Do we want to let Glenn speak?
Yes, get that clarification.
For an awfully long time.
So thanks all, and I'll try and make this brief because I have to start virtual school here in a moment. But I guess my comments were more on the introduction to 41 and characterizing that. And I think there's been significant discomfort on the U.S. side with the idea of recommended for the management procedures, because I think that would suggest that were the commissioners to go down the road of picking one of these, in particular, national shares as a management procedure, that would not be, you know, something that the U.S. could agree to. So I'm wondering if we can rephrase that sentence for 41 a little bit, and to have it read, the MSAB noted the following 6 management procedures of the 11. I'm sorry, let me move my, that meet biological sustainability objectives as important examples for consideration by the US and Canada. These represent a variety of methodologies for defining TCE-wide distribution. And then I think it's also important for us to note, whether this is a separate paragraph or otherwise, that some of the management procedures listed here did not perform as well relative to other management procedures considered by the MSAB. And then finally, a conclusion, several of the management procedures specifically address policy considerations for specific regulatory areas. And I think that's also pretty consistent with the statements that were made several times by several speakers about the fact that I think there was discomfort in trying to state these as recommendations, and that there was a lot of discussion that these particular management procedures in some cases didn't perform as well as others. And I think we also noted several times that some of these management procedures had specific policy considerations for them. Thanks.
I think we'll need some more follow-up on that last paragraph because everything has some policy considerations. But I would say, I think those last 2 points, which you suggested maybe a different paragraph, Glenn, those would be well served to link with that to be developed table, or the table that Alan's going to share with the ranking. Would you be comfortable with it being part of that piece? I guess we had to figure the order of operations. But that seems to go well with the table.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably a variety of ways that this could be done. It could be included as part of the table. Whether or not we want the last 2 statements to be part of the table or the separate paragraph, I'm somewhat ambivalent.
Okay, thanks. Good luck with school.
I have a question for Glenn before he goes to school.
Okay, if that's okay with Chris.
That's fine, yeah.
Thanks, Chris. Sorry. Is there a reason that you say in the very beginning as important examples for consideration by the US and Canada and not as important examples for consideration by the Commission? Just curious. Thanks.
Sure. So I think what I was trying to characterize is that there was not sort of a uniform agreement that on these MSABs. And I think, you know, in particular, when it got to the national share issue, the US was pretty clear that that was a non-starter. So I think it's important to note that these were MPs that were suggested by both US and Canadian participants in the process, but that there wasn't necessarily agreement about the specific management procedures. Theoretically, we can get there today somehow. Maybe there is one that's acceptable to all of us. But I think at least right now, based on the conversation that we had, that was the rationale for that specific wording.
Thanks, Glenn. That is definitely the challenge for Carey and I today, is these MPs were split right down contracting party lines. There's 3 Canada supported and 3 Canada could not support, and vice versa. Right, equally for both of them. So we got our work cut out for us, Carey.
Yes, yeah, this is very challenging, and yeah. So Chris.
Sorry, just a point of clarification. I know Glenn's got to go to school, and that's why he's put this in. Like, are we commenting now, or is this just Glenn's got this there because school's pressing? I know we're trying to work through the agenda because, you know, we've all probably got some comments we want to make. But is that coming later, or we want to deal with it now?
What we'd suggested was going through all of the edits, all the changes from yesterday, then going into the low-hanging fruit, the easier items in the report writing, of which this is not, Then we'll go to the ranking table and deal with this. Just want to make sure Glenn had an opportunity to get his thoughts out. We'll be coming back to this section. Hopefully then he'll be able to join us again to continue to build on that.
Sounds good. Thanks.
That works, right, Carey?
Yeah. Let's continue through the edits.
Yeah.
And then we can come.
So thanks. I think what I was saying there when I was talking about the results and the justifications is that I was essentially reminding the MSAB that we have 11 management procedures on the table, and we're evaluating those management procedures. I'm just a little bit concerned that we're beginning to argue there's 3 that are supported by Canada and there's 3 that are supported by the US. That's not the purpose of the MSE. It's not to argue for what they want in a management procedure. We have already done that, and we've put 11 on the table. So I'm just going to encourage everybody to really focus on the results. And that's why when I thought about putting in the ranking table, the original proposal was putting in only these 6. But I don't think that's the right way forward in the MSE process, is that we are evaluating 11 and that we need to present all 11 and evaluate all those 11 procedures for what they are relative to the current objectives on the table. So I just want to keep pushing us towards evaluating the results for what they are and then making those justifications against the objectives. And so things like, you know, this MPF is really beneficial MP in looking at the objectives for these regulatory areas, and it trades off with these regulatory areas. So that was just my thoughts last night thinking about this, and I'll show you the ranking table in a little bit. Let's see other comments here. So you know, I was looking at the table, and of course, as I said yesterday, there's a lot of consistency that we'll have to make sure happens in this table. And I'm wondering too, it's pretty large now, and I just didn't know how to format this. Of course, I didn't give it an attempt. I didn't want to do that, but formatting this a way that's really digestible by commissioners and other readers of this report would be helpful. Thinking about, you know, when MSAB comes back, you know, or the MSAB members read this in a year from now, understanding what was what the justifications were. So thinking about the formatting, I don't have any recommendations on that. And then, yeah, so this is just a reminder of this ranking table in the appendix. Let's see here, recalling this paragraph 97, I think this can be moved up into the management procedure section. Because it's just, it might be useful to recall paragraph 97 B and C, which are, I think, the 2A and the 2B agreements. And so just putting that up in the beginning in the development of the management procedures, that's why they appeared in this set of 11. Yeah, and then this is unfinished here, down here. And oh yeah, I guess the other thing is that, you know, I mentioned that there is this ambiguity, and that is the statement up there. So I think we need to have this recalled, this paragraph recalled before that statement about ambiguity. And then we need to make sure we define correctly what has been done in the management procedure and what the intent of the MSAB is for that management procedure, and if there was any difference between those two.
Right, and there's one important error in this one, that it's not, we did not recommend this MP, we recommended it for future work.
Yes. Oh, right, yes, so that is where, yeah, so where do we put this paragraph as well? So I think this can be rewritten and referencing back to some paragraphs earlier that define what fixed and floor mean as well. So to flag that, and I don't think there's anything else in this report now except, let's see, coming down, Appendix 2, Appendix 3, 4. Okay, so Appendix 5 are the proposed management procedures from MSAB 15. And so I've just pasted in that table exactly from MSAB 15. But I was wondering if the MSAB would like to highlight the ones that ended up in the paragraph 41 above that are the MSAB is really recommending for commissioner consideration. And so right now I've just put in gray the ones that are sort of off the table, even though I haven't heard that they've been eliminated, they're not being put into that paragraph 41. And the ones in regular text are the ones B, D, E, F, H, and J. Something to think about if that's a good way to go forward or not, or they can just all be the proposed. But I think we need that description here. There's the reference to the paragraphs, yeah, B and C. And then here's a ranking table. So I look at my other screen because I have it displayed so I can make sure it looks okay. So I'm just gonna pop over to the MSC Explorer if you don't mind really quickly, just to show you some of the options, the new options in there, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think so. So just to confirm, make sure everyone's on the same page. So we've briefly gone through some of the editorial changes and identified what needs to be done in the report. One of those big outstanding items was to look at this ranking table. I guess maybe the question is first, do we want to? Yeah, do we want to go right to this ranking table, or is there any of the low-hanging fruit that I mentioned earlier that we could adjust in the report? Thinking of the FISS survey paragraph, or do we want to get into? Are there others other than that paragraph that need to be flagged? Carey, does anything come to mind?
Dan did just bring something up that we talked about yesterday, which is providing rationale based on the results on why there were a couple of management procedures that we would probably not move forward, like A, because it didn't have a constraint. Everybody likes having a constraint. C and then K.
I think it would be helpful to talk about what MPs don't work where there's consensus. But I would suggest let's use the ranking table to help with that process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we can, and I think we've spent quite a bit of time talking about the rationale for what doesn't mesh, and it does seem like maybe we have a little bit more consensus around that. So I think that's a good idea to get that in there. The performance metrics and the MSAB's objectives.
And I wanted to know, we also talked about, we do reference the objectives in an appendix, so I forgot to insert that. That'll be super easy to do. So I'll go back up to the top of the report then.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall what were some of the more straightforward edits, like the items that are not related to the ranking table and the specific MP recommendations that we might be able to dust off.
I think this one here, we can probably, well, we can maybe work on that. The ambiguity, I can move up that reference to the recall paragraph.
Right. So we could, yeah, the MSAB noted that the interim management procedure for 2A is currently implemented within the framework. We say as a matter it's not consistent or is inconsistent with 2A's understanding.
Well, that's, yeah, I'm not sure. I see Ian has his camera on.
Yeah, Ian, please go ahead.
And then Scott, but I think we could avoid terms like inconsistent. Maybe we could.
Yeah, I just want to provide a clarification. I went back and looked at all the documents through that meeting process, and there's actually no ambiguity at all in the way the process worked. I think the ambiguity now lies in where the MSAB wants to move forward in thinking about this component as part of a long-term harvest procedure. So the process was, the original regulatory proposal language was that this would be a floor or a minimum value for regulatory area 2A. But when the commission made a decision on it, the decision was very clearly making that a fixed amount with no mention of a floor. And so the ambiguity, I think, is with regard to the interpretation for the MSAB process, not for the way that the rule is currently implemented.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's I recollect, or that's a good way to frame it.
Yeah, Scott, and then maybe we can.
Yeah,
Sue.
thanks. That's exactly how I recalled it too. I'm sorry I didn't jump on yesterday afternoon. My phone kept ringing off the hook with domoic acid closures out here on the coast. But as I recall, we put in the proposal to have it a floor in area 2A, and then the commissioners at the annual meeting said it's going to be a fixed amount. And then with all the modeling, it was hardwired into the modeling as a fixed amount as well.
So you could just do new sentence and just note the MSAB.
I'm just wondering if we want to say something about the compensation. That question did come up and we verified it, noting that reductions that it's complicated because it depends on the thing. Okay. What were you saying, Carey? Sorry.
I suppose I was just gonna, so you've got a paragraph there that says this is what was done. I think we just need a paragraph saying in the previous MSAB, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was written down in a previous MSAB report that the management procedure would have a minimum. The management procedures with 1.65 would have a minimum for 2A. Or were proposed or something like that.
This is an additional MP or a modification for an MP.
Yes, that's it's a modification to, yeah, so it could be thought of as an additional. I think it's useful just to note here. I don't know if we want to note that I think it just wasn't clear when this management procedure was proposed what exactly it was, having it linked to the annual meeting report, but then saying a floor. And so we went with the current agreement. So I don't know if we want to capture that sentiment at all.
Yeah, do we need two different paragraphs for this? It seems like
not necessarily, yeah.
So we could say this is what was used. However, there is ambiguity. However, the MSAB identified that the intent may have been to have a floor instead of a fixed amount. How about that?
I struggle a bit with this because my understanding was that it was a fixed TCEY. That was the MP that we were evaluating. It was not, we were not evaluating a floor. But I do think it's important to identify that that we recommend that a modification to the MP be flagged as an alternate to have not just a fixed amount but a floor instead.
I'll show you, Adam, where the ambiguity is, and that's in this table here. And then in these, it does say 1.65 million pound floor in 2A with a subscript that then links it to paragraph 97B, which says a fixed value. So that's why the MSC team brought it up, because we're like, is it a floor or is it a fixed value? And we went off of the current agreement because it was mentioned that, you know, we wanted to have a management procedure with the current agreement. So I'm not, just to give you a little background.
Yeah, no, that's fine. More just, I don't want to lose the thread on the recommendation that.
Yep. Yeah.
So, okay, so there's this ambiguity. So now what? How do we fix it?
Is this acceptable or?
What is currently listed as paragraph 18, right?
Yes.
Thoughts from the group on that?
Scott, I still see your camera on.
Yeah, in my mind, the original proposal that we put forward for a management procedure was a floor for area 2A at 1.65, and potentially going up if the population goes up higher. But then after the commissioners made it a fixed amount, then that was the management procedure that got evaluated by staff. But I think it's important to say that the original proposal was to have it as being a floor and not a fixed amount.
So would you like to change the intent may have been to, although the original proposal was to? Like, would you like to see a change in wording there based on what you just said?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't want to get too much into the discussion that happened at the annual meeting, but rather what was the intent of the proposal to evaluate during the MSE process. So I've added this last little bit. I'm sorry if I missed something that was just said, but was there something I should change in this paragraph?
I think it's just, if you say, although the intent of the proposal was to implement a minimum TCEY.
And I think that's where I don't want to get into what the proposal was at the AM, but instead what the intent at the MSAB was for evaluation management procedure.
Sorry, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
The
intent of the MP.
Oh, gotcha.
Or the intent of the MP at the MSAB. And we did hear that from Scott, and we heard it from Maggie. Yeah, so Maggie's saying need to specify whose intent. Yeah, so that's the MSAB. There were a couple people who had their cameras up, but I don't see them anymore. Is intent of the proposed MP, is that specific enough for folks?
I think cameras are off, no speakers queue. Let's proceed.
Okay.
It seems like okay, here's Maggie. That would be good to hear from Maggie.
Hi, sorry, I have a lag in between when I push my camera button and when it turns on. Yeah, that works for me. I'll say I had not yet joined the MSAB when these management procedures were defined. So I'm probably not the best one to comment on the intent of the MP, but my side comment was just that originally when the paragraph just said the intent was, I think we should be clear about whose or what the intent referred to there is. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And then Scott says good. So that seems good. Seems like we got it.
Good. As we're moving on, I just don't want it, the chat window is filling up there quick. Sarah Webster mentioned earlier, reminded everyone earlier that we had discussed potentially talking about the review, the MSE review. Just wondering where we're on. Just as a reminder there. Didn't want to lose that in the chat.
It seems to me that could, given our situation with needing to get this report done in the time, that maybe something that could be pushed off. I imagine that we're going to hear a report on that at the interim and the annual meetings. And
yeah, I mean,
we have a work meeting, we would be able to hear about it then too.
It may be helpful in terms of work planning. So if we're able to get through the report piece and add any more details to the work planning report, future work, I think it would be useful.
Sure. I can understand that. Peggy says yes to. Sarah, would you?
That was exactly my thought.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, I suppose my thought is I'm not sure that we're going to get back there in a meaningful way. Aside from just suggesting that we do have a next step to continue would be to have a work plan meeting.
Yeah. So for this paragraph, I don't feel it's unnecessarily ambiguous.
Can I just delete what's in the parentheses then? Is it okay if we just say that low TCUIs, the actual domestic allocation procedures may be different than at high TC values and simulation results may? Do we need example the catch sharing plan might not be applied?
Sure, let's just simplify.
Try striking that, yeah.
And I added the word domestic here.
Maybe instead of actual, be realized or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, hang on a second. That's not a true statement because, of course, yes, a number of cat sharing plans have different allocation procedures depending on the absolute value of the TCEY. The intent here was that the prescribed rules or how they're modeled may not be followed at extreme TCEYs because we've never occupied that space before.
Yep. I'm gonna have to do something really quick because track changes got turned off. And what I'm gonna do, at a break, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go back in those changes that we've just made. I'm gonna put them in as track changes so that we can have a report that's flowing. So I would suggest now we'll continue on till the break, and then I'm just gonna make sure that our changes are tracked here by comparing it to a previous document. I'm just gonna do a little bit of highlighting. Sorry about this. My issue.
So it is 10:30. Do we have I imagine we probably have a break scheduled.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's, well, I guess, yeah, now that's
Can we finish that paragraph and then we'll get into, after the break, the results table, because I think these are the only two outstanding ones.
Yep.
I think yeah, okay.
So there was this paragraph, and then there was the survey paragraph, which was in the results section, right? Yes, that was in the results section. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so paragraph 24.
Yeah, if you could just go back to what it was, or how do we want to frame this? The MSAB agreed that at low TCEYs, the domestic allocation processes may be different. At high, the point we were trying to make was at the extremes of TCEY, the thrust of it was cat sharing plans are probably going to fall apart and they would be reconsidered at the extremes. That was what we'd heard from some folks around the room. I'm trying to recall who had raised this point. I think it was it Forrest had said, you know what, at the very low values of TCEY, things might look different.
This was discussed at the ad hoc meeting, and I think it came up in both the context of recreational fisheries as well as subsistence fisheries. And I think Jim at this meeting, Jim Lane might have mentioned that, or I think it was you, Adam, that mentioned
about FSC. Yeah.
is a different procedure at low TCEYs than we're actually modeling. And I don't remember talking about differences at high TCEYs, which is why this paragraph specifies low.
Ian?
Just wondering if it would be helpful to focus on the issue specific to the analysis, which is that the simulations used a simplified approach to catch sharing agreements that may differ from actual agreements as they would play out under a wide range of TCEY values, and leave it at that. Because I don't think really the issue is that the agreements would change at high and low values. It's that the simulation itself isn't representing what we might expect to happen.
Thanks, Peggy. Now we just got to get that in the text. Would you mind repeating that again, Ian?
I can try. The simulated catch sharing agreements or domestic agreements are simplified from what? Yeah, I lost it. Sorry. Someone else can have to try.
The MSAB agreed that the catch sharing agreements are simplified in the simulation framework and may not reflect how the catch sharing plans are applied in reality at low TCEYs.
I'm not writing verbatim. I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's quite all right.
And one reason is being a member of the MSE team is we really tried to simulate these as close as possible to domestic catch sharing agreements. I don't want to lose that concept of it, that in some of these regulatory areas, it probably does mimic it exactly in the limit determination. But it's that over some range of these, it may not reflect the realized allocation. Oops.
Okay, does it seem like seems like we're there?
No, it still needs some work.
Yeah. No?
I mean, it doesn't read clearly to me.
Oh, okay. About instead of as close as possible, mimicked? Mimic the to the extent possible. But was.
I think so, but may not reflect the realized allocation at low TCEYs.
Or take out and may and just, oh, I lost it. And may and put in which, well, I don't know.
I think it's there just about. The MSAB agreed that the simulation of domestic allocations mimicked the domestic catch sharing agreements to the extent possible, but may not reflect the realized allocations at low TCEYs.
That looks good to me. Does it look good to you?
Let's continue on. Thanks, Peggy.
Looks good to Peggy.
Okay. Let's try to get this survey one done and then get a break. We got to give ourselves some hard deadlines to make sure we're moving through this. So what we had in paragraph 38, I thought was almost agreed to. The one discussion last week was the parenthetical statement might move to a new paragraph, but it looks like the Secretariat's requesting some additional clarification.
So let's, okay, what is the clarification that is sought here?
It sounds like there is discomfort with saying increased uncertainty. That was pretty much verbatim what was said. So I'm not clear about what sort of
Can we just
clarification we need
want
to
the
provide.
word increased and that would take care of it? Noting uncertainty due to differences in timing between the FIS and the fisheries. Ian?
Thanks. Perhaps it would be sufficient just to note that there's greater uncertainty at the level of IPHC regulatory areas with regard to potential differences in timing between the FIS and the fisheries. I think part of the concern is the increased uncertainty doesn't apply to the biological regions. Only a caveat for at the regulatory area level.
And that's uncertainty in stock distribution, right?
Yeah.
It's really uncertainty in the degree of calibration between the FIS and what is observed during the fisheries.
Yeah, I mean, the previous...
This goes pretty far down because there's also increased uncertainty just because you're dealing with a smaller piece of geography when you get to IPHC regulatory areas. So I think we just need to focus on what is the issue as it was raised.
Yeah, the leading statement, the statement leading up to it is that it's the best scientific method for estimating stock distribution. And originally it was among biological regions, and then we said, and regulatory areas, but there's more uncertainty at the regulatory area level. So it could be just a new paragraph that says something along the lines that the MSAB noted there is greater uncertainty in estimating stock distribution at the IPHC regulatory area as a result of differences between timing of the FISS and fisheries.
I think it's important, though, to keep that first line in, that the IPHC Fishery Independent Setline Survey is currently the best scientific method, et cetera.
Yes, yeah, of course, this is the whole new paragraph, perhaps.
I'm just going to jump in too. So yeah. I think there were 4 points raised during that discussion that we need to capture here. One is the first sentence that the FISS is the best scientific method for estimating stock distribution at both the regional and the regulatory area scale. I think there's the point that there is greater uncertainty at the regulatory area scale. The third one was that survey timing does not appear to have caused any bias for any area within a region. And then the fourth was your one about, it is a policy decision whether you use that in apportionment. So I think those are the four points that were raised during our discussion of that I think are important. And if you can fit that into a one run-on sentence, go for it.
I'm really good at run-on sentences, as you know.
Okay, Chuck, I see you there in the speakers queue. Let's just try to get this this on the table first. So the MSAB agreed that the FISS is currently the best scientific method for estimating stock distribution amongst regions and regulatory areas. And it's a new sentence. There is greater uncertainty in estimates of stock distribution at the regulatory area due to differences between survey.
Right. I think you can just add in, but there is no no long-term bias or something like that, that it's not necessarily causing consistently one area to be underestimated within a region.
Yeah, I need to look to Ian for that.
Ian, do you want to pop in?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just experiencing a long delay between clicking the camera and having it actually come on. That is correct. We are not aware of any bias that would be systematic with regard to either regions or regulatory areas in the current survey design.
Chuck, you were in the queue, sorry, and then Chris.
Yeah, thank you. Now you started talking about design, and I was going to say that's an uncertainty in itself. Even on a yearly basis, as per what we may be seeing here, there's uncertainty in the design due to the cutbacks. And I just wanted to point that out. There are issues and may be issues with the survey depending on the design of the fishery, of the survey.
Hopefully some of those uncertainty issues are addressed within this.
Yeah, it started to change as it when I had, that's why I clicked myself off. It started to change. I wanted to read it first.
In relation to that, I was writing in design because the general design of the survey does not change from year to year. And those are uncertainties I think Chuck is talking about, but definitely not a cause of bias due to these unforeseen conditions. The survey design is very much scientific and attempts to reduce bias as much as possible. Is put in an unbiased design.
Dan, did you have another comment?
I liked Ian's phrasing about a systematic bias in that.
A bias is systematic by definition, isn't it? Otherwise it'd just be random error.
Why did Ian say systematic?
And Chris, sorry, your camera was on and off. I'm not sure if you still had something to add as well.
If Chris does not have something to add, do we need to just, it's implied here, but for the outside reader, the reason that the for here, greater uncertainty in estimates of stock distribution at the IPHC regulatory area due to difference in timing between the FIS and fisheries and the smaller geographic area. This is all because we think halibut move around a bit within biological regions. So do we need to connect those dots, or is it okay as is?
To add in something about migration?
Movement.
So I think,
Peggy?
I know you guys are focused on the screen. I think anything we can do to make this readable and understandable by non-scientists would be good. And in that way, you know, I just learned something, that there is a difference between the use of the word bias and the use of the phrase random error. And I clearly get it as soon as you said it, Adam, but I didn't know that before. So I'm not opposed, unless this means something completely different to scientists, of inserting that word systemic. Anyway, just a note to say other people will be reading this besides us, members of this group. I have to really think about almost every single word we put in here. And
Yeah.
if we could move away from some of that, it would be better. I don't mean to make it longer.
No,
I mean
I
yeah,
empathize there, Peggy. I mean, the original statement was much simpler in that it was the FISS is the best way for distributing biomass, but the use of that in a management procedure is a policy decision. It was one sentence. It was much more to the point.
yeah, I like that. Overall, I like that approach.
Well, Peggy, I appreciate your comment, and that is really informative for us scientists to know about how we're communicating.
It's a
When
difficult balance, right?
Error.
It is a difficult balance because some of these details are crucial and we want to include them. So let's not spend much more time on this, but I mean, you know, going forward, it's something to think about, I suppose.
Yeah, thank you for that. I can reliving many conversations in my life right now. Okay, Chris.
Yeah, the point Adam made is a good one, that, you know, when the statement was made and the point being made was really just simply that it's the best scientific method for estimating stock distribution among biological regions and IPHC regulatory areas, and the use of it is, that's really what was the main point. And, you know, by adding in this sentence, are we just creating some confusion and stuff? I know it was part of the discussion when it was asked. It's sort of grown beyond that. I don't think we need a separate paragraph. I think we need to keep that first bit and the second bit in the same paragraph. You know, I guess my other question though is we've got agreed and noted there, and I'm just wondering what we're thinking on that one.
So
I mean,
maybe two proposals. The first is this new paragraph inserted about there being greater uncertainty. That yeah, up to there could be a new paragraph. The full
Or we could
stop
just
after
strike that
regular.
sentence.
Exactly what I was thinking. I mean, we're getting hung up on the scientific properties of this, that you know, that are
So
part of the MSAB mandate. But
are we there?
Yeah.
Are we there?
So the one thing is I would say then is after the full stop and the use, it should be but the use of it, because they were, as I said very clearly when it was first put up, it's the context of why we're raising that was important.
I think that I don't see how that changes the meaning. I think it just makes it long.
What if 38, the first sentence is the MSAB noted, and then 39, the next new paragraph is the MSAB agreed the use of the FIS distribution in a management decision, which is actually a statement that's been made in previous MSAB reports.
In the interest of time, that may work, yeah. So the MSAB noted the first part, then the MSAB agreed that this is.
I'm good.
Okay. Are we at break time then?
I think so.
This is what we needed to get through right before we took a break. So let's take a break. Should we take a 10-minute break given our situation?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's come back it'll be 11:01.
Okay, I'll clean this up just a little bit, and yeah, and if there, I don't think there's any comments that I can delete at this time, but I'm just going to work a little bit and clean it up over the break.
Okay, great. See you guys back at 11:01.
This conference will now be recorded.
So we've got through some of the simpler items on the report writing section. Next, we had proposed to go through this revised ranking table. So that is something that is obviously available in the Explorer tool, but I think to ensure that we're all looking at the same thing, it would be helpful to have it on the screen so that we can all be doing the comparison together.
Sorry about that. I had to step out for one quick second.
Yeah, no, not a problem.
What did you want on the screen?
The ranking table, please.
Oh, yes. Okay.
I was wondering if it'd be possible to send that out to everyone, because then we can have the minutes in the table up on screen while we're editing, but also be able to have perhaps open the ranking table in a separate screen on our own computers.
It should be able to be.
Instead of giving a man a fish, I teach him how to fish.
But I get kicked off the Explorer website every time I start fishing.
Oh, yeah. That's the problem when you're using bad hooks, I guess, huh? Yeah, sure. I can. Well, let me show you this then. In Explorer, I have copied these tables into this document, and I can send this out. In Explorer, there's options now of rounding as well as the terms. And so I've created a table here where I round the TCY to the nearest 1 million pounds. So that's things like optimizing the average coastwide TCY. So you can see there's a lot of ties now. It's just making your decision on precision. Around percentages to integers, percentages are things like the AAV. Anything that's a percent, has a percent sign, is rounded to the nearest 1. So if it's 53.2%, it's rounded to 53. And then the probabilities, which are expressed as a decimal, like 0.56 or 0.25, those are rounded to 2 decimals because that would actually match the percentage rounding, which percent is per 100. So that's how this table is created, and you can see the average ranks over those things. In contrast, I'll just zoom it out a little bit so you can see them both. This lower table now is a different rounding. The TCY is to the nearest 0.1 million pounds, so you see that's why this is different. The median TCY is ranked differently among those management procedures, but remember we said it's actually really close. And then the percentages are rounded to the nearest decimal, and the probability is to 2 decimals. There's no option for even further. There's no 3 decimal option right now. But basically, it just adds more contrast to the table to specify the smaller differences between these management procedures. That's the difference between those two, and I'll email this out shortly. But what I was thinking, and I've noticed that the numbers can be very distracting. So I've taken these same 2 tables and just deleted the numbers and created these. And I actually recommend going with this top table. I think it's the appropriate levels of precision for these, and it still shows the differences. Whereas this might highlight to the eye some differences that are not as meaningful, especially with the median TCY. So what I've inserted right now is this table and up top without the numbers in it. So while I email that out, I will take any suggestions.
So it's a bit of a rock and a hard place with this. I think on one hand, there was a few discussions earlier in the week about how the values within the table could be misleading, you know, emphasizing differences that may not be that meaningful. On the other hand, when we're just looking at shadings, how do we provide anything other than a qualitative ranking? I don't have any answers. I'm just thinking out loud here about this.
And I think that's a good discussion to have. Is there was discussion about alternative methods to use in this ranking table. This is probably the most straightforward, simple method that we've implemented now.
Right. I think the alternative, I think Anne-Marie had suggested a few examples. That's right. Chris?
Yeah, it is a bit of a rock and hard place on whether just qualitative or quantitative. I think we'd want to at least keep the numbers in there because that's what we've been looking at all week. I know we talked about, some concerns with the ranking. I mean, you have to come up with a way to rank it, but we talked about, Alan made the point that the first day presenting it, that it can't exaggerate the differences between MPs and sort of made the point, and I think we need to make sure that's in here in the report and particularly passed on to stakeholders and the commissioners that the point was made also that you should use the ranking table in conjunction with the MSE result table, so you really you can really look at how much of a difference you're talking about. So that I think it's important those are noted in there. But yes, so that's the comments I would have at this point.
So just to make sure I'm clear for the report writing piece, Chris, is a suggestion that the numbers be included, used for ranking, but that the caveats around them be flagged, or is it not to use the numbers?
We've got, I think we need to include the numbers, and I don't know about rounding them. We've been working off the MSE Explorer prior to this meeting and at this meeting. And I just think also we need to make sure those caveats are noted in the report because I think they were very important and very significant.
Okay.
We have to, we said we have to be careful and cautious when interpreting this table. Glenn made the point on the first day about, the stakeholder sees this and, this one got a 1 and that. People can interpret it very differently. So I think we need to note all the caveats in the report as well. But I do think we need to also include things like numbers.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Dan?
Yeah, I'm fine for including the numbers. I just want to, and I appreciate Alan putting in the option to round. And I agree with him that, since there is very slight differences maybe between them, that going to the allowing more rounding is a way to address that concern we noted on the first day. And so I appreciate the way he's laid that out. And, I think we can note, as Chris was saying, that, the numbers may provide more contrast than there really is, just because of the ranking system. But, to try and show where there is significant contrast, we've rounded these things significantly to the nearest million pounds and the nearest integer.
Okay. So I guess the question now is, we have the table. Do we try to offer some quantitative comments about what the ranking table is stating? Alan, is that the concern that you were looking to? I think we were all looking to address with this morning's statements about ensuring, that all the MPs are out there. We shouldn't be just picking favorites with pros and cons, but let's rank all the ones that are out there. We have a ranking tool. It's not ideal, but it's what we've got at the moment.
So I think this can go in our general observations section, essentially.
Yeah, I think so, is that there are many tools that we can use to identify the performance of management procedures from looking at individual things. But given there are, there's, 30, 40 different performance metrics that are now summarized into this table that still has 11 rows, And when you're looking across 11 different management procedures, this is one way to distill the performance of these management procedures compared to others.
Mhm. So do we offer then, I propose, we offer some observations, some comments on what we see from the ranking.
Are you talking about commenting on particular management procedures or just commenting on?
Well, I mean, I think we can draw some broad conclusions. Like D is the top ranked MP in this table, followed by I don't know, I guess again, I don't know if we do like an average of the rows or some weighting, but it looks like Juliet or Kilo is second.
Well, it seems, and that seems, it depends on what's most important to you too. Like, if
exactly, we don't have any weightings, right?
Is to limit annual change in coast-wide TCY, then D does not rank top. So maybe we could, I wonder if speaking to particular management procedures goes back to when we edit the table, and then when we add our comment on the management procedures that we think could be set aside, that we refer back to the particular ones. But in our general observations, we say this was the ranking system. It did allow us to rank management procedures relative to one another for each of the performance metrics. There wasn't one that ranked top for every performance metric. The one detail of the ranking system is that it is harder to see how big of a difference sometimes there is between management procedures. You know, so the difference between a 2 and a 3, is that large or is that small? That's the question that's out there.
Right. So some overarching comments about the deficiencies of this ranking tool, or that, you know, this, I don't want to say deficiency is a negative. I mean, it's a start. This is what we're working with. This is a good start. So you know, the ranking table could be improved. I think, you know, like again, Anne-Marie had suggested some alternatives. Let's outline those. That notwithstanding, based on the information we have in front of us, these are our primary objectives. There's no weighting amongst those primary objectives. These are the top ranked MPs. But when you drill down to that, these are some specific trade-offs that commissioners might want to be aware of.
Yeah, so we're essentially helping other people to interpret the table in our general comments.
Right. Yeah, so let's try to point out just objective statements about the table, and then we can highlight things that folks should or may wish to pay attention to.
Chris?
Yeah, I just want to come back to the rounding. Make sure I understand. So we actually rounding the number, the underlying, like the number, and then, or are we just rounding it for presentation in the table? For example, 1.4 is what's actually in the number and used in the calculations, but the 2 is just, or the 1 is just put in the table to you know, for rounding to the millions, for example. It's just because I want to make sure I understand how that's being done.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think this is one of my arguments for actually not showing the numbers in this table, because these numbers are actually just ranks. And what the rounding is referring to is the performance metric before it's ranked. So what happens is in this MSE Explorer, when it's going to do the rounding, say on the median coastwide TCY is an easy one to look at. And Yeah, let me just take a look at that, sorry. And you see that here, the median coastwide TCY is 50.71 versus 50.90. So this is a small subset. So if we look at the ranking table and MP's ranking, sorry, this is, I'm looking at long term. Look at short term, which the ranking table is. So now we have 39.92 or 38.18 versus 37.89. So very close, not significantly different. And we go to the ranking table and we look at that exact, it's down here, the median TCY is this top one. You see between F and G, it assigns it different ranks, 2 and 4, because these two are the same and those three are all different. So what it's actually doing is it rounds it to takes off this last number. So this is 39.9, that's 38.2, that's 38.2, and then this is 37.9, and these are all 37.9. So now you see why this is the highest, and that gets a 1, these get 2s, and those get 4s. So it's the rounding is occurring on these numbers before it assigns the rank. So if we go back to that MP ranking table and we scroll down and we go to round now to the nearest 1 million pounds, keep an eye on this top row. Now you see it's assigning all of those 2s because, I'll go back to the table of performance metrics, it's assigning all of these 38s, which would you would round to the nearest million pounds. Those would all be 38s then. So the rounding is basically looking at the performance metric, rounding it, and then doing the ranking. And that's why it's like the amount, it's specifying the amount of significant difference you want to look at. It's a bit crude and rough in that we're just rounding to this or that decimal, but it's one method to take a look at that.
So sorry, okay, so I know for like the median average TCUI, all those numbers are fairly similar. We have, when we get into the regulatory areas, they're very different. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, so you're taking off 1 decimal place to change the rounding. Like, I don't understand what the difference is between leaving it or not. In terms of the way, like, why we just don't do what we were doing. I'm still not clear on that. Maybe you could try and explain it to me again.
Yeah. So could you describe what you mean by doing what we were doing?
Well, we've been using sort of the MSC Explorer based on what was there and what the rankings, but now if we're rounding something, does that changes some of the numbers, does it not?
It doesn't change the performance metric, but it does change the rank, the ranked number in this table. And that's sort of the key is again down here, when I'm ranking to the nearest 0.1 million pounds, do you really care that MPF gives you on the median average performance metrics 100,000 pounds more than MPG? Is that a meaningful difference for you to rank those two differently? Or is it like, yeah, this one gave 37.8 and this one gave 38.1? That's not meaningful for me. But if this one gave 38 and this one gave 39, that would be a meaningful difference. And that's here. Okay, so 1 million pounds is a meaningful difference. 100,000 pounds is not a meaningful difference given the uncertainty in these simulation results. And that's all that we're doing is allowing you to now choose that.
Okay, so what we're looking at, just so I'm clear on it, is we're doing the roundings, and for the roundings of TCUI, just again, so I make sure I understand it. Yes, I can see your point, like going to 0.1 million pounds is, really, it's not making a big difference. Is that sort of the same carried through, that kind of, like, what happens when we look at, I'm sorry, I can't see I've got the table here somewhere. Is there any other rounding that goes on that we're doing here? And I guess it's rounding options, or are we just deciding we're doing it we've decided we're doing it this way.
Well, we have to round in one way or another. I mean, there's the numbers are sort of already rounded when we display them, but they're out to like 4 decimal places a lot of the time. So the MSE team just didn't want to be the one making the decision on what meaningful differences were. So we're given a couple of options to at least look and see if there's differences when you're doing the exploring. And the real question here is, what do you want to display to the commissioners? And this happens across all the different performance metrics, is all of them are rounded. These are all absolute values because they're TCY. So let's see what happens for 2A. The rankings change slightly for 2A, so there is a slight difference in there. But you know what really happens is it's not changing the order of importance of these different management procedures. It just might make some management procedures look more similar when you round to these less precise numbers. But it's not going to say all of a sudden, oh, MPA is now the worst performing and this one's the best. It's just trying to help you identify where are the meaningful differences and what is this color scale actually going to look like. And then to further complicate the issue down there is when we get to this table that we're actually putting into the report, this table has numbers in there, and you see now some of these numbers are decimals. And so you're like, well, wait, what does a rank of 4.88 mean? The reason that it's not a whole integer number is because it's now taking an average over all of the regulatory areas. So it's an average of 8 different numbers to come up with there. So if we look at something like the AC3 of 15%, and that is, well, sorry, is you see that now for MPA, it's taking the average of 2, 3, 6, 5, 5, 6, 6, and 6. So it's averaging all those numbers to give you that final number. And that's sort of the benefit of this ranking table, is you can determine the weighting of each regulatory area to determine its average rank here. And that allows you to collapse the number of performance metrics into a more manageable set, and allows you to have just a quick glance over all your MPs to see which ones actually perform better relative to that objective and which ones perform worse. It's a way to summarize the results, and I think that's what we're talking about in the objectives. And so you can see over all regulatory areas, for the probability that the annual change in a regulatory area is greater than 15%, it was the best performing in J and the worst performing in A over all regulatory areas. But we know 2A had the best performance here because it was set at 1.65. But looking at all regulatory areas, that's not the case.
So yeah, I'm probably gonna have to think about this more, but thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, see, we've got quite the speakers queue, and I based on the rate at which the queue is growing and some of these questions, I propose that we don't deal with the rounding because it is something that's new, but we propose it as a way going forward. I don't know, I'll put it out there. I've lost track of who was who in the queue. I don't know if Dan was first, then Forrest, then Peggy.
Well, correct. I was just gonna move on to how we're going to use this in our report. If people have actual questions on the ranking, I should let that discussion take place first.
Thank you, Dan. Forrest?
Yeah, I'm happy to move on. I just when I'm looking at regulatory area, TCY and stuff like that, I think £1 million rounding might not show me the picture that I'm hoping to see, but I'm happy to take care of that at a different meeting. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I was thinking something similar for us, that, 2 decimal places is what's commonly used in annual meeting reports. Just at least it's familiar to folks. I'm not really set on that, but yeah. Peggy?
Yep, I completely agree, and I really wanted to thank Alan and Piera for coming up with those two options. I think that's perfect. So now we can move on. Thank you.
I guess I'll jump in
yeah,
about how
you,
to
Dan.
use this. Yeah. So I think the ranking tool is good. I really liked Alan's suggestion of kind of building a table that draws on the results of the Explorer tool or the MSE process to kind of highlight trade-offs between the areas. And I think the ranking is one of those particular things we can comment on. But I think we can also identify specific, highlight impacts on specific areas as well, as long as we're referring to some of the metrics that are the output of the tools. So I think that would be a real good way to go. Just kind of just move on and make comments on all 11 of these and just kind of highlight the trade-offs that we feel are really important to point out to the commissioners and the stakeholders.
Right. So do we take a stab at then making some broad brush comments about this ranking table and then getting into the trade-offs which occur at the regulatory area level?
I think we need some broad comments. And I'm wondering if one comment is that we benefit from further, an opportunity to do another iteration of these ranking tables and further digest, I mean, we are where we are, right?
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, I think the ranking table, there's got to be some future iteration. I think what also may be clear is if there's some subsequent prioritization of, we're still using the primary objectives. There's a whole bunch of performance metrics within our primary objectives. Right now, they all rank equally, so it's difficult to kind of weigh the value of different trade-offs. So that's something I think would be helpful to get some commissioner guidance on.
I mean, I guess I see that to some extent, but I also don't see, to a certain extent, we're not going to do that, right? Like I think.
No, not here.
Well, we aren't, but I think it's unlikely that some of these are particular to regulatory areas, and I'd be pretty surprised if the commissioners wanted to come forward and say that one regulatory area should be weighted more than another. But of course, I'm not a commissioner.
Those are the decisions that are going to be made, though. Those, well, even if they're not made explicitly, they're made implicitly by picking one MP over another.
Alan?
Yeah, I wanted to note that when we put these objectives together, and we were talking about tolerances on some of these fisheries objectives, and we used to have a tolerance on the AAV. We found that it was a little bit limiting in that the MSAB was unable to really examine the trade-offs between the AAV because, well, one, at that time, no management procedure met that objective. And so we ended up evaluating the trade-offs anyways. And so bringing that in is that the commission did ask me many times, well, how are you going to pick out your best performing management procedure? And I said, we're going to look at the biological objectives. If they meet that, then we move on. And that's what we've done, notwithstanding 4B. But I mentioned to them, it's like, that's the hard part of this, is evaluating those trade-offs. And I think Dan has a really good idea, is we have this ranking table that sort of identifies the performance of them, but it really needs to be specified what some of the trade-offs between these management procedures are. And we can actually maybe even refine it further to say, what are some of the trade-offs of the elements within a management procedure? So I think some of these designs were to look at very specific elements. So I wonder if, focusing on that, there is ambiguity in the interpretation of these and evaluation of those, and that's why this is a decision-making process in the end.
I think that still takes us back to where we were a few moments ago about, let's make some high-level statements about what this table is stating, and then identify those trade-offs. So I mean, yeah, based on these results, MPD is the top performer, followed by MP Delta, followed by MP Kilo. We can identify what the trade-offs are within each of those. I don't know how far down the line we want to go. Like if we, yeah, it's actually another question. Do we speak to every single MP?
Right. I wonder in this table if, this table is really meant for a broad look at it to help define things. And the first thing I see from this table is A. That obviously is not a good performer among many things, other than it maximizes the median TCUI, which then you look at the actual value and it's less than £1 million greater coast-wide. So I don't think that's really an important outcome that the ranking actually shows might be an important outcome. And so, we could eliminate some immediately that just are not good performers overall, which would be A as the first cut in here. And then we begin to identify some of the objectives that are important. And then why, J has been obviously one of interest, why that one, although it has a bad rank for AAV, it has a really good rank for the annual change, 15%. So, identifying those trade-offs and then why they're sort of standouts.
So I was suggesting going from top performing down. You're suggesting alphabetical?
No, I'm suggesting, are there any that you can just flat out eliminate and then we don't even have to talk about? And I think A is one of that.
Yep.
I think A is the only one right now.
Yeah, I agree.
And we can speak to the constraint.
It's interesting because we also had a lot of discussion about K during the meeting, in terms of like a particular property of K that, ranking table or not, people did not like.
Well, that's why I think starting at the top, like D and Delta is top performing, Kilo is top performing, Alpha is bottom performing.
I worry about, yeah, okay.
And so I agree with you, Adam, there, but I think there's a performance metric that's missing from K that we should mention, and that's how much it changes every 5th year. There was concern about that.
Right.
And thus K was eliminated. Even though it is a top performing of these performance metrics, the stability every 5th year was of concern, and thus it's not brought forward.
Yeah, no, we're right on the same page there. I think, like so it said, let's use the tool in front of us, the ranking tool that's in front of us, and then comment on where it might be deficient. So Kilo may be a top performer, but there's these performance metrics that are missing, or this is the trade-offs that's present.
So I think we need to write in the report, because it's 11:30 on the last day of the meeting. But also, I don't know that it's realistic to comprehensively comment on every single one. We had a list that, I think Dan started earlier of management procedures that we did kind of just set aside that included A, that included K. And I think that was like one idea of how to organize, is that we could write a paragraph about that based on the ranking table. That wouldn't force us to go through every single one, but would demonstrate how you do use the ranking table and some deficiencies in it. I think if we try to be super comprehensive, we're just going to run right out of time. But
I agree. Let's. That's why I'm not suggesting to be comprehensive. Let's pick the top couple and the bottom few. Top couple, bottom couple.
I think like we can just continue to talk in terms of trade-offs. I don't think we need to say that. I think we do have these. Okay, we're looking at like a lot of different things now. But okay, so I'm thinking with D, you're making. I think we can make the general point that it ranked highly at a number of things, but I am uncomfortable saying D was top, because if what's most important to the person looking at it is limiting the annual change in coast-wide TCUI, D is clearly not top.
But we haven't weighted any of our performance metrics. All of those primary objectives are the same, and that's what I thought. And maybe I misunderstand, Alan, but I thought that's what the suggestion was this morning. Was we need to look at the rankings for them across all of our metrics.
Right. So I guess I'm just suggesting that we don't have to say this one's top. I think we can just say this one ranked highly on a number of performance metrics, but low on this one.
I mean, objectively, it is the top. That's what I'm confused with.
I don't agree, but I do also see a Q. I think maybe it was in the Marie.
Hi, just a quick question. There was a discussion about the rounding, and I thought that we had discussed not doing the rounding because of the TCEYs that people are used to seeing in terms of multiple decimal places. I was just checking because I think the table that Alan had up was the one that was rounding to the nearest 1 million pounds. And I just want to make sure that I've got the right table up that I'm looking at. Yeah, so are we looking at that one, or are we looking at the one that's like rounded to the nearest 0.1 million, which was what I thought that the discussion was leading to, but I could definitely be following improperly.
My suggestion was this one. I'm happy to swap it out with the other table, but yeah, the numbers are.
Yeah, I don't have a preference. I just want to make sure that I know.
Yeah, I haven't heard a specific change from this one, although I know we've had discussion about it earlier in the meeting. But if the MSAB prefers rounding it differently, it's easy to do. And that another option is in the file that I sent out. Here they are here.
Yeah, it sounds like
the stage. Sorry, I just want to point people to that. Right, identifying the best performing one of here is you're averaging these columns in your head. And we do supply an additional table that does average these columns into the 3 goals for you to look at as well.
Right, that was what you just had on the screen, correct?
Yes, that was this table. And so now you can actually identify in these broader goals, which one is the best performing. You can see K is the best, beats out D for the catch stability, but D slightly beats out K for optimizing yield. Look at those types of things.
Right. Yeah. So this table is helpful in that it integrates some of it for us, but we then lose some of the trade-offs, like you wouldn't see the AC by TCEY change.
Right. But and then you're equally weighting across all of these different concepts in this as well.
Thanks, Alan. Sorry, Glenn's been waiting very patiently.
Sorry, so just so I understand, I mean, it seems like there's a couple of ways that this could be approached. One is you just average across all of the different objectives that we've identified, and these are what the averages come out to be. If we're not weighting any of these particular objectives more than another. However, it sounds like the actual discussion that we're having has people identifying things that they think are particularly important. So there is sort of this ad hoc, maybe shadow ranking process that is also occurring, or at least seems evident from the discussion. So I think that that's one of the challenges here. If we just want to do a straight average among the whatever 10 objectives, we can do that. And maybe that helps us to circle back to, yes, that ranked highly. However, given this specific ranking and this particular objective, there are a number of concerns that MSAB members may have with it. That's one approach.
I think actually, yes, at least that's what I was trying to say. Maybe what we were stuck on was this is the highest versus highly. Okay, thanks for that observation, Glenn.
See, Chris and then Peggy, and I'm wondering as we move on, like, how do we get to the point where we're writing into the report?
Yeah, I think coming back to the rounding question, first of all, I think point one on things like TCUI is we should round to that level, not the full million, simply because when you get into the regulatory areas, I think that becomes important, as we heard, and it is important. I think for the other thing, though, in ranking these things, I think I think it's presenting the table, presenting in sequence, so you can present an average or whatever, or total, because we haven't weighted the objectives, we don't have that process. But then I think what we have to do is like we were talking about, then I think you go through each one and provide a bit of comment on it, to see if we can agree to some commentary on it, or just point out some things that should be noted. That's what something along those lines.
Peggy?
Thank you, Adam. What I was thinking was, I think similar to that the first step is we look at these MPs and see which ones, and I think this is easy to determine which ones are sort of core management procedures, and then which ones come from that and want to test other parts of the elements in that management procedure. I haven't done that yet, so I can't provide it, but that might be our first step. And then when we present this to and I'm working on this, Carey, putting language together on the side here, because I think that's really critical. So when we write our report, when we present this at the interim meeting, we explain however we can, either in language or in the verbal presentation, or both, or 16 other ways, that these are prioritized as to, ranked as to how they performed in the simulations. But we are not going to prioritize the elements that are most important to us. Instead, we are going to provide a description of the elements that are fundamental. I think if we use an approach that doesn't prioritize them, but looks at them as sort of fundamental ways to look at distribution, and then we can separate out those other ones that are, what am I trying to say, derivatives of the fundamental idea or concept, and then leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay, I have a proposal then. Maybe Alan, if would you be able to go to that integrated table? Just we're all looking at the same thing on the screen. So maybe we can start to draw some conclusions just looking at rank order and comparing one to the other. So MP in this screen, MPD is the ranks highly. It has a higher catch variability than Kilo. Go ahead, Carey. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we can do that. I'm wondering if we can, you know, Dan said a while ago, let's start with MPA and see how it goes.
I'm not sure what that means. Like alphabetical then, or what?
Writing down the trade-offs of management procedure A and what we thought of it, including our interpretation of this ranking table.
Right. So MPA ranks the lowest with the greatest catch variability. Is that true? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think we could start out by saying MPA does not include a constraint on catch variability hardwired into the management procedure. And the results of this can be seen in the ranking table in a number of the fishery performance metrics.
What Alan has on the screen is helpful. So this is where I'm, okay, so we've got that for MPA. What do you mean from here?
I like what Carey was saying, the way she started in on it and saying it does not contain a constraint, perform poorly across a number of fishing metrics, although it did produce higher yields. And I think, that's what we can say. The model has shown us after 40,000 computer hours about MPA. And I think we owe it to do that, to try and go down through as many as we can and make those comments on it.
I'd say a range of catch variability performance metrics. That's what we're talking about specifically.
A range of catch variability.
Range of catch variability performance metrics.
Is there any mention that 2A and 2B are stable because of their agreements or not? And just note, I thought it might be best to start with the result and then explain why that result is seen, because
yeah, I agree.
The MSE should be focused on that rather than saying, well, it has no constraint, thus it has the greatest variability. Well, if we knew that, we probably wouldn't have simulated it. But we did know that.
Order, that's fine with me. Chris?
Yeah, actually, Alan just kind of made one of the points I want to make is that, we need to focus back on the results and use that to make our points here. Sorry. And that's kind of what Alan was alluding to at the beginning of the meeting. And Dan just said too, we've run 40,000 computer hours. Let's use those results to support our analysis here. So I agree with that approach.
So we've offered some comment on MPA. I'm unclear about what, because the challenge with ranking is always relative to another MP, and so I'm struggling with where to from here. Are we starting from the bottom going up, or what's the next MP we talk about in the ranking? I mean, in my experience, you start at the top, go down, and then talk about what the specific trade-offs are. But if we want to go, yeah, I don't know. What's the suggestion of where to from here?
I think that we might identify, rather than individual top to bottom, there's this ranking table to me shows sort of classifications. Obviously, the worst performers over here, we have B and C, maybe E, F, G are all in a class, and then D, H, I, J, K might be in a class as well, because there's differences between them. This one performs poorly here, but good here. That we just, unless we actually took this one more step and averaged over these in some way to get a final number, that's the only way that we can identify 1, 2, 3, 4 through 11. But yeah. If we don't do that, and I actually suggest we don't, because we don't know how to weight these really. I think within we can sort of rate them equally. I do worry because we have more performance metrics within the catch variability. We have the two, the AC and the AAV, that there's some implicit weighting going on in there, but it's definitely a first way to start narrowing them down and then looking at those very specific trade-offs that identify the 1 or 2 or 3 best performers.
So maybe we could have the 3 performance tiers where MPA is in the bottom tier, Bravo, Charlie, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel are all in the second tier, and then Delta, Indigo, Juliet, and Kilo are the top tier.
I feel like Echo would go in with Foxtrot and Golf.
Yeah, I think so.
I guess it's how you look at it. Yeah.
I just missed a letter, I think.
Oh, okay.
Trying to look at the shading here. It's all eyeballing, right?
It is, and that's why this becomes an art, you know. But we can apply summaries to, you know, we can average all these numbers or just sum them up and see which goes from highest to lowest as well. Easy task to do. But is this a good start for a classification?
I think it's an option. Personally, I'm a bit uncomfortable with it being this qualitative, but I don't think we have many other options without some guidance on weighting.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn?
Thanks, Adam. I mean, I think this is, again, it is eyeballing it. This is probably more helpful to the commissioners, I would think, to sort of have these tiers that they can look at. It does raise a question, which is why, if we've identified Delta Hotel India Juliet Kilo as our sort of upper tier categories, why weren't those among the 5 MPs that we had recommended moving forward? So we have some dissonance there between our recommendations and this general ranking.
And go ahead.
And we may want to think about how we explain that, or we note that even though a couple of these were in these lower tiers, they were important for specific reasons and what those are. That's one point that I think is helpful for us as a group to think about. And then I think another issue is we've identified, Dan's identified it, I think a number of the rest of us have identified as well, some of these general principles. And if these 5 that you've characterized in this upper group kind of enshrine some of those principles, then that would be another way for us to kind of get to, I think, what was one potential outcome if we can't come to agreement on specific MPs to move forward, and that is these are principles that are particularly important for commissioners to keep in mind. So I guess I'd be interested in ranking it. I don't necessarily disagree with your ranking about the various criteria or the various MPs in terms of these 3 tiers, but how do we want to reconcile that with our previous discussions?
So 2 pieces. So one editorial bit. Oh, never mind. I see what you've got there. I think, Glenn, the answer, I mean, it's pretty clear. We've talked a number of times about maybe some poorly defined interests or previously undefined interests, like 2A and 2B's shares are not identified in any of those except for MP Delta. Not identified any of those top tier MPs, which I presume is why a number around the table have advocated for aspects of MP Alpha through ECHO to be included, and likewise from a number of folks to advocate for 2B's interests. So I think it's an important thing to flag that this is those TCEY minimas were not identified as objectives, but rather were hardwired into MPs from very early days. So I agree that it's a very important point to flag with the commissioners.
I see Dan has his thing on, and I have a comment too.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Actually, Alan's comments are always more informative. Why don't you go first?
I don't know about that, Dan. I was just going to say I put this little thing together here, just looking across each of these individual rows to identify top performers, and I actually created a cutoff of like 4 or whatever. So classifying them into groups, and I think that does help identify, you know, D, J, and K stand out as top performers in each of those individually, and then you can sort of bring that into an overall. And so we've identified H and I, but noting that H and I are second performers in variability and yield, although they're not far off, but you know, they're slightly different rankings there. But that's another way to approach this, is to do it by these individual goals, and so that you can then discuss the importance of each of those goals.
Not quite sure I followed the goals we're talking about in that ranking.
These 3 rows are goals, what we've called goals in the past. You know, limit catch variability is a goal, directed fishing yield's a goal, and then we define general objectives and then measurable objectives from those.
Yeah, well, I think it's helpful to group them like we have, and then you know, I appreciate what Alan's done then, but I think the next step then is to go through our top grouping ones and provide some discussion of what makes them perform that way, and some discussion of what some of the trade-offs might be as we go. And I think, again, the discussion of trade-offs and why I think ranking is just basically saying they perform well across a broad suite of our objectives. But then specifically, this is what we want to highlight for commissioners and stakeholders about this management procedure.
I don't know if we say K is K out, or is it just we need to understand, we need an additional performance metric to assess it?
I agree. I was just scribbling.
Maybe we can get some of those things down for, yeah, I like what Alan's doing, just go ahead. You know, I think we can talk about I and H as well. I think we could say H is in the middle group, and contrast equal harvest rates. And the MSAB thought additional investigation on migration sensitivities is needed, or something like that.
That cover it there, Dan, or Chris, if you've got a question. Chris, can't hear you.
If we're commenting on each management procedure, I think, again, we have to be careful of the wording we use. I wouldn't say A is a poor performer. We talked about this yesterday. You know, A score, results in a low score across nearly all metrics or something like that. First of all, let's make sure we're doing that. Second of all, you know, I think we've made it, what are we trying to justify here? For instance, H is in the middle group. Well, we know that, you know, like, so like, what are we trying to say here? I think, again, we just have to, as Alan pointed out, what do the results show? Come back to that. Additional investigation of migration, is that not something that would apply to all management procedures? I know for, you know what I'm saying? Like technically that is something that has to happen to all that's just further work that needs to be done. Is it something specific to this management procedure? So I think those are important things. Or you know, obviously there is a rationale here.
Perhaps we could just talk about why each item performs that way. Like, you know, D is the top performer or in the top tier because it provides the greatest yield with relatively low catch variability, you know, among other MPs in that tier. K performs well because of low catch variability, although there's some additional performance metric that's desirable to evaluate that. Juliet performs well. I wonder what's driving Juliet performing well. Directed yield, I guess, is the biggest one for it. Right. And then for Indigo, it's relatively close to the target as well. Slightly greater catch variability and a foregone yield. I don't know how I looked at the group, like this is a really tough balance between, you know, providing some of the justifications without getting into a really wordy explanation that will be difficult to communicate with commissioners and stakeholders.
I think you're doing great.
I was just going to ask Peggy what your thoughts were. What was in that first tier again? There was, Alan, would you mind scrolling up a little bit, please? Delta Hotel, Indigo, Juliet, Kilo. Which one haven't we talked about? Hotel? No, oh yeah, hotel's there. Just it's got the longer answer.
And you mentioned Kilo, but I missed it. Sorry about that.
So Kilo performs. I mean, it's second if you're averaging, and I think that's because of a relatively, in particular, its catch variability. Kilo is the most stable. That's what really brings it to the top. But there was a flag that we're maybe missing a performance metrics to help evaluate that fifth year change.
We've got Kilo twice now.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, I think he's talking about merging them.
What does is closest to target mean for D?
It's that first objective.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine biomass target.
I think for D, we do need to add that it ranked poorly for what was it? Variability in coast-wide TCY.
In D?
Right, so it has high yield and low variability, but for that that one subset within the coast-wide TCY, it was poor.
It was like 10.
Yeah, and that, yeah.
So it's good at a regulatory area level, but coast-wide is poor performer.
And that's why it ranks high, because coast-wide is one metric where there's 8 metrics for stability by regular.
So Delta, Kilo, Juliet, Indigo, and then hotel. Hotel rises up largely because of its proximity to the biomass target and relatively low catch variability. I think looking at those, a value there. I think if we can offer these comments on performance, then we that would be helpful to try to describe the justification as to why this is in that top tier.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can provide a subsequent statement about, well, what specifically is helping with the catch variability and helping with the yield. And that's where we can talk about things like the
Averaging of the stock distribution.
averaging of, yeah, exactly.
So they're a bit out of order. I can reorder them, but which ones are we missing? We're missing B, C, E, F, G.
Right, this was just the first tier.
Yeah, we're missing all those, yeah.
We're missing all the middle tier.
Mm-hmm.
Do we?
Let's keep them organized by tier then, maybe?
Yep.
Yeah. I wonder if we can be more general about, just thinking about time and how we're going to get this. Can we be more general about these tiers? Like the reason this second tier is in the second tier is largely because of poor performance and catch variability and the biomass target. I think that's what's driving it, although it's a bit hard trying to integrate these mentally by looking at that table. This is pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
Or we could try to fill in the bottom tier and just leave the middle one.
Yeah, I mean, just have a general comment about the middle tier. That, the reason the middle tier is because it looks like actually it's fishing yield is poorest for those ones.
Fix might not be the right word, but anyways, just want to get that. Are they all poor performing? Almost all
Look
of
at
them.
that now. Yeah.
H is sort of on its own there. I almost wonder, because of this, H could almost go into tier 2. H is sort of straddling that line, and same with I, But it's, yeah, we're trying to classify a pretty continuous 3-axis plot into 3 tiers, so it's not going to be perfect.
I tell you, Alan, there's more than just 3 tiers falling right now.
There's 11. Well, I think this is a really good start to it. Noting that going forward, E and F were in our table of 6 that we were talking about yesterday. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm wondering, I mean, to Glenn's comment, are we just supplanting yesterday's table of 6 with this ranking and these statements?
I don't know. I think it's useful that and this is part of what I mean by an iterative process is in MSE, and we've already been through this, is we've identified that there might be objectives that we want to evaluate these against that aren't available to evaluate them against right now. And some of those objectives are coming out in these principles. And, there are definitely objectives within regulatory areas, and that's what we really need to highlight is, yeah, these might be the top performers overall, but where are the individual differences occurring? You know, and I'm sure 2A would like to say K, J, I, and H don't meet 2A's objective of a stable yield around 1.65 million pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can phrase those as the objective is to provide directing fishing yield across regulatory areas. And 2A is one of those regulatory areas that there's a trade-off. It's not being provided the yield that you know has been stated as an objective outside the MSE process. And hence we bring the MSAB brought forward E as a example of how that objective can be met with small consequences to the other regulatory areas. Mm-hmm. And then the same can probably be justified for F.
Yeah,
and
it just going to say that
shows the nature of this is an evaluation. It's not simply an analysis. Is that those trade-offs do need to be considered, and that's part of the evaluation.
Thanks, Alan. I see Glenn's up. I think let's see if we can finish this, and our reward for finishing this is going for lunch. So however fast we get through this, however much time it takes for this, that's what we need till we get lunch.
And
Glenn,
I'd like to know where Glenn's. I'm sorry, Glenn, but that it's going to take the Secretariat, you know, at least an hour to clean up this report, and then we have to walk through it and adopt it. Just keeping that timing in mind as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, Glenn.
Well, no worries, Alan. I don't want to speak unduly for the group. I think we had identified J with the issues related to Area 2A as kind of the consensus, you know, strongest position. And so that's carried and considered within the ranking or the tiers that we have here. It's part of Tier 1. How we want to describe the issues related to the 2A issue within that, I think could be carried over from our previous discussion. But to me, I think this is perhaps a more helpful way to proceed in terms of kind of using the results from the MSE process to rank these and then providing them in tiers without necessarily having to get into some of the challenges that may come of trying to parse it out within those tiers.
So just to be clear, a modified J is not currently in Tier 1 of this just objective ranking, but there is that other inference and agreement paragraph that we need to make sure is included, that, you know, the U.S. notes this, just as I'm sure there'd be others in 2B that notes that, you know, other interests maybe aren't met. But yeah.
Right, and I think, you know, the fact that D is in this ranking currently and is carrying that concept forward, I think is, you know, one way to also note that the idea of that stability was something that seemed to rank relatively highly. That's carried forward in this grouping of tiers. The U.S. identified J as an important, you know, as the consensus position with this addition to it, which is not currently before us, but it is within the suite of things that we're discussing here in this Tier 1 ranking.
Are we, wordsmithing aside from this Word document on the screen, are we at the end of this ranking exercise then? Or folks, more specifically, we've got some specifics comments on individual MPs within the top tier. And then we have general comments on tier 2 and tier 3. Are folks comfortable with presenting that sort of that level of detail? Thanks. As there are folks passed out from low blood sugar. Thanks, Peggy. Thanks, Glenn.
I see some yeses. I think that's a good, I agree. I think, you know, relative to like a perfect report, I think we're gonna have a pretty good report. That's good. I think that's good enough.
Okay. So is our, go ahead, Alan, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't been using my camera very well today. We base these tiers a lot on this table, so should we also insert this table into the report?
I was going to say, so how do we kind of crystallize all of this? I do think it'd be helpful to include that table. My opinion, it would be helpful. Along with the other detail. I don't want to lose the table you have on the screen right now, because it does help folks drill down to some of those specific trade-offs, but it would be important to include that consolidated table. I think our next steps after including some of these references is maybe over lunch, Alan, you and I and Carey can wordsmith that the paragraph in the other Word document and see if we have something that we can bring to the group to insert in the report. Sorry, Carey, I don't know if you're available. I didn't mean to speak for you. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. Rachel, to your comment, it's pretty eyeballed. Okay. Well, why don't we release folks for lunch now? We have an hour scheduled. I was gonna see if we could cut it short, but realistically, we need that time to clean this up. So 1:20.
Yeah, sure. And what did you mean by clean this up, Adam?
Well, maybe you, Carey, and I, like, if we can help with wordsmithing that, formatting it, or at least finding it in some format so it can be inserted into the report.
Okay, and then the secretariat will still probably need, you know, up to an hour after we get this first draft done to clean it up.
Yes,
and then
yeah. So this is just, you know, we're not done our report writing section. We have this, plus there's subsequent bullets, so we'll need to do all of that, then break for the secretariat to have their drafting session. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thanks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this report as it stands now. We'll clean up those first sections and potentially these appendices. And then Adam, and I don't know if you're available, Carey, did you want to meet over lunch at some point?
Yeah, perhaps we can use one of those Teams breakout rooms, or we can do it here, whatever is easiest for you.
Whatever you prefer. I think
the one advantage with the Teams is we could all edit it together at the same time.
Oh, can we?
Yeah. Well, at least I know I've done that.
I think that's if you're all on the same sort of SharePoint Office 365, which we are not, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, okay, we'll deal with it after. Let's.
Why don't you and I, and if Carey is available, come back.
Yeah.
To this.
Let's come back in 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good to me.
All right. See everybody else at 13:20 Pacific, and Alan, I'll see you in 15.
Thanks.
Thanks.
This conference will now be recorded.
For you and I, Carey, is to be able to have something that can be really clearly communicated. So yeah. the format structure, the format or the structure here is very repetitive and linked very clearly to the objectives.
Yeah. All right. I was wondering if you're thinking for the more part of things, if we would kind of connect that back to the elements for a couple of them. Like for D, the thing that made the results of D unique was the buffer.
Exactly. Yeah.
For
So this is
K,
some like color commentary about why we think that performance occurred.
yeah, so that's like the more part that we'll continue in now. Is that your idea?
Yeah, we can add in these comments that I was sort of jotting down as we were talking. You know, especially like H, we had a lot of discussion about that. We would insert that here. I can paste it in now or just do that when we're going through this.
Yeah, and then I guess what's our endpoint and time? I would think that if we get these descriptions done, then maybe we've kind of covered our bases. Are we gonna call it good at that point and maybe just remove the table from yesterday that was less complete and not try for like a separate general principle section?
I think it would be most constructive to the process to have what is currently 47, 48, 49 replace 51. But if we do that, we still need to put in a 50, or sorry, replace 52. We still need a paragraph that specifically identifies a recommendation, whether we recommend elements or tier or whatever. But yeah.
Sure, I think that could be more general, like we recommend using some sort of constraint would be an obvious.
So you're saying up above here or after here have some?
I think after,
element?
like right now, if what is currently paragraph 52 is struck, we don't have a recommendation still. So that one is actually recommended for future work, program of work.
Right.
It is listed as bullet 2.
Oh, yeah. Numbering got off.
Okay.
And then what you're talking about, Carey, here is a general discussion, maybe with some elements in it.
Well, I guess I was saying we scrap 52. We also need to bring this back to the big group. But so given everything that was written down during lunchtime and what we'll try to add to that, we'll scrap 52, which was yesterday's table. And then we just scrap the stuff under it as well. And we try to come up with a paragraph form recommendation that might include, you know, kind of a synthesis of a few of the concepts that made some of the tier 1s rank highly or something like that. That's just one idea.
I think that's worth bringing back to the group, which is a perfect segue because it's 1:26 and time for us to come back to the group. I think.
Yeah.
Most
so I was having some sort of stability trouble earlier. I'm just going to leave my camera off, but I'm here and participating.
No problem, Carey.
We'll also see, Carey, when your little green mic turns on, you can use that as an indicator perhaps as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just taking a quick look through the participants list to see if we've got most folks. I think that's the case. So let's officially pull everyone back together into the home stretch here. I hope everyone had a chance to refresh over lunch. During that time, we had looked to try to synthesize the conversation from this morning, which I think was very helpful. I think it was a very useful exercise into something that better reflects the language expected of the reports. So for folks' reference, on the right-hand side, you can see what we had discussed before lunch. and paragraph 47. Actually, is it 45, Alan? Is that where it started, or was it 46?
Yeah, 44.
So we'll scroll up to 44, and that is where that's how we converted things. So what I propose is that we start at paragraph 44 and go through 44 to 48 and see if we can get some consensus from those around the table on some of the conclusions we drew this morning. Are folks clear on that? We'll review 44 to 47 or 48. Great. Okay, not hearing any concerns. I think we'll proceed with that.
I have one comment,
Okay.
Adam, is that in the ranking table I showed this morning and then emailed out to everybody, Pierre noticed that I had swapped some of the rows, I think, which it might also be that way in MSA Explorer, I'm not sure, but anyways, Pierre has supplied the corrected rank tables with just the labels. So all that work we did this morning is still fine. It was just, I think the AAV and the AC3 were swapped around, only within the regulatory areas. Pierre says, yes, this appears in the MSC Explorer, so the labeling's just off. On potentially some of the medians, she says too. So that's something we're going to check, but in our interpretations, it's not it's not an issue at all in the interpretations we've done.
Okay, thanks for flagging that.
And
so
then,
the first paragraph, and thanks Alan for steering here.
I just want to first compare that over lunch, the Secretariat had a look through paragraph 39 and put in what just cleaned up what we decided this morning, including up to 39. I just want to verify that 41, we didn't make any changes to 41 because I'd messed up a little bit. It looks exactly the same. Okay. Okay, sorry, Adam.
Yeah, no, that's great. Okay, so no changes preceding 44 that weren't already captured in our conversation in the morning. Starting at 44, the first statement is that we noted two different summary tables, which will be inserted in the document. It'll be both the large table with however many rows it is, the 10 rows or so, or 11 rows, and then the yeah, there we go. This table and the summary table, which has the 4 rows.
3 rows.
3 rows. Well, there's a header.
Oh yeah.
So that's the first paragraph that we noted these tables. Those will be inserted shortly. The next paragraph notes and provides really some context about what we're trying to do with the management strategy evaluation. That the intent of an MSE is to rank the performance of management procedures relative to each other against some defined objectives. However, there are many methods to determine quantitative rankings between MPs, and this is what we've been struggling with for the past couple of days. One of the struggles that we had is, how would we weight the performance metrics when averaging? In spite of this, there is a preliminary ranking method that's available in the tool, and this was used in the current evaluation. Of note from this preliminary tool is that the results may exaggerate differences between some management procedures. So when considering the results in those 2 tables, which will be listed under paragraph 44, one ought to also consider the specific performance metrics from the MSE tool alongside it. And then highlighted in blue here is a question for the group as to whether or not some specific examples might be helpful. The paragraph is already a bit dense, so I think we look to folks if to see if an example is going to help clarify things or just bog it down further.
Maybe it would be really simple just to finish off that example and just say, for example, a difference in TCY of less than 1 million pounds can distinguish.
Right. Well, why don't we look at like what's first and last place, and like what's the difference between that? That's a good suggestion, Carey.
Yeah, so first is MPD and last is MPA, and we'll go to the table. Oh, sorry, that's not yield. That's in the biomass. So we'll
Yeah,
go
it was
up
in target.
here. Coast-wide TCY is A and D are ranked first, and this is with, yeah, we can actually look at it here. Coast-wide TCY, A and D are first, rounding to the nearest 1 pound. So we'll see, does that change? Doesn't look like it actually changes. So look at the table. Hang on, let me just double check. There we go.
Tables on long term, I think.
Good catch, Dan. Yeah.
That table should be default short term. But yeah, it's good to know. Good to double check. Short term here. Oh, it was on long term before, wasn't it? All right, anyways, let's start over. That's why it's sometimes good just to start over. We have 11 MPs. We have a short term ranking table. The median TCY, D is ranked 1, A is ranked 2 to the 0.1. I think I had some lag in updating is what the issue was. If we go to 1 million pounds, that's where we have this now. Okay.
I wonder if we should be looking at D to A or D to H, because H is actually the smallest yield. Or whether it's HIG, I don't know. But let's look at the actual data tables and see what's the total spread in coast-wide TCEYs.
That's here, 40.22 in the short term to 37.86.
I mean, it's a pretty small difference.
It's 2.5 million pounds in the short term. In the long term, it's even less.
Could it be then in the report that we notice, it's a less than a 3 million pound coast-wide TCEY between
3 million pound coast-wide TCY is significant. So I think you can just maybe leave the example off.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay. Or Carey, did you have a different suggestion that might be a helpful example?
No, sorry, I'm trying to get back to where we were here.
Okay.
No, did we just give up on one?
Yeah, because it wasn't the example wasn't very informative.
Median average coast-wide AAV might be an example. Look at the table.
Right. That is a good example, Dan, because rounding to the 0.1% would rank all of these differently, whereas rounding to the nearest percent would give them all the same rank except D and A. But it's an interesting nuance. How to explain that in the report is, I'll leave that up to the MSAB.
Chris, did you have a suggestion?
If you want an example, maybe one would be for the coast-wide short term, probably in any 3 years, the change of the TCY greater than 15%. It's just, if you look at them, they all are basically all zero, except for delta is 10%, and then alpha is 44%. So if you look at the scores, it's like 1, they get basically 9 of them score 1, and then the other 2 score 10 and 11, even though there's a much bigger difference, if that's what you're trying to show.
The difference between delta and alpha is quite significant in terms of the actual change, but in the ranking, it's just 1 different.
It's just 1 difference, but the difference between the other ones, all the other ones, like relatively speaking, between everything else to delta and then delta to alpha, the relative values there are very different. That's all. That's why it's useful there to actually look at the MSE results.
That is a stark example, although I struggle with how we're going to communicate this clearly in the report.
Well, maybe we go with Dan's idea. We just drop it.
Yeah.
Drop in the example. There's a lot more to go through.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Alan.
I think that's really the point here. The rankings identify the ordering of the management procedures, but they don't identify the magnitude difference between them. The magnitude, is that a worthwhile point to make?
I think that's the point is actually getting to, yeah. Okay, let's move on. So the next paragraph then well, it's a statement that we categorized all the 11 management procedures into these 3, called them ranked performance tiers, new term. I don't know if we noted it or not, because we actually were the ones who did it, but
I know I don't know how to phrase that using the.
It's perhaps the Secretariat would have some advice about the appropriate verb. I don't think that's a.
Yeah, let's not get hung up.
Yeah, we're trying to get is the statement out there that these tiers exist. So then paragraph 47 was attempting to very broadly define each tier based on the primary objectives. So we'll give folks a minute just to read, not the sub-bullets, but just paragraph 47. So folks can see that we're identifying MPs that were generally closer to the spawning biomass target, 2.1. They generally limited catch variability and provided higher yield relative to tier 2 and tier 3. That, in my opinion, is the important takeaway here, is that this is a ranking process relative to the other MPs. And then within the sub-bullets, we went through each MP and provided a statement based on the summary table, which should be inserted above, just talking about its ranking. You'll see in blue highlighted text this more, which was the conversation that we were having just as we were coming back from lunch about what sort of qualitative statements might we add to describe that performance, or the cause of that performance if we can, or maybe a point of interest. Carey, you had quantified that, or you had put those statements better than I. May I look to you to repeat your suggestion?
She just sent me a text that she lost internet.
Oh, no. Okay.
No. Yeah, so I'll try to just keep in communication with her via text for right now and figure out when she gets back on.
Chris had a comment about. Yes, Chris said it in the chat. There was should be provided higher yield, not proved higher yield. Second line of 47.
Yeah, Alan gets that.
Yeah. So yeah.
general
Go ahead,
comment
Dan.
is I think that you need to put provided higher yield in multiple regulatory areas.
Well, we just looked at the summary table here. Oops.
I mean, why is it ranking better? Because it doesn't necessarily provide higher coast-wide yields. I mean, it really is that it tended to provide, higher yields and less variability at multiple regulatory areas, which is what the expanded scale does indicate.
Does that work, Dan?
It's those limited catch variability and provide. I think both of those apply to the regulatory area. Yeah, if Alan wants to repeat it, that's fine.
Okay. Before we get into, I see a couple other comments. Before we get into some of the wordsmithing, I think we need to focus on the text highlighted in blue with more to identify what are, if we want to add anything else, and if we do, what were those key points? Glenn.
So I think in a couple of cases, the pros and cons that we discussed in 52 are those, some of those are also specific MPs that we considered tier 1. Can we take some of that language and move it up into that other section, or is that not appropriate?
I think it's worth exploring if there's something we can take in there. I would be hesitant to take the whole paragraph, then it's just completely unwieldy. But if there's something that, like, Alan, if you'd scroll up a little bit and look at what we said for Juliet. So something specifically we could speak to, why it was, I don't know. Yeah, let's try, Glenn, if there's something. Sorry, there's some noise here. Let's try to see if we can pull up some of that specific language. I think we should try to keep it to a couple of bullet points if we can. So if anyone's got ideas about how we do that, then let's have at her. Fortunate that Carey's internet dropped off right at that time, because I thought she had a good suggestion about how to go about this.
I think she's back on now.
I'm back on now.
Oh, okay, Carey. I was just, so Glenn's just reading over paragraph 52, but just as you had disconnected, what I'd said was, just as we were coming back, you had a suggestion about how we might populate that more text, and I can't repeat it in a succinct way. Do you mind speaking to that suggestion about what we would put within the more?
Sure. I thought, like, what's there now is kind of describing what's in the ranking table, and I thought that we could use the more to connect up with kind of what element, what a key element was that kind of made that management procedure unique or led to that ranking. And it doesn't have to be comprehensive for all of them, but for D, what comes to mind is that it's the one that used the buffer concept. And so we could mention that. And I think for K, we should bring back in the fact that it used a way of accomplishing stability that people were worried about because of abrupt changes at 5-year intervals. So we don't have to be comprehensive on every one, but for the ones that we had more discussion on, it might be good just to transfer that over.
Thanks, Carey. I think that would be helpful. perhaps we can try to put in a few of those points while folks look to the table that's in 52 to see what parts might be brought forward to what is currently 47. So while folks are doing that, maybe Alan, we could add those couple of points that Carey had just suggested. So under 47A, we could note that this MP utilized SPR buffer to
Should I copy right from here? Some of the text we did yesterday?
yeah, if we can. Sure.
This paragraph's going to get unwieldy if we include all these little details. So I think
the buffer was the piece that we had identified. So it's the use of the buffer with, we can just refer to yeah, agreements. Sure.
Again, do you want to specify that the reason it did so well is because it provided higher yields and less variability in multiple regulatory areas? I mean, that's really what is distinguishing ones from the different tiers. So it would be up in that first sentence on NPD again, put in the concept of multiple IPHC regulatory areas.
we say Alaskan IPHC, about IPHC regulatory areas in Alaskan waters. Dan, is that okay?
That's fine. I think the only other thing we want to talk about, let's see. No, I was just trying to think if there was something to say about this. It's a bit more aggressive, and so it did result in potentially hitting the 30% threshold a bit, but I think that gets too long for this one. You know, like, was there a downside with MPD at all?
Right. Well, let's try to repeat what we've got for MPD here for the others first, and then see how long the total package is before we start adding more. Would that work? Like, I think Glenn had identified some items to bring forward in Juliet that were important, and I know Carey, you'd identified some points in Kilo just now as well.
So on the right is the table that we had been working on yesterday. And here's that table for Juliet. And I'm not sure if we just want to pull some thoughts from there into this for Juliet, or should we work on H first?
What really stands out for Juliet is that rolling 5-year average. I mean, that's what makes it as effective as it is, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's a useful way to go to identify some of the key factors of this management procedure, you know, that made it perform well, and then you sort of see the whole package for this tiers when you read through it.
So yeah, I mean, what this 5-year moving average in Juliet is what makes it as effective as it is in the ranking system. Argue something similar for Kilo, although it's not the moving average, it's the change in T equals 5. Chris, I saw your camera had flashed up. I'm not sure if that's a connectivity issue or if you had something you wanted to add.
I'm good for now. Thanks, Adam.
You got some helpers there, Alan?
Oh, you can hear him? I think one was trying to, oh yeah, slipping something under the doors. They draw pictures and put them.
Not the same. This
Yeah.
is my most recent one. Everyone can see.
Nice. I'm always amazed how sensitive the microphone is on my computer.
Glenn, I know there was two pieces with Juliet. One was, the key function within the MP that's helping it accomplish what it's accomplishing. But I know the second point that you had raised earlier and is identified in a subsequent paragraph is this reflecting the U.S. interests in terms of having a modified MP going forward. Are those the 2 points you're looking to flag, or is there something in addition to bring in?
I think that's important for this discussion, that it include that stabilization as a key issue, and then also note that other aspect of it. I also think it might be, I mean, it's a little tricky, but it's helpful for our discussion in that, we tried to undertake a more objective evaluation of this MP. It performed well. We identified a particular modification to it that we think could help it perform better from a US policy perspective, with probably some limited impact in terms of our overall understanding of it. But I think it's important for us to convey that there was a desire to want to include that. And I think it's important to convey that that was sort of a US consensus position. Where that's done, I think is, we could do it here. We could do it in another paragraph where we talk about it in more detail. I'll leave it up to the group.
Okay. So let's focus on the current task and then come back to that point. Just we'll keep note of it. Thanks for having in the other screen there, Alan, so that we don't lose track of it.
There's some easy language to grab for MPH from the table too.
I was just going to say, so yeah, we've got hotel and indigo there still. Oh yes, so the relative harvest rates was the piece that was of particular interest here.
I think you can just grab that explored changes to relative harvest rates paragraph and put that into the more section of H.
So the reason though that H did particularly well for maintaining spawning biomass near the target and limiting catch variability is the relative harvest rate allowed for more yield to be taken from the western areas, right? So looking at the language that's in Juliet and above, perhaps we could say this MP increased relative harvest rates in the western IPHC regulatory areas. Does that still maintain the intent of that statement, Dan? What I think would be helpful in terms of communicating this with commissioners, and this is why I'm suggesting a change, is we want to show some of the causal mechanisms about why this MP performed well. So rather than saying that it explored explored relative harvest rates, it allowed them to increase, and that's why there was more yield and stability.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Where it says that increased it may be supported by recent analysis of productivity. Then you can end that sentence there after productivity and put in what Alan's doing now. I think should go in the however part.
Okay, Peggy?
I don't see where H increased harvest rate in 4B. I think 4B was the exception there.
Yes. Right.
You can say increased harvest rates in region 3 and region 4 to be consistent with our
good suggestion, yeah, because region 4 is not including 4B. Or that, yeah, I'm fine either way.
Okay, just to list it out, because 3A is not being increased.
Sure.
So.
Okay, so I think
Put a period at the end of productivity and take out the rest of that sentence.
Okay.
yeah, I think that's a good idea. On the 4th line there, do a full stop after.
Is that what you were saying, Dan?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I like that a little more succinct.
Even this, however, might not be necessary. I mean, it is a, yeah.
I think the last sentence is something that's come up. It's a just.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just thinking more, just trying to keep things pretty tight. But if that, I mean, it is an important piece.
This one, did this have the rolling 5-year?
In hotel?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay. It's just in this table for some reason. Must have gotten copied.
I think for MPI, you can take that sentence, you just put an H where it says this MP increased relative harvest rates, but you could just use that.
All sizes, stock distribution. And
yeah, just this MP uses all sizes stock distribution instead of 032.
Is that at the regulatory area or the region level?
It was at the region, regulatory area.
Yes, correct. At the regulatory area level.
Okay, so that is just the difference is it uses all sizes.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to put on something there about how we're uncertain how robust this is due to some assumptions about the whole 032, 026
Sorry, Dan, you cut out the end there.
The size limits?
Yeah, I mean, so I think there was some talk earlier in our minutes about how we might be able to improve on the way the model allocates 032 and 026 stocks within a reg area or a region.
You're talking about the assumptions in the model?
Exactly, yeah.
It's yeah, it could be a slippery slope there because that actually statement could apply to all of them.
But it's kind of consistent across the other ones. If there was a bias one way or the other, it would be reflected across those, whereas this is contrasting between those two. But I get your point.
Yeah.
I thought we were it was working out well if we put a however into B and C, which are kind of ones we did not highlight further. It's just providing some understanding of where there was doubt. And I think you can take the same approach to MPK when you get down there too.
Yeah.
I think that in terms of that particular sentence, though, I think that might go where we're talking about in the same section where we're talking about, we could do more sensitivity analyses about our uncertainty in migration. I think this is kind of the same category of things because it's going to affect, could affect each management procedure. It's just complicated, I think, and it's also falls under kind of like our hard to solve uncertainties in terms of data that would need to be collected to improve that. So I guess I sort of fall into agreeing with Alan that maybe it doesn't go under a management procedure, it goes under different section.
Perhaps we could just highlight that. Yeah, I understand that. I do see where Dan's coming from too. Perhaps we can highlight it. Let's finish the other two, and then when we draft that paragraph about that you were just referring to, Carey, we could see if we can get it to fit in there well. Would that work, Dan?
I think that's fine. I mean, and if you want to drop it off right now, I'm okay with that. I was just trying to have some indication
I
of why these may not be moving forward.
Yeah, I appreciate the intention. I just think that it might give a an unintentionally overly specific view of how that factor might be affecting the model relative to allocation in general. Sorry, relative to distribution in general.
I actually like that sentence there because, as Dan said, it indicates why this isn't being brought forward if we identify the 6 that we've identified in this table later. But we can have a look at that later. I was trying to find text for K. I can't remember. Did we write that in the report somewhere?
No, I don't.
You have needs additional investigation to evaluate concerns with 5th year change is what you had in your text at the top.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's the right way to say it, but
I think you just need one more sentence after the first one explaining how this one operates. This one achieves stability by.
Yeah, that's a good point. That it's a 5-year share that from 032 stock distribution that changes each year. So this MP achieves its stability of 5-year fixed proportion of stock distribution. Okay, 5 years in there. Sure. 5 years there twice at the beginning of the sentence. You could strike it.
oh,
Or you could say this MP uses a 5-year fixed proportion for, I don't know. Yeah, sure. From the and then strike 5 years just above. Okay.
I don't think it's clear that it only changes every 5th year, though. Yeah, or am I just reading too much?
Yeah, well, I mean, we could just copy paste the text from the MP description. They're 5-year shares determined from the 5-year 032 stock distribution. These vary over time, but change every 5th year. I can say that again. So this MP uses 5-year shares determined from a 5-year 032 stock distribution.
I like using a fixed proportion.
Okay.
Yeah. A proportion. Can we leave it at that and then wordsmith it later?
Yes. Okay, so here's where we're at, folks. The paragraph 47 lists, first identifies this first tier and generally how this first tier is defined. Then there's a number of sub bullets which speak to each of those MPs within the first tier and the key elements that give the MP the qualities that it has. Paragraph 48 and 49 then speak to tier 2 and tier 3 only in a general sense. The language is consistent with how tier 1 is defined, but we didn't take the time to go into the specific MP's performance. What are folks' thoughts on that approach? Actually, maybe one piece there. So that's I think assuming that much of paragraph 52 has been cannibalized into the previous paragraphs. There's some key points maybe outstanding that we'll need to pull out. But I think the hope is that 47 through 49 can replace 52.
I think that depends on what we do with MPs in tier 2. I mean, if they move on to the final 6, then I think we need to speak to them and provide some insights on what the MSC results suggest about it.
So I guess that's actually the real question, Dan, and sorry, Forrest Chuck, I see you there. Hopefully this response is it. What I heard from Alan this morning, and maybe Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, but the intent of an MSC is to rank the relative performance of the MPs against our objectives. And it's important that we try to find some consensus on what the ranking is of these MPs against our objectives. So we've achieved that through 47, 48, 49. And I think that's one often we say that's where we're at. The outstanding question is, do we put forward an additional recommendation on a reduced number of MPs? I think that's a bit of an open question. What we had talked about at the end of the day yesterday was let's look at the ranking table and provide a ranking process, so we're not just having Canada putting forward this set and the US putting forward this set. That was something that the Secretariat had also advised us to try to seek some consensus on. And I think this is one way forward. Alan, sorry, I did ask to you, I see your camera's on. Forrest, do you mind if Alan responds to that? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And I see really that the purpose of paragraph 47 is identifying how the MSC process ranks these and the evaluation of them in that sense. Regarding that, I know there's some, I think that following paragraphs might indicate things like MPE was identified because it showed the effect of, the agreement in 2A, and these things were noticed, so we can bring those out in subsequent paragraphs. But I would like to, well, it's up to the MSAB, but my recommendation is in this, it's nice that it's just focused on the evaluation and ties everything to the results. And then when, if we want to bring forward F, which in the results, it's hard to justify in other objectives, which may not be considered in these results, it is easy to justify, but that objective isn't, or we can tie it to some objective in some way. That'd be my recommendation.
Right, so other MPs that aren't within tier 1, but still are of interest to the group, like ECHO, as we heard clearly from some of the US consensus, and Foxtrot from some of the Canadian consensus, are items that didn't perform well with respect to the objectives that we have, but we still know are important considerations, important policy components of the MP. So maybe we could identify those as subsequent paragraphs. Forrest, though, you were first up, sorry, and then I see Glenn.
Yeah, thanks. So can you clarify for me in D and E, or for MPJ and MPK, when it says tied for fourth, the way that we're doing this ranking, there's, you could have a tie for first, you could have a tie for second, but I may be looking at, I pulled up a table because I couldn't see yours, and maybe got it on the wrong settings, so.
Yeah, good point. Well, this is a table that must be inserted in the report. It is in the screen right now. Yeah, here it is.
So is there actually a third place then, or it goes from 2 to 4 because when there's 2 tied for second, then we skip 3 and go to 4, like, or is
Correct.
that, okay. So I still can't, I can't see anything.
No bronze medal here. Because the way that ranking occurs in the, I don't know, in statistics anyways, is you rank each thing, and then the ties will get 2 and 2, they tie for second, but then you want to indicate that the fourth place then goes to these because the third place was taken up in these 2. But it's,
yeah. Paragraph 46 is trying to address these concerns. I think is it 46, Alan? Or is it 45?
I got so many windows open. I got to close something.
So I got a question then. So if we're all racing, MSAB goes up and we all line up and we start racing, and Alan comes in first, and Carey, Adam come in second. Do they tie for second? And then if there's like 3 of us that come in third, are we really fourth? Or I'm not a statistician. Yeah, I'm not a scientist, so I just am trying to envision that. And I'm not necessarily trying to correct anything that anybody's done here. I'm just trying to understand.
And I think that's a really good point for us, is the method used for this ranking is that the 3 people came in, but 2 of them tied for second, thus there is no third. The 4th person to come in tied with a whole bunch of other people, and they all get a 4 then. And that's just a method. So when you're racing, I think they would actually then classify you 1, 2, 3. We've tried to capture that here, is that there are many methods to determine quantitative rankings between the MPs. Including weighting performance metrics, and that's another part of this. But
okay, Peggy brought up earlier in today's session that, I don't know who our audience is all the time, how many people are going to go through the MSAB report, but I mean, in layman's terms, those 2, J and K, tied for third, just because they were equal, yeah. But I'm not going to belabor this. I know we're short on time. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Forrest. Glenn?
Just one thought. So we identified these tier 1 management procedures. We also identified 6 management procedures that resonated, I guess, in terms of perspectives. 2 of them are in both of the tier ranking and then our recommendations. So D and J, with the addition of the 1.65, were identified as kind of, they did well in terms of MSAB members and in terms of the ranking here as well. Is it worthwhile to try and highlight that, you know, there were a number of other management procedures that were identified by the MSAB as important, but these 2 in particular seemed to both be ranked highly and to be considered as important for the MSAB. Personally, if I were a commissioner, I would find that helpful because it gives me some objective evaluation relative to the objectives that we've picked, but it also kind of provides an overview in terms of a policy perspective.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one thing I would add to that is the justification as to why, you know, Juliet, for example, was of interest, or not Juliet, but a modified version of interest, that there are some unrealized interests in our current objectives or MPs that bring some aspects of tier 2 MPs to the top. Yeah, I mean, I think if I were a commissioner, I'd find it helpful.
Yeah, and I think for J, we already have a lot of that captured in our table. And then we can kind of highlight those, the modified J as well as D as ranking well in terms of addressing a number of policy considerations, and then ranking well in terms of this. And we can pull in those 2 concepts, making the note on J that it didn't capture some of those specific policy considerations in one area.
Right. So here's I'll throw it out there. We'll see what sticks. Proposal for right now we have 47, 48, 49, which you've heard from Alan is kind of a helpful MSE compliant. Oh, that's an appropriate way to put it, but a helpful way to understand and interpret the ranking of the results. We could add a paragraph 50 that would talk about some, you know, additional points of interest that don't necessarily fall within the tier 1, 2A, the 2A minimum, and 2B. Now, aspects of those both may fit within tier 1, both through Delta and a modified Juliet, but we could identify in paragraph 50, these are some additional interests that the MSAB feels were either not captured in the top ranking MPs or in the primary objectives. So we note that in a paragraph, and then identify, you know, what additional MPs might satisfy those interests. If we have that, then bringing us to paragraph 50 or 51, we could actually strike 52, taking what's important from 52 and putting it in here. I think that would produce a much more concise package to communicate with commissioners. Now, before I look for folks to say to buy into that or not, let's see if we could maybe draft some language. Are folks willing to at least entertain that idea? I'm treading carefully here because I'm really hesitant to try to say, you know, there's some new objectives or to reopen the objectives. I think we've heard very clearly from everyone around the table that we're not interested in reopening the objectives yet. But on the other hand, we've also noted that, you know, there are interests that aren't that are very important that aren't identified as objectives.
So Adam, do you see that Chuck has been in the queue for a while?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Chuck. Sorry, I thought it was just a camera issue because you weren't there. It may not be there. I can't hear you, Chuck. You're still muted.
I think you don't look muted, but we can't hear you.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Now maybe I'm coming up. just so as I'm right, is that MPGA, which is sitting in the tier 1, is it as the objective and as the MP was stated before we started the discussions, it keeps, every time it's brought up by certain members, it comes as modified. And I would like to know if that discussion is started or if it's not yet started, because it opens the game for a whole other discussion as well. So is that as in D, which I guess is 47D, is it as stated without the modification for 2A?
That's what's in 47D right now, but we're looking to draft a paragraph in 50, which would identify what these additional interests are. I think, yeah.
I think they're interests for being analyzed, not for being implemented without analysis.
Yes, yeah, that's.
So that's a good distinction. We're just, that's what MSC is for. Someone has an idea, we can analyze it without, you know, having risked put it on the table for implementation without knowing how it performs.
Okay, I appreciate that, thanks. And does that then open up all the objectives that maybe didn't meet tier 1 to be also analyzed with some other modification?
Sorry, Chuck, could you repeat that last part?
Well, there's other management procedures that have not been modified or suggested for modification that could possibly change if the same modification that was put in for MPJ or is suggested for putting in, if that modification was looked at for the other management procedures.
Yeah, no, I think I got it. So I think what I proposed, Chuck, was that, you know, for paragraph 50, as it says here, we note there's some additional interests in from a number of folks that ought to be incorporated in future analysis. This includes a fixed, it's not floor. What did we? Oh, yes, no, it is a floor, not a fixed TCY, a fixed floor for 2A, minimum TCY. Thank you, Alan. And we also heard, I think, from yourself, Chuck, in the roundtable yesterday morning about interest in some defined regulatory area share for 2B. So neither of these came through clearly in tier 1. And what I think is important is maybe, I'm not putting words in your mouth here, Glenn, but what's important is we identify that these are additional interests that are obviously very important to MSAB members. And it bears note for, it's worth noting for the commissioners that these are items that didn't fall within tier 1, but are very important and ought to be considered going forward. And then maybe a lead on paragraph in 51 would be, you know, here's some future analysis that's required. Maybe that's already in 50 actually. It may be, well, as I've been rambling on, Alan's very kindly typed in paragraph 50. What are folks' thoughts on that? I'm not sure if that quite captures your point, Glenn, but I do also recall that there's this proposed paragraph 50 and then there's a subsequent paragraph in program of work.
Yeah, that's this 55 right now, which will likely be moved into the program of work and actually recommend that or agree or note that exact specification you were talking about, Glenn. J with a 2A agreement.
Dan, is this a continue on of this point?
I am. I just have a slightly different perspective on it. I mean, I think from the MSAB process, it seems like the next logical paragraph could be based on the tier 1 MPs. And it may just be the US section felt that the performance of these MPs may be improved by, and that would be adding the 2A floor. to MPJ for future evaluation, because I think that would improve the performance of that MP under our existing objectives without necessarily without showing harm to other areas. And then two, I think MPD performance may be improved by looking at an SPR limit of 40 instead of 36, which is what we've talked about before. I mean, so if we want to stay within the framework of our ranking and say, how do we take the top ranked ones, and are they ready for decision making yet, or do they need more work? It seems like that might be one approach. But I don't want to derail us onto that type of a discussion if people don't feel that that's too far afield. But it really is consistent with what this forum is supposed to be doing.
So yeah, this is something I maybe look to Dave for some guidance on. Sorry, Jim, I see you there, and Chris, about whether we represent specific contracting parties within the report. My personal preference as co-chair for the process, I'd like to avoid saying this is the different perspectives of different parties, like a minority report type approach. And given that, I'd think we're better to not put that in. But that's I'd strive for a consensus amongst everyone. That said, I think it's important to look to Dave for maybe some procedural issues before we jump into the speakers queue that's developed. I'm not sure if Dave, if you're online here.
Yeah, I am. Thanks, Chair. In short, it's always best to try and achieve a consensus position. However, realistically, you are getting to the point with providing advice to the Commission where it's going to get very difficult to do so. And so the rules of procedure allow for various differences of opinion to be expressed and recorded in meeting reports of subsidiary bodies to the Commission. So I guess the short answer is try and move towards consensus as much as possible, realizing that it's not always going to be possible, and in such cases, try and articulate clearly if there is a difference of opinion and why that is, but try and minimize that as much as possible. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. Now I've lost track of who was first in the queue. I see Chris, Jim, and Tom were there. Carey, I'm not sure if you saw the order.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Might have been Jim and then Chris. I'm not sure.
Jim goes first.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, can you hear me?
Correct,
okay.
Yes.
So, so a couple points there. I find myself agreeing with David. I think if we go down and get too positional, we ended up there yesterday, and I don't think it was really all that good or beneficial to the discussion. I think kind of what we have here now, I think it's something we all can live with. At least I think can. Maybe I'm wrong. And I think the other part that Dan brought up. Sorry, Dan, I wanted to call you Dave for a minute. I knew that's wrong, and I had to think for a second. But I think these 4-day webinars are eating my brain. I think if we start opening up, saying in the paragraphs, well, we've had these the ones that the tier 1 things, and now we're going to modify them because these are the ones we're only going to modify bringing forward. I don't think is right. I think if we're going to bring forward modified MPs, we bring forth. We may have aspects of all the ones within the tiers, and saying these ones because the ranking and the way they were perceived to be all different again. So I'm against going that way.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Chris, Tom, and then Forrest.
Jim kind of made the point. I mean, we started out, Alan sort of talked about how, make this more about ranking, use the MSE process, use the results, rank them, and compare compare the MPs against the objectives and each other. And I think that's the road we're going down. And I think that's the road that, we should continue to follow. I think we can you know, the way the document's unfolding, we can make these other comments about, you know, more generally like Jim was saying. So I think Jim kind of covered much of what I wanted to say. I do think we need to wordsmith paragraph 50 a bit here, though.
Okay. And thank you, Chris. Tom?
Well, I guess I'm the culprit that brought this up. On the roundtable yesterday morning, I supported D as in dog, but I made the statement I was really impressed with I, J, and K because how well and robust they were in response to the variability across all the objectives. And I would be certainly willing to support one of those three if the caveat that, you know, the 165 could be added to them. And so I asked Alan, so would it be a problem to do that? You know, would that mess things up? And he said, not really, because 2A is a constant across all of them. So it's already been analyzed. It's pretty simple to do that. So with a really minor fix, I mean, I don't think this is nothing drastic. You know, 2A is a constant across all of them. So it's a really very minor change. It's almost an insignificant change. So, you know, I guess I'm a little puzzled why people think that, you know, these MPs are all cast in stone and can't be changed at this point. You know, the whole point is, I thought, was to look at what management procedures are most robust to all the objectives with all the variability. And I think, you know, certainly those three stand out. And, you know, if it makes for a stronger management procedure to say incorporate, you know, 2A's request, then heck, go ahead and do it. If it's not insurmountable, it's not, you know, nobody's trying to trash anybody else's or talk it down. I just think it makes it a stronger management procedure, and it stands out as, you know, really robust in what we're trying to accomplish here. So it's not trying to pick and choose and you know, one party against the other. I think it strengthens it and makes it better. And I think, you know, it's incumbent for the commission to see that we feel that way.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I mean, my recollection from yesterday was that was some conclusions that might be inferred from the results, and it was more a process issue about when are we going to put new MPs on the table for evaluation. And what we got to some consensus on earlier in the week was that we identify MPs for future evaluation. Forrest?
Thanks, Adam. So we've copied and pasted a lot of what was in our table over to our ranking. I really wanted to hold the table because, and with Dave's clarification of what this report does, I think we're in danger of losing some of the essence of the dialogue, the discussion that's gone on over the last couple of days. And so I definitely support, if we're going to abandon the pros and cons table and feel like we're adequate with what we've done in the ranking, I still think we need paragraphs that address the differences of opinion, because if I try to put myself in the shoes of the commissioners, if I had an executive summary or I had sound bites, I would want to understand what the feeling was from the MSAB, and I think we're at the precipice of losing that if we're not careful. Thank you.
Good point for us about trying to capture the essence of the conversation. Would you be able to suggest something in paragraph 51 that would better capture that?
Give me some time to read through it because I was formulating my thoughts.
No problem. Okay. Thanks. Dan?
I like Alan's suggested wording in there. I think that basically identifies ways to further improve our tier ones. I think he's done a good job of that. So I think the way 50 is worded there is fine. Where we go next, like in 51, I'm uncomfortable talking about additional interest. It's just kind of this vague notion that hasn't been part of the, you know, that hasn't been clearly identified so far. So I'd be happy just to have, you know, 50 as it is, and then, you know, we could transition 51 into what Glenn was starting to say earlier about, you know, the U.S. unanimously wanted this to happen. You know, the MPJ with the addition of a 2A floor. And then we can put another paragraph below that says the Canadians wanted this to happen. And that might just be the cleanest way to clearly communicate where there were differences amongst us, as Dave suggested, without trying to introduce this concept of additional interests.
Yeah, so Okay, I see where you're coming from there. I will challenge a little bit though, or push back on the statement that 51 is unnecessary, because the statement that in 50 that performance is improved by adding 2A, well, it's only improved because the minimum TCEY is being granted to 2A. It's that additional interest that's improving. It's satisfying that additional interest that's improving performance.
No, it's still consistent with our idea of optimizing TCEYs across areas. And we have a management procedure in the suite that does that for one area. And from MPE, we can see it'll have minimal effects on other areas. So that's already been analyzed and can be inferred as a way to further refine it. Whereas, you know, coming up with a whole new percentage for Canada, for instance, would be something we haven't really understood yet.
Okay, well, that's why maybe I go back to the first point about agreeing that there may just be unavoidable to identify U.S. and Canadian interests in that extent. Alan, sorry, I see you popped up. Was that a clarification?
I don't want to cut in front of anyone, but it is along that same vein of what Dan was talking about, and that I've tried to put this paragraph 50 together in specifications that have already been specified. So getting back into that element concept, combining D and F might perform very well. We just don't know that we haven't done that evaluation. And then furthermore, 51, these are actually not additional interests. They are interests that were put forward in our management procedures. However, they were put forward in our management procedures to meet objectives that weren't clearly defined in our objective set.
Right. So that's a good point. The reason I think it phrased it as additional interests is trying to walk that fine line of not opening up new objectives. Because clearly 2A's minimum TACEY is an objective, and similar for 2B.
And it is, but it's been specified as an MP, which was an objective at that time. It just got put in an MP. And that's why I think 50 might be an appropriate paragraph to start bringing in those two concepts at least, and identifying that there are certain elements in these that in different combinations may have elevated to tier 1.
Right. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm just looking at time. There's a speaker's queue. I don't know if it was Chris or Glenn first and then Forrest. What I'd suggest is there's two new paragraphs on the table, 50, 51. 51 might need some wordsmithing in terms of representing kind of a divide amongst folks at the table, that there's some US interest here and some Canadian interest there. Let's go through the speakers list and then see if we can find consensus on those two paragraphs and use that to replace what is currently 53. That's a proposal, but we'll go through the speakers list while folks mull that over. Sorry, Carey, do you know who was first, Chris or Glenn? Gotta find a better way to do this. Okay, Chris?
First, I'm sorry. It doesn't put the videos in order, and so if you're not,
I know.
Sorry.
Yeah, Chris, you're up.
Can you hear me now? I seem to be having trouble. Okay. Just on paragraph 50, I'll leave the comment to that, and then we'll talk about the other stuff. I'll have to think about that. But when we talk about specifications of a management procedure, like specifications, I just think we all need to be clear on what we're talking about there, because we've used terms like elements and other things. I don't know if we've used it in the document. Specifications are, Alan, could you just maybe make sure we're all clear on that?
Yeah, sorry, it was I was writing quickly and being very general in that the specifications are just how a management procedure is put together. And a specification of a management procedure contains various elements in that management procedure. But as I wrote this, it did become more like these specifications. It's not very clear. I don't know that I've delineated them separately very clearly.
Well, I mean, I think I get the point. What you're saying is there's certain, and I'll use the term elements of a management procedure that you could combine with another management procedure, and it might improve the performance of that management procedure. I get that, and I don't even know if elements is the right word. For example, your example incorporating the regulatory 2A in there. I just want to make sure we're clear on what that actually means and we all understand it, because we are being asked to comment on it. And I'm not sure about combining F and D. Is that?
I'm trying to find a very diplomatic way of putting national shares for Canada into MPD, to be blunt. It's replacing, right now MPD has the proportional based on 70-30, and it's just, how would have MPD performed if it had 20% going to regulatory area 2B? We don't know, but based on the suite that we have, it might perform very well. It might have been classified in tier 1. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. I'm trying to actually find justification to bring forward the regulatory area 2A and the 20% for 2B, because I know that's of interest based on the conversation yesterday. How can that be captured and maintained in these MSAB discussions without having done the evaluation?
Well, maybe then the better way, just to clarify, is incorporating policy-based TCUI in regulatory 2A and 2B. I think that would encompass what you're trying to do, and it doesn't matter what you can apply it to. You don't have to specify which management procedure, because I think that's, both of them are both in 2A and 2B, a policy-based TCUI, whether it's a flat amount or a share, is what's being pursued.
I mean, that's a possibility. I think we have similar statements before in this report on that, but I was trying to actually be very specific with what we're working with in terms of the 11 management procedures and the elements put together. And that, I mean, this could be reworded, and I get your concern about this, but the point that I was trying to make is we have a lot of elements here, and we can see sort of the effects of those elements. We can see the effect of regulatory area 2A through, some evaluation. We can see the effect of a 20% going to regulatory area 2B through some evaluation. We can see the effect of a buffer. If we don't like F, but we put that into D, that might have performed in tier 1. And that's what I'm trying to say is, given the current set that we're working with, I'm not trying to be really general on policy based and this, that. I'm trying to be very specific here and saying what could have been done that might have changed the classification of these, or if we had 12, 13, 14 MPs, how would the classification be different? I thought that might help incorporate some of what was being discussed in the table below, but I'm happy to remove it.
Alan, I appreciate you trying to bring us all together here. I think it is heading in a direction that we can all live with. Realizing again that consensus is not we're all necessarily happy with it, but it's something that we can live with. A consensus is the absence of strong opposition. So I think we're getting there, but I note Glenn and Forrest on the speakers list. I would like to try to wrap this section up. We have a long day ahead of us still.
And I'm going to apologize, I had to step away for just a moment. So is 50 trying to capture the idea that there are specific elements that weren't incorporated within Juliet or Delta that may be of interest? Because
yes.
So as I read this, though, it's sort of it's very vague. Like it doesn't really get to what I thought we were getting closer to, which was kind of an identification of 2 potential management alternatives that might be worth further consideration by the commission.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's the purpose of this. This is meant to be more of I said it's specific in a way in that alternative mixing and matching can be done. For example, this, and this, and that might improve performance. Down below, we're going to make this statement. or the MSAB might make this statement in the actual program of work, making those exact specifications. So I'm happy to remove this and just put exact specifications below.
Well, I think 50 is helpful in trying to bring everyone together and noting that there is first, there's ways that we could make the MPs better and have it as a generality. And then in the program of work, identify, well, the US in particular, identify this specific MPJ, MP Echo hybrid or adding in 1.65 as something that should be subject to further evaluation.
And then I guess my question then would be, because the wording of 50 is a little bit vague, I think there's still, a longstanding concern about the idea that this would be interpreted as somehow the MSAB saying that there was consensus around the idea that incorporating a 20% national share for Canada would be something that we would want to move forward with. I mean, I guess I'm struggling with how incorporating different elements for specific reg areas. I think what we mean, that sounds like code word for national shares or allocation to area 2A. But I think there is some concern about the implication, at least on one of those from the US perspective, and not wanting to suggest that it would be beneficial per se from a performance standpoint, because I don't know that we can get there. In other words, MP Frank didn't perform well. We put it in tier 2. So this paragraph seems to suggest that changing that somehow would make it perform better, would make Delta perform better. And I don't know that we can get there, because that would effectively be the same as management procedure Frank, which we already ranked as a tier 2 in terms of performance. So how do we want to word this to get at really what I think is more that there are potentially changes that may not affect performance substantially, but we haven't had a chance to evaluate those yet. And then here's a recommendation from the US. And then if there's something else Canada wants to add, fair enough. But I'm a little concerned about the wording here and how this could be interpreted.
Okay, so I mean, MP Echo is also it's also in tier 2. Maybe not the same jump of trying to merge. The merging Juliet and Echo is maybe not the same magnitude as trying to merge Delta and Foxtrot, but the principle is still the same. And I think what Alan has put forward is a way to try to get us to some consensus, a bit more of a cohesive proposal to put forward. I would say, let's exert a little more energy to try to find that consensus, but it's no use forcing something if it's not gonna work. So the alternative is, if 50 and 51 are, if we don't have consensus on it, then we put forward the 2 additional proposals that the US section recommends that performance might be improved for US interests in this way, and Canada could put forward a separate paragraph. So I'd like to try to make 50, 51 work, still having 56 there, but let's not harm ourselves in dragging this out if it's not gonna be achievable.
There's still more paragraphs to write as well.
Yeah, I know. Right.
If I may, Adam, I think it would be hard for us to come to consensus right now on this without spending a lot of time doing wordsmithing. One thought would be, I do think it is really important for us to convey to the commissioners that there was sort of a US position around one of the MPs with this modification. I think that needs to be captured and has a specific statement, and we already have the text available to us. So just in the interest of time, I would suggest that we move forward with that approach, even though it's not as consensus based. I think we can reach consensus that it'll save us some time.
Right. If that proposal was forward for us, do you still have something to add?
I just want to say there is no harmony here, so let's not pretend there is. And let's go ahead and in 51 say that of the tier 1 MPs, the U.S. supported MPJ for these reasons, and did not, and then we'll tie it into the Canada's position and said did not support Canada's position for these reasons. Nobody here is going to be satisfied until we get down to that kind of detail. And from what Dr. Wilson said, it's okay to go there, and I think we should quickly and move on.
Okay, so
fine with that too. Alan, don't lose that text you just cut out, because I think it did have one sentence of it was well stated that could help in what comes next.
Yeah, I'd just like to keep it just at the very least as a reminder of the one that got away. So let's just have that text close at hand, but know that we'll put in two alternate paragraphs representing different perspectives on where there may be consensus amongst the groups, and then from there go on to the rest of the report. Does that work, Carey? Sorry, it's not having a camera. I'm needing to remind myself to check in.
I'm not sure. Can you say that again?
The proposal is to pull paragraph 50 and 51 and write instead a U.S. perspective and a Canadian perspective where there was not consensus. Let's do that and go on to the rest of the report.
I don't know why I don't know why I disagree. I don't know why we're doing that.
I suppose we can try that. I don't know that that should really be up to. I feel like that should be other people.
Well, sorry. So we've heard from a few others. Forrest, Glenn, and myself have said it's not worth trying to achieve consensus if there is no consensus. Given where we're at with the report writing section, we have a significant amount of the report still to go through. So let's stop trying to achieve consensus if we're not going to. Both sides can draft up their respective paragraphs, and we can go through the rest of the report.
Sure.
Okay.
So are we skipping the afternoon break, or is this a good time to just take a short break and then try to aim at that?
I want to note that we'll need time to, I suggest we do not reward for lack of progress, and work through this until the Secretariat has a report they can then modify and then be adopted by the MSAB. And I think that'll help speed up the process, unless somebody does need a natural break, of course.
So Alan, perhaps we can just go through what's outstanding in the report to know what gaps we need to fill.
Was there a specific sentence to keep in 50? I would like to at least delete some of this.
Can you just move it to the window to the right?
Sure.
Or put it in the chat maybe. So
go ahead and delete it, Alan. I got the part. I got the part I was looking for.
Okay. Okay. So I guess in the remainder of the report is the table here, 51, what to do with that and any text that wants to be captured. Did the MSAB want to have any discussion about elements? The red and the font size is no indication of anything, just happened to be that way. Do we want to discuss any of the elements and specific performance or combinations of those? We talked about moving this recommendation into there, and then what the MSE team was hoping to get was recommended on presenting results, but we may be beyond that at this point, which I was hoping was one of the major outcomes of the MSAB.
So I'd suggest that the table that is currently 51 is going to be replaced by paragraph 47, 48, 49, which we've already drafted, and then the two perspectives, Canadian US perspectives. The question, I think, is do we want to add in additional elements? Carey, this was something in particular that you'd helped summarize quite well before. Any thoughts to offer on that paragraph?
I'm not sure that just like a listing of a whole bunch of elements is really useful, just because I think that kind of appears in previous reports.
Paragraph 47 may address that as well.
So I think the fastest way to deal with that is just to delete it for now. Glenn?
Sorry, I may be misunderstanding. We did identify 2 management procedures that either in whole and in part are also part of tier 1. Seems like we want to highlight those. Do we need to have the discussion of management procedure ECHO? Do we need to have the conversation, the table with management procedure hotel as well? I guess it still seems like there were at least 2 of these that kind of ranked well, both in terms of interest as well as ranking well in terms of performance. And I thought we were still in the position of highlighting those.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying, Glenn. And I would be on board with that, that's kind of the intersection of yesterday's table and today's tier ranking system that seems valuable to capture. So I thought what Adam was asking me about, and maybe I just don't know my report paragraph numbers well enough, but it was just the list of elements and expanding on that. So maybe that wasn't what I was being asked about earlier.
Sorry, I've lost other conversation. I was asking about paragraph 52. What's currently highlighted in blue on the right side, do we want that paragraph?
I would say no, that's like no, because we would have to just fill it in comprehensively, and I think it's no. But if other people feel differently, then that's okay. I do think that the point that Glenn brought up is pretty valuable, just trying to capture what did we come up with yesterday that we just plain liked that intersected with what performed well in the ranking tables.
And that's going to be the Canadian and US perspectives, I think, because there is not consensus on that.
Well, I guess, Adam, what I would say is it seems like there was, are we saying that we don't think that it is worth further consideration of MPJ? Is that off the table from Canada's perspective?
That's my understanding, yes. Although I'd look to those Canadians around the table.
Oh, I guess the comment I'd make is we were sort of progressing along, trying to what we've done this morning is we sort of changed tact a little bit, and the group is now was trying to find that, looking at doing the ranking based on how the management procedures compare to the objectives in each other. But we seem to now be deviating and moving to a different type of discussion, and I don't think that's the right way to go. I was thinking what we were doing this morning was making sense, and so I think that from Canada's perspective, and I don't want to speak entirely for Canada, I haven't had a chance to, given the direction we've changed now in terms of where the meeting, how we're dealing with this, but we've got these management procedures that were set, and these are the ones that we were evaluating. And if we're going to be looking at now, U.S. putting forward basically a minority paragraph, and we put forward a minority paragraph, then that changes to more of an interest-based discussion.
So one thought on that would be, and that's why I was trying to pursue the idea of the U.S. had recommended a number of proposals for possible consideration. Canada had recommended a number of proposals for possible consideration. Of those that were recommended, 2 of them were also tier 1s. and let's have some discussion about that. We don't necessarily need to come to agreement that we pick one or the other. But I guess if I were a commissioner, I would still be interested in knowing, here are the things the candidate expressed interest in, but this one not only performs well, but was a recommendation from Canada. Here is one that performs well and was a recommendation with the United States with a little tweak, and we've gone over that lots. So, and having that as a paragraph or two that described that those two were important management procedures. I then think that that does help the commissioners somewhat, because it gives some sort of sense of what was important to MSAB members from both contracting parties, as well as what ranked well. And then I think there's the next level discussion at the commission level perhaps is, what do we do with these two approaches? Are they blendable? Could we move forward with that? Or perhaps what we want to do is come back, assuming the commissioners would like us to continue to meet, we want to continue to meet. Could we take those two approaches and see if there is some common ground between those? But I do think that that was a winnowing of some of the potential scope that was out there. And I do think that if we provide them with two management procedures that kind of reflect these bounds or these interests, that is useful.
So I agree, if we can find something that would winnow it down. I don't see the difference though between, so would that not be the US putting forward its position that, J, a modified version of J is the interesting of interest because it is in tier 1 and it addresses these additional concerns of 2A. And Canada would also identify a MP or set of MPs that are of interest. I could be, I mean, maybe I'm just not following along late in the day. Maybe Carey, you'd be able to describe what the proposal is.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it follows the two opinions from the two contracting parties, right? Because it is just drawing together the sort of results-based section all wrote together with management procedures that got more attention by one side or the other at the meeting. So that's why I think it's kind of the last, it's like we did a together thing, we're doing an apart thing, and then we bring it back together at the end. But Peggy and then Glenn.
Yeah, I think that might work, what you just described. I thought I'd try to kind of take a 30,000 foot perspective on this and come up with something that doesn't put us at the center of it, because I really think we don't, this is not like the conference board, it's not like the PAB, it's not like the council. So, but there is differing opinions, and it seems to me, I think maybe Glenn just said it, we've got management procedures that were brought up by the U.S. side and management procedures that were brought up by the Canadian side. If we include all of those and say, this is what the MSAB brought up, and let the commissioners decide, it's sort of clear by looking at what they are, who would have suggested what, but not say we've got a minority and a majority report, not say one is a non-starter for one country and one is a non-starter for the other country. That seems to be more in the commissioner's wheelhouse. Anyway, if there was a way to do this without putting us in that position, I think we'd all be better off in the long term.
I agree with you, Peggy. That was what the intent of that ranking exercise this morning was, here's a list of MPs in the relative rankings, and commissioners. It comes down to trade-offs to consider for the specific contracting parties. I think the added piece that's kind of set us down this road is there are some very specific recommendations to modify the existing proposals that both sides would like to see put into the report. And we're not likely to get consensus on what those specific modifications to the existing MPs are. So the suggestion is, rather than trying to find consensus as was described in paragraph 50, let's just write our Canada feels that MPs could be modified in this way to better meet Canadian interests. US feels MPs could be modified in this way to better meet their interests.
And I don't know if we need to include that adjective, that phrase in order. I mean, if there's I see. So what you're saying is the only reason they are being suggested is because it helps one side or the other. Let's just put it into regulatory areas. It helps. I don't know. I think there's a way to get around this, but we're also seeing the tree that's right in front of us that we're missing a forest, I think.
Yeah. Alan, did you have a point? Oh, sorry, Glenn.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Glenn.
Alan, I'll defer to you if you have a technical point you want to make.
It's technical with regard to what MSE is, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
I think we are we're straying a little bit away from just looking at what the trade-offs are, and perhaps the MSAB can just highlight the trade-offs that MPJ does reduces the TCUI in regulatory area 2B and 2A. That's an obvious result, and sticking to those results and the trade-offs and highlighting to the commissioners what those trade-offs are. And I think that's what you mentioned, Adam, is this is about trade-offs. That can we come to a consensus if we just highlight those trade-offs? They're factual and they're real. And then once we highlight those trade-offs, what might actually lessen those trade-offs? And that was the paragraph 50 I was trying to get at, is if the concern is that MPJ doesn't address the trade-off is that it reduces the TCUI and increases variability in 2A, perhaps combining something with that would improve that in the future. We can't say what that's going to be now, and that's why I want these in the program of work. Any recommendations for alternative management procedures? I don't think the MSE process can say what the result is on those, but they can be proposed for future, just as we did with proposing 11 management procedures at MSAB 15. There was obviously interests in those management procedures, and that can go forward as recommendations for the future.
Thanks, Alan. It would, yeah, I still like paragraph 50, but I know it may not be worth trying to force it through. Glenn?
Thanks. I guess and I don't want to unduly belabor this point either, but and maybe I'm not saying anything terribly different than what Alan was just stating, but it does seem to be appropriate for us to note that there were kind of these two MPs that stood out. The U.S. had identified some potential improvements for Juliet. Canada had also identified another proposal, Management Procedure D, and that those were two that seemed to fit within a number of national interests as well as fit within the ranking that we had previously provided. And steal the text that we already have in the table for J to convey the U.S. consensus point, and then whatever there needs to be additionally from D as another paragraph, and then move forward. Perhaps that's not that different than what Alan has noted, other than the fact that it's highlighting that the U.S. believes it can address this performance issue in Juliet by doing X, and would be interested in further exploration of that.
So I guess the question is, if you bring up what used to be paragraph 50, Alan, sounds pretty close to where we were at.
Sorry, Word doesn't like me today. This was paragraph 50, what is number 1 on the right of your screen.
Right.
I think the difference between what Glenn said and what I said is the term U.S. consensus, and that is just breaking down to me the MSE process of finding the management procedure that performs best. And I don't see how it's a U.S. position to investigate an alternative management procedure that might perform well. We did that at MSAB016. We identified management procedures that had various interests in them. We didn't know what the outcomes would be. Now we have some of those outcomes, and we might identify additional specifications for management procedures that perform well that we all might want to look at in the future. I know I mean, I listed in this paragraph here on the right the ones that I think are of interest to me that might begin to meet some of these objectives between regulatory areas.
I mean, at the risk of beating a dead horse, maybe I'd ask once more about what folks are uncomfortable with. What's the deal breaker in former paragraph 50?
Can we see that fully on the screen? I can't, the way it's oriented, it's difficult.
For me, my recollection of what we've heard over the past couple of days is not so much what is in 50, or what is in 50, but what's missing. Specifically identifying the combination of Juliet and the 2A minimum, which is in a subsequent paragraph as well. So having this does not preclude those other paragraphs, but it may be that they're not tied together closely enough for folks. Oh, Glenn, sorry.
So my concern that I had raised, sorry, I don't mean to be monopolizing things, but was the lack of clarity around the term or incorporating different elements for specific reg areas. What does that mean? I don't know what that is. So I think if we're going to note that the improvement, that MPs may be improved, there's one specific recommendation for Juliet that we believe could improve its performance. But it's not clear what we mean by D that would improve its performance. So I'm uncomfortable with having that language because it, I think, can be confusing and can create challenges in further discussion.
Okay, so I guess the difference between Fox, maybe not the only difference, but probably one of the most consequential differences between Foxtrot and Delta is that buffer. And so would it work to say incorporating specific elements to regulatory area 2B? Or no, it's both. It's the buffer and the 2B share. Oh, sorry. Just saw the text below there. Right, of course. That was the first part.
850 started out working fine because we had talked about 2A being a component that we've already talked about, and we've talked about changing the maximum fishing intensity in MPD. And, you know, and it originally started by noting that, as Glenn said, there were 2 MPs that made it to tier 1 that may be further improved against our rankings by perhaps looking at slight variations on them. But when you started adding that last sentence in there is where I started to get concerned about it.
Yeah, and that's the challenge, because that sentence was added to try to resolve the outstanding concerns from some in Canada.
Especially a reference to MPF.
The idea there is that MPD already contains an agreement for regulatory area 2B, and we only analyzed one agreement, and we only have MPF as the only one that incorporates the 20%. And it's a slight increase in the percentage going to 2B. And so how would that perform with a buffer is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to understand the concern. Like, is concerns about referencing MP Foxtrot just the fact that it's MP Foxtrot, or is it some fallacy in the conclusion that or what's being proposed, that we could improve things, we could understand things better? Because what I'm struggling with is how we can make the assertion that these specifications won't improve performance of MPs. We don't know that because we haven't evaluated. That's the intent of this paragraph is, hey, none of these MPs work perfectly, but we could probably make them better by incorporating different elements. So we'd like to explore that. Glenn?
So Adam, I guess I hear your point. I guess it's hard. So there's two things that I find difficult to reconcile. One is just would this be interpreted as somehow the MSAB coming to agreement that some, specific national share percentage is appropriate or not? I don't think we're there.
No.
And so the language is problematic, I think, if it conveys that, and I think it could be interpreted that way. I think the second thing that's a little that I'm having a hard time reconciling is we identified previously that management procedure Frank did not perform well. So why would incorporating Frank into Delta make it improve its performance? I would think that it would have just the opposite.
But it's the same that Echo did not perform well. So why would incorporating Echo make it better? Right. That said, I think the part that we can actually make some progress on is whether this noted paragraph is identifying some commitment to do it. I don't see it that way. I mean, at least based on what these verbs mean, noted is just that. It's noting that we could make things better. We don't know how much better or if it's going to make it better, but these are things that commissioners we think would be worth exploring.
Can I try this?
Yeah, please.
Let's wordsmith on the fly here. How about the MSAB noted that there are 2 management procedures that may warrant further exploration. For example, incorporating a minimum TCY in regulatory area 2A in management procedure Juliet may have a minimal effect on overall performance. Specifying an overall maximum fishing intensity for MPD may be beneficial, or incorporate.
Sorry, let's slow here a little bit. Let's give Alan a chance to keep up. So MSAB noted there are 2 MPs that may warrant additional evaluation.
Correct.
For example, incorporating elements of.
Yeah, so the first sentence would read, and I'm sorry, I can't see the stuff on the side, but the MSAB noted that there are 2 management procedures that may warrant further examination. For example, incorporating a minimum TCY in regulatory area 2A in management procedure Juliet may have a minimal effect on the overall performance. And I think you can keep the parenthetical in there if you want. And then, or I mean, I think there are 2 examples here, right? So another, or specifying an alternative maximum fishing intensity for management procedure delta may be beneficial.
Okay, good. Let's.
Then I think it's like, how do we, or incorporating elements specific to regulatory areas. Would we want to specify the regulatory areas that we're talking about in that last sentence in regulatory areas 2A and 2B?
2B,
I mean,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
may perform similarly, or they may not. We don't know.
Yeah.
Another way to phrase it would be, or incorporating elements specific to regulatory area 2B and management procedure D may warrant further exploration, right?
Okay, hang on, I've lost the thread on that last one, but let's.
Well, I don't know that we know.
Yeah.
Whether or not incorporating some different allocation process in management procedure D and 2B would perform the same. I think we would expect it wouldn't perform the same, but.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we are speculating about results here, and that is dangerous.
Yeah.
I want, should we just be blunt about it and say there are two MPs that may warrant additional evaluation? Well, now we're getting into the program of work.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if
that's that's more broad than just two.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's, I don't think it's evaluation in this. Glenn, did you mean evaluation in the MSE sense or more like a consideration?
So there's a couple of ways that we could interpret that, right? It could be evaluation in the MSE sense if we're going to continue on with this process. It could be consideration by the commissioners as part of a political process that we entertain each year. I think there's probably a couple of ways that could be looked at. And I was thinking of it somewhat, I know specificity is helpful, but maybe with a little bit of flexibility, because I don't know if we're going to continue to explore this. I do think it's important, in order to understand the impact of it, we would want to have some evaluation through MSE Explorers, some other methodology, so that even if it's not in an MSE process, commissioners or the public at large could understand.
Chris?
I guess my point here is there's more than two that may warrant additional evaluations. I mean, what we've done again is we're moving from the discussion of we were looking at all the management procedures and then we put them in the different tiers on the rankings. And now we're trying to box it into saying we're only going to look at two if we're going to do any, because you could say, for example, on management procedure Foxtrot, you could add in 2A there. So are we going to look at that?
One of the thoughts just to put on the table there is, what I liked about the way it was written before was that the 2A thing is supported by an evaluation of MPE. So we've used the current model runs to anticipate how we may want to have a small refinement to carry forward. And we've also used the current model results to identify that a different fishing intensity in MPD may help improve that one by, perhaps resulting in a less aggressive harvest rate. And so based on our current model results and our current ranking, these are two that step forward. I think you can have another paragraph that then goes off in another direction, but I do like the idea of capturing what we know based on the results we've seen, or what we expect to see based on what we have seen, and then have, something that we haven't even thought of yet looked at separately.
I still have the outstanding. Go ahead, Chris.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Adam.
I'm still struggling with. Dan, I see your point about the evaluation of MPE. I'm still struggling with what is the deal breaker in what is currently bulleted as paragraph 1. I think it was, I still haven't got a clear answer if it's the fact that MP Foxtrot exists there, or if there's some false statement in the paragraph. Because I mean, if it's just that MP Foxtrot exists, if that's the deal breaker, then it's very clear we can just deal with 2 contracting party reports. But if there's some fallacy that's there that we can try to resolve it through the results. Peggy?
On the condition that we use the verb noted, MP Foxtrot or any other crazy idea could be included in that paragraph as far as I'm concerned.
That was, yeah, my thoughts. Not that I call MP Foxtrot crazy, but I know.
Right.
I guess just go back to what the results have told us. And I think they've told us that including 2A and MP Juliet probably will, rank higher or has a potential to be improved. But what we have seen in the results so far is putting a 20% fishing pressure in 2C resulted in some pretty extreme effects on region 2 as itself. And there was nothing in the results that make me believe that putting an unspecified something in MPD would have a predictable effect that I think is good. So it's kind of starting all over from scratch and creating a new one that we really don't have any information that would kind of help us think that it might be beneficial.
I don't quite agree. I mean, MP Delta is the best performing MP. It's the highest ranking MP. And if we could find ways,
but not on every.
With the ranking tool we have, it's the highest performing MP.
I think there is some subjectivity in that statement too.
Agreed. The ranking tool is certainly subject to improvement. But sorry, Glenn, your camera's on.
Yeah, I think we may be beating a dead horse here. I think what I was trying to convey is that there are 2 management procedures that we identified that seem to kind of resonate, D and J. And then we also identified that there could be some potential improvements in J that I think are already, given the suite of the potential change we're talking about in J, probably fairly predictable in terms of what their output is and what the impact is. But we don't have the specific fine scale information to tell us that. For D, I think we've noted that looking at alternative maximum fishing intensity could help to improve its performance. The issue about what is the allocation to area 2B, I think is still problematic. And I think that that's where the issue comes in, which is it's very difficult to understand based on the evaluative tools that we have before us that we've developed that was going to perform well if we increase that allocation. It seems like it would have just the opposite effect. And I think we already have that shown in the performance of management procedure F. So I guess I'm a little nervous about suggesting that somehow increasing or modifying that allocation is going to do better when it doesn't seem to be supported with what we have before us currently. So maybe we end up going back to here are 2 management procedures that we've identified that address a number of perspectives or interests or concerns. Here's the perspective on Juliet as modified. Here's the perspective on Delta as modified, or that could be considered, and leave it there. There's still then 2 management procedures with some modifications that we would be discussing or highlighting for the commissioners. And those may or may not be starting points for discussions or not, but I do think that is still moving the ball forward somewhat.
Okay. Alan, I note that text at the bottom of the screen. I presume that's a proposed replacement.
It's what I'm trying to do is I guess I'm trying to save my face really, in that I want this MSE process to succeed. And my opinion is that if we have paragraphs of statements from each party in this report, the MSE process has failed. And that's a failure on my part. And I'm just being honest there, is that I don't want this to break down and become an opinion rather than a process, an MSE process to evaluate management procedures. And what I'm really trying to get at is that we have identified trade-offs between regulatory areas, which we knew would be there, but we never supplied the objectives of what those are, but yet we tried to put them into the management procedures. This paragraph here is noting those trade-offs exist. There are objectives specific to each regulatory area, not specifically stated as a primary objective, but that was the task. As we stated, there are regulatory area objectives, and now the MSAB was to come together and evaluate those trade-offs and try to come to a consensus on that. And they're not met in entirety by any single management procedure evaluated here. And I think that's a really important result of here, is we were unable to find a best performing one that really met those objectives. Even though they're not defined, they're still there, and we knew they would be there. However, modifying some elements of MPJ and MPD, and we don't even need to be specific though, that we could just say tier 1, may better meet those objectives. And then in the program of work, we can put together some, these specifics. Put together MPJ with 2A would be worth further analysis. MPD with a different percentage for 2B would be of further analysis. Does that get it? I'm just being completely honest.
I agree with everything that you said, except for the first part. This is not a failure on yourself and the process. This failure is on all of us. We all have the same responsibility here to try to find some consensus. But I think what you've characterized at the end of your statement with this proposed paragraph could get us there. This will read it out to folks. It says, noted that the regulatory area trade-off exists and objectives specific to each regulatory area, not specifically stated as a primary objective, are not met entirely by any single MP evaluated. However, modifying some elements of MPs may, or MPJ, MPD, may better meet those objectives.
We're just tier 1.
Yep. And then the add-on would be that there's maybe a couple of specific recommendations in the program of work. I'll say that I can live with this paragraph.
I inserted unstated, and I'm fine with that. I think that also then allows a paragraph in the program of work to say that objectives should be revisited.
And unstated is not a pejorative. In fact, every MSC I've been a part of at the first round of results had new objectives. That's just a fact of how MSCs operate.
That's very helpful, and I would go with that. I'm happy with that.
Thanks, Peggy. I've seen cameras flashing on and off.
Try cleaning it up and seeing what it looks like. Getting rid of some of the stuff in blue and
we'll bring it into the actual report.
Bringing it in.
Report.
As paragraph 50 is on the screen right now.
And then
be fine.
Go ahead and delete the blank 51 and then the blank table in 50. too. So it's all clean. Now delete what's now 51.
Oh, wow, we already had it in there.
We already had it.
And then this would
Not
move.
entirely. It wasn't entirely there.
Yeah, right.
I think, are we going to have time to come back to now, what's now 51?
I don't.
You mean the culmination of 7 years of work?
I think on that, the MSC team has received a lot of feedback, and we've incorporated that feedback, and it's just not, that's, in the future, we'll just have to work with stakeholders unless there's anything specific anybody has offhand.
Or unless you want to write that out in when the Secretariat cleans things up or something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe we should just leave the number 51 out of our.
I think so. I think we just delete that.
Just skip from number 50 to 52 in the report. Maggie.
Thanks, Carey. When you're ready, I have a question about 50.
I think that's fine. I think we should make sure we have 50 agreed upon, if possible.
Agreed, yeah. So, yeah, I think there's three questions. One is, can we live with 50? Noting the second point, which is, have we adequately captured some of the program of work pieces, like paragraph 53? And the third piece is, do we have any specific recommendations about MPs that we can put forward? Like, if we scroll up to 47, could we note these are priority MPs for consideration? Or could we recommend these are priority MPs for consideration? Or my concern is that how do we make sure that tier 1 is elevated to commissioners' perspective, if that's what we want? So I think those are the three questions. Can we live with 50 given the pending modifications to 53, and what are those? And then how do we elevate tier 1 if that's what the objective is?
So Maggie had a question too. Would that be easier to tackle first before we go straight into a recommendation?
Yeah.
Sure. This was on the new text for paragraph 50, which I like a lot and support that concept. It strikes me, however, that it appears to be saying that objectives specific to each regulatory area are not met in entirety by any single MP evaluated. And I'm not sure that's accurate. Using 2A as an example, I think the 1.65 objective was met in entirety by some of the MPs we evaluated. So just flag that for a question about whether that's good as it stands or if it needs some clarification.
I like this suggestion here, Alan Scott. That was a good flag, Maggie. So I think it's that they're not met across all areas.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Can we get some consensus on paragraph 50? And paragraph 50, acknowledging that there is more to be added in the program of work, or maybe not, maybe it's captured. And how do we elevate the tiers? Glenn.
So I do think even if we move the modified Juliet and Delta to the future work or statement of work or whatever we're calling that work plan, I think it'd be worthwhile highlighting that here in 50 to say, in particular, these two management procedures could warrant or benefit from additional exploration, or however we want to phrase that. I think we've used the language several times. And then, you know, see paragraph X, right? And we just leave it at that.
Well, I mean, I think it says tier 1 right there.
Right, but it doesn't, it says some elements of tier 1 management procedures, but it's not very clear which ones, which are we talking about, the elements within tier 1? Are we talking about there are specific tier 1 management procedures that may perform better or may warrant further exploration with the addition of other elements, right? So there's kind of a distinction between those two things.
Could we specifically just, you know, as specified in section 7.1 of this report?
Sure.
Yeah. As per the examples specified in section 7.1, something like that.
I think they're not examples. They're
specific items. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Chris.
Yeah, I can live with that wording for 50 and agree to that.
Thanks. There are a couple of comments in the chat window also in support of it.
Okay. Okay, Alan, I see you added the MSAB recommended. Is this about the tier 1, the suggestion to try to raise the profile of tier 1?
Yes. So as a reminder, anything that's recommended or requested gets put into an executive summary and it gets put forward to commission and all that. So it's nice to try to keep those recommendations very succinct and specific. So I was thinking 47 is good to note, and then maybe making a recommendation following that, referencing back to 47, just so you don't have to carry forward the justifications in the recommendation, but you're referencing back so those justifications are linked to that recommendation. Does that make sense?
You want the MSAB recommended consideration of a set of management procedures that were agreed upon as
recommended priority consideration or something like that?
Best ranked according to the tools available.
The best ranked or ranked best?
Either way, leave it as you have it.
And Carey, I apologize for shutting down the break earlier, and I realized that was an hour ago. So I was just hoping that we could use the break as a time to work on this report and clean it up.
I will take care of my own needs. So, and then we could we could say, yeah, it refers to paragraph 47. If we wanted to, we could say to make it easier to link to the big table, we could just list the letters of those management procedures. But if that's controversial, please leave that out.
You're just saying these D, H, I, J, K?
Yep. And maybe just put them in alphabetical order. Something like that. And
Something along that line, or
yeah, it would be a new paragraph though, right? It doesn't have a number right now.
yes, that's right. I didn't want to mess up the 50 that we were working on earlier.
yeah, so it will have a number. Let's see if it's all right. Chris and then Peggy, I think.
Sorry, I just seem to have the camera on for no apparent reason.
Well, then I'll go then. Thank you, Chris.
Peggy.
Yeah, I was just curious if anyone has used words like endorsed, requested, which are informal versions of recommended and adopted, and what the benefit for us, for the folks who are doing all this wordsmithing would be. Alan mentioned that there's further needs that are recommended, calls for a summary of sorts. And does that go with the informal words, requested and endorsed? Because I like the idea of us endorsing this set of MPs as tier 1.
I believe that endorsed is also brought forward. Any of those level 1 are brought forward. As you noticed, there was in the annual meeting 096, that request 03 was a request that was summarized in the executive summary.
That's right. Thank you.
I do like endorsed, Peggy, in that it identifies that, you know, these MPs are all subject to some further tweaking. You know, it captures these issues that Len has advocated for very, very clearly.
Does someone have the definition of endorsed that they can just remind us of, since we don't use it very?
Report.
I'm sure it's like scroll to the top, but I'm trying to figure out what's the easiest way to get to it right now.
I can read it to you. It's a conclusion for an action to be undertaken by a contracting party, of subsidiary advisory body of the commission, and or of the IPHC secretariat. Was that clear? I kind of choked up.
On the screen now too.
Okay, but endorsed is like the informal of recommendation.
Adopted, I think.
The informal of adopted.
The SRB uses endorsed quite often.
They have their own world.
There was Rachel and Forrest.
Rachel.
Yeah, my question had to do with actually text that isn't there anymore. When we had recommended for consideration,
yeah,
I was just going to ask. I was trying to put myself in the commissioner's shoes, and what does that mean? And I just wasn't clear, honestly, what the commissioners will be doing with this, whatever comes forward from this MSAB meeting at the interim and annual meetings. I honestly just didn't remember, but I was trying to figure out if they were going to try to do something with that. Was this going to be the extent of what we were going to give them, whether it's endorsed or recommended? I'm not quite sure what we're saying. So I guess that was my question. I understand we're not recommending specific management procedures, and that's put us in a little bit of a difficult position, but
maybe it's better just to leave whatever is going to not rock the ship. But I think from a reporting perspective, recommended and endorsed don't mean anything different. The implications are the same, I believe. It's just what sounds more appropriate, I suppose. Is that right, Alan? Or maybe Dave could speak to that?
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat the question.
So we're wrestling over whether it's more appropriate to use endorsed and recommended, and if they are of different consequence. Recommended is what we normally use. Endorsed is not very commonly used in the MSAB report. There was a suggestion put out there that endorsed sounds better, but there was concern that that may have some different meaning than recommended in terms of how the commission may choose to act on that statement.
Yeah, look, I mean, all of those terms generally mean something very similar, but you can certainly use particular terms like the Commission uses adopted a lot instead of recommended or recommendation. And as Alan said, the SRB likes to use endorsed. It's endorsing a general principle is usually the case, and it sort of sounds more like what the MSAB is headed towards, rather than making a strong recommendation, for example, to the Commission to go ahead and use a particular MP. So I would suggest it's probably more appropriate for you to use something like an endorsed. The Commission will interpret it probably at the same level, though, as all of those other potential terms.
Very helpful, thank you. Rachel, does that influence anything?
yeah, my main question was about consideration, but I'm probably just tired. I think that's fine. Thank you.
I think it's a good point, Rachel, actually, and it is an action. So the MSAB endorsed Tier 1 MPs for consideration as a management procedure. I don't know if I'm stepping out of bounds here or not, but or it can be phrased endorse Tier 1 management MPs. Endorse Tier 1 MPs as the best ranking management procedures for Pacific Halibut or something along that lines. But I agree with you, Rachel. It does sound a bit vague as it's phrased right now.
Forrest?
Yeah, thanks. I got to drop off in 5 minutes, so good luck with all this. But how do you embody in this point that we're making? How do you bring across the essence that like I can't endorse MPD and you can't endorse MPJ? So how do we incorporate in here that there's split feeling about it? Because the way this reads to me, that there's full MSAB support for consideration of each of the listed MPs, which I don't think is true, or maybe I'm just not seeing it right.
I don't think there's endorsement of individual MPs. It's that these are the Tier 1 MPs that attention should be focused on, and that's what we had called for consensus on earlier. Does this reflect the top tier of MPs that here are ranked top in the results and should be considered for candidate management procedures?
Okay. Well, thanks for everybody sticking in there, and maybe it's good we were virtual this year. I don't know. Just kidding.
I don't know. I think we could all use a drink together afterwards.
And my parting comment, since I won't be here and does an incredible amount of work for everybody, but I didn't think this virtual setting was a big drawback. I thought we were communicating, maybe not agreeing, but communicating well. So anyway, thanks for everything.
Great feedback for us. Thanks a lot.
I've made a slight adjustment hearing Adam say candidate. And so I think this is something for consideration as candidate as, it doesn't quite make sense.
I'm not stuck on the word candidate either way. I think it's just falling into old habits. We've been talking about candidates for so many years.
Can you just cut it off after for consideration? Because they are management procedures.
Yes.
I see it. Yeah, just redundant. I haven't heard much else about endorsed. Rachel, are you? Can we live with endorsed?
Yes, endorsed was fine. I looked back earlier in the report and I'm comfortable with it. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. I think where this takes us is we have maybe an outstanding paragraph or two in terms of the program of work. I don't know if we've talked a lot about MP Delta, and I know that needs to be inserted, and also really want to make sure that we've got 53 accurately captured, given we just spent the past 4 hours on it. But after we make these suggested changes to 53, and if there's any additions, I think that's where we would, and Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, or Carey, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's where we would take a break. The Secretariat would go away for their own cleanup, and we would come back for final adoption.
Yes.
Is now a good time to take a break then? Allow folks to collect their thoughts on the respective recommended program of work piece, and then come back?
I think that'd be a good idea. Just want to make sure we capture what discussions have been around in these.
So we'll use break in air quotes, because in reality, folks are tasked on the break to ensure these paragraphs are written accurately for 53 and anything else new, and come back prepared with something.
So just remind us, is 53 and 54 anything else?
I think those are the only outstanding items.
Okay.
And we can probably make just one paragraph recommended the following management procedures for future consideration or future evaluation. A, this one, B, whatever, C, that one. So the Secretariat will go away and clean up the report through 52, make sure the appendices are accurate, and then we'll come back and adopt, and that'll be the report for adoption, recognizing there's one more paragraph to wordsmith.
Sorry, I think I messed up the order of operations. I was saying we take a brief break now, come back and write these 2 additional paragraphs, then break for the Secretariat. I don't really mind actually either way. I just don't know if, given that 53 is a recommended, if it's going to be a challenging conversation or not.
I think we can do both. I think we take a 10-minute break. The Secretariat starts preparing the report for adoption, noting that when we come back from our 10-minute break, and then we will do 53 and 54 at the same time as the Secretariat is working on the rest of the report. Will that work?
Good suggestion.
Yes, and then once those paragraphs are completed, we'll insert them into, we'll need another 5-10 minutes to insert them into a copy that will be called for adoption, that will be walked through.
Yeah, so as soon as we're done with those 2 paragraphs, we can send them over to the Secretariat for inclusion.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, so
you're muted, Carey. How long?
Oh, sorry. We'll see everybody at 4:12.
Okay.
That's specific enough.
Okay, thanks folks.
Can anyone hear me? It's kind of breaking up on this end.
Yep, can hear you, Chris.
I can
Okay,
hear
thank
you. So maybe we need a minute or two more to let Alan get to a point where we can kind of commandeer the report or pull up another screen or something of the sort.
I'll just be, I'm less than 30 seconds. I was just doing some mundane formatting here.
Or just like, or reorganize so that like one of us can write and you can be free to do other stuff either way.
I'll be done in just 1 second here.
Sure. Let's come back in like a minute or two.
Yep. Or you can begin the discussion however you wish. I just don't want to lose track of this. I'm almost done. This just take me 30 seconds. You all can see my weird method of working. All right, I can finish this up later. So, yeah. Is Adam back, Carey? Or Adam?
Sorry, yeah, I was just eating, had a mouthful of food.
No worries.
Sorry, I got back up to you. Hang on.
One thing I wanted to know, okay, so what we did over the break was we accepted the changes, noting that there was this paragraph 37 that wasn't quite completed. And I think we actually talk about ranks down below here. So is 37 necessary? I'll try to get them all on the same screen. I also note sometimes, I don't know, can people see paragraph 44 and 37 on their screen?
Yes.
Okay. When I was talking to Dave, he said he couldn't see the bottom portion. So is paragraph 37 necessary given 44?
No.
Or we can do this during the adoption part as well, if we want to move on to the program of work.
I think the only information that's new in 37 that might be considered as part of 44 is some descriptive titles for the table. I think what 37 was trying to capture was the short-term metrics.
Oh, right, yeah.
And 44 has that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to note too that the tables are quite large. I think they would be suited better in an appendix because they're also in landscape format. They don't quite work because there's so many cells.
Okay.
We can revisit that. Is there any modifications, or would you prefer to move on right now?
I think we can move on and get any other wordsmithing done during the review and adoption.
Okay, sounds good to me.
So it was really those section 7.1 pieces that we need to reflect on.
Yeah. Okay. As we start thinking about this paragraph or these paragraphs, I note that we want to be clear about what is actually meant by the 1.65 in regulatory 2A.
Mm-hmm. And
is there someone still
that,
here who can give us any updated comments on that, if there are any, or clarify? Scott here or Maggie? Maybe we'll come back to that in a minute. Oh, here's Maggie.
Hi. No, I was all ready to say paragraph 54 looks good, and including with the addition of minimum that was just typed in. Well, I'm not sure about minimum where it just went, because wasn't the intent of the original phrasing to capture 1.65 as fixed in that portion of the sentence, and then the second part of the sentence talks about a minimum?
It actually mentions 2 management procedures here.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Do you mind if I split these into 8 sub-bullets?
Good idea.
Yeah, please try that.
What you have there looks good to me. Thanks.
Chris?
Sorry. One, there was it was like direction from commissioners. We had something up, but it referred to some work about bycatch. I think it was impacts from one area to the other. I think I'd like to see that added in there. I can't remember what it was. Well, you know what I'm talking about, obviously.
Recommendation 3.
Request, yeah. Now, I don't know how you phrase it in the manager. I don't know if that's a management procedure or what you would call that, but just use the MSE process to do that.
Let's drop the wording in and then see how we can rephrase it. I think as Dave pointed out, we at least need to respond to the commission's recommendation.
can't look at that anymore.
We go back to A and B for a second before we dive into the new one. Okay, so on A, the last few words are in consideration in 2021. Do you want to just move that up to the overall paragraph 54?
Yep.
So it applies to all areas or all
MPs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then secondly, I think as we discussed yesterday, currently the SPR rebalancing for these type of adjustments accrue to all other regulatory areas. And I think we should try and, if we're doing it over again, it would be good to just rebalance the SPR for this one to the remaining U.S. management areas.
Oh, yeah. Any specific one, the fixed or the minimum?
I think it's true of all of them. So I think I would just say for both of these, the SPR rebalancing would accrue to remaining U.S. areas under both of these.
Yeah, so you just add it to A and B instead of a third.
So it would just be, that would be the only, or would you do both rebalancing all areas and rebalancing just U.S. areas?
No, I mean, I think that just starts creating some, I think with these, I think we're going to actually find that there's a surprising number of these MPs that we need to be careful about.
Yeah. Any specific wording you'd like to say?
I would just say with SPR rebalancing accrued to remaining U.S. regulatory areas. Accruing to remaining U.S. regulatory areas. Thank you.
Chris?
And I don't know if this is maybe, I just like to put a placeholder in more of, I'd like that we revisit the management procedures for analysis and consideration in 2021 after we get the feedback from the commissioners, because I think that might also focus things we want to look at.
So, at the upcoming annual meeting, presumably we'll get some feedback from commissioners and insert those into our to-be-developed work plan.
Well, insert those in, but also that might for MSAB members themselves, they might say, oh, hey, I'd like to look at this. So I think that I think it'd be a good idea if we not only took what the commissioners might come back on, but based on comments we get from them, that might spur ideas from MSAB members for management procedures they'd like to look at and consider in 2021. So I'd like there to be a placeholder for that. I guess that this isn't the final be-all end-all list that we're going to recommend.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable suggestion. We don't know what the future will hold from the annual meeting or after we've digested all this very complex information.
If we want to fill in C, I think one of the suggestions I heard.
Sorry, Dan, just before we go to filling C, I just want to make sure we've got 55 and 56 captured. I think there's two parts there.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was muted. I was wondering if the MSAB, how to capture Chris's comment there in that the MSAB potentially agreed or noted, or
I think so. I'll propose the MSAB agreed to incorporate additional MPs for evaluation. What was it, following commissioner recommendations or following AM 098? I guess I'm assuming PAB and conference board and everybody else is going to have feedback on the outcomes of this report after folks have had a chance to engage with their constituents about the contents of this, that they may say, well, what about looking at it this way or that way? I don't know if we agree to this analysis, or that we agree to add them to the program of work, or what exactly we're agreeing to.
Yeah, I don't want to say we'll do them, but into the program of work. How about
I captured that point accurately, Chris?
Yeah, I think that would cover it. Yeah. I have one other one.
Okay, sorry, there's a few things here. So first, I think we have to confirm 55 is sufficient. And then Dan had a point about 54 Charlie. And then Chris, you've got other points. I'm a bit concerned about 55, that we're just noting that the commission request and don't have any response for it. One thing we did talk about I was going to say yesterday, but I think it was this morning, was using those subject lines in the Gantt chart. I'm wondering if we can say that the MSAB agreed that proposed topic of work beyond 2021 include a reevaluation of objectives, identification of additional management procedures, feedback from SRB or something like that on scenarios that include migration and bycatch and all the other pieces we listed.
We also discussed the idea of, I mean, I see that the commissioners recommended that we come up with something in time for the interim meeting this year. But I think one place where we kind of ended the conversation this morning, and hopefully it wasn't just me in my own head, but we sort of agreed that there would need to be a work meeting because this is a big topic. So I guess that would be the other thing that we could write here is this is a big topic. We realized.
Need a work planning meeting to develop the work plan.
We would need a work planning meeting to properly provide advice on this. Glenn, and then Chris, did you have something more? Or?
Yeah, you're muted, Chris.
I think we were going to finish 55, the response to it, and then Dan had a point about Charlie, 54 Charlie, and then I was next.
Yeah.
I think that 55 is just noting it, and 56 follows nicely from that. And saying incorporate additional MPs and analyses, or should we just say analyses? And I think that is a response to that. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think just 57 needs to be fleshed out a bit more.
Yeah.
So let's flesh out 57 as part of the follow-on from 55. We had identified a few examples, and then Carey raised a very good point that we should, whether it's part of 57 or 58, that we agree that a work planning meeting to develop the program of work would be useful.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'm kind of lost on what goes in 57. That seems like the results of a whole meeting to decide. I guess that's what I'm saying.
So the reason I was suggesting though some sort of subtitles is I want us to be responsive to the request, which said the MSAB should confirm proposed topics of work in time for the interim meeting.
Yeah, I see that we said that. I see that they said that. It doesn't mean that we were able to accomplish it.
Well, then 57 should be struck, and we need to say that we did not do this.
I think that that would be fine. We can connect it up to the idea of doing a work meeting. And I think we can also say that we had a preliminary conversation and realized that this was a work meeting.
Can those A to D things be the topics?
Well, that's what I'd suggested this morning, is that those are the general topics, and then we could provide some examples within. But that's when the conversation quickly spun out of control, as we got a very long laundry list.
Or do we even need to add examples? Just those are the topics.
Yeah, I could be on board with that. Especially if we could say, we began talking about this. We realized that that this involved a conversation about the following topics. These could be addressed at a work meeting, period.
So how about the MSAB agreed that proposed topics of work beyond the 2021 deliverables include, I don't know what the verb is, a reassessment, a reevaluation, or something of objectives. Or maybe we just say it's objectives. Yeah, sure, revisiting objectives, right? Analyzing, or I see what you're saying, Alan, just leave it like that.
Yeah, I mean, we could save some space if we just put it all on one line, since we're not going to flesh it out.
And then the next paragraph could be the MSAB agreed that a work meeting would be necessary to develop this program of work.
Did you have something on this topic, Glenn, or another topic?
Well, it's related. Sorry, go ahead, Glenn.
Oh, sorry. I think that this, and Carey, your points, I think this kind of addresses my concern. I just thought it was difficult for us to agree what the topics were until we had an opportunity to actually discuss, in more detail what it would take to address some of these issues. But I think if we, I mean, we're agreeing the proposed topics of work might be this, and I think that there's enough wiggle room for that to probably address my concerns. Thanks.
Great. Chris?
Well, just one other one I'd like to kind of think we could use the MSC process to analyze is uncertainties and data from different fisheries and the impacts of that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something I'd just like to flag for a work meeting, but I'd like it noted.
And that would be under operating model, I think. Could we just say, and including should we put random error in parentheses? Well, I guess it's all uncertainty. Glenn?
We seem to be getting pretty specific here. And I'm wondering if we just keep it at the, right, I mean, there's uncertainty in many different aspects, right, of our operating model. It's not, there's uncertainty in all of our estimates, I think. So I guess I'm curious as to why we want to specify this with such specificity here. particularly if we know that we're going to have a planning meeting to kind of think about this more broadly.
I guess I would say it relates back to when we were hearing more about the model and initially hearing about results and sort of connecting that back to, we did spend quite a lot of time talking about uncertainty, what we can pin down really well and what we can't pin down as well. So maybe it just is acknowledging that we did have kind of a large conversation about that particular thing.
Agreed.
There's
There's kind of
data generation to be a little bit more clear. Did I miss the point there?
I mean, data generation, it's observations, whether it's fishery dependent data or otherwise, I think. But
yeah.
I realize we're kind of all over the place here in terms of the speakers queue. I think we need to clarify we've got 57 accurately. 58 needs to be closed. Dan's in the queue to add something to 54 Charlie as well.
Okay, I think so. Dan, did you? Dan, did you have a comment on 57 as we close that out, or just an earlier?
So my comment was on back on C.
Okay, all right, let's wait on that for a minute if you're willing. And like Adam said, maybe we can fill out 58. Does that, Sarah, comment on 58, or is your comment in some other place?
It's related to 57. It's related to 57.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
And you can totally veto me. I'm fine with that. I wouldn't be opposed to including a sentence that, and I just wrote this down so that I could remember what it was, but that says something like, the MSAB noted the independent peer review of the MSE process completed in September and looks forward to incorporating recommendations of the reviewer into future work. And maybe that sort of is covered in 57. I think that that's something that we talked about, the fact that we wanted to talk about, and we talked about the fact that we didn't get to talk about it. Anyway, that's it.
Okay.
Would we be able to say, sorry, Carey. I think that's a good suggestion, Sarah. Wonder if we could say maybe at the end of instead of and outreach and communications, it could be like comma including the recommendations provided through the MSE peer review or something like that.
You could call it the 2020 peer review. Okay, should we go to 58? I see, Chris, are you meaning to be in the queue right now for 57 or 58?
I was 57, just clarification.
Okay.
Is that a go? Okay, just quickly, just forgive my ignorance, but does the data generation, e.g. uncertainty, is that covering my comment about looking at uncertainties in data from various fisheries?
I think that does. I think between operating model and data generation, we've covered your concerns.
Okay, so will we get a chance to use the MSE process to analyze that? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I was trying to type up a 58 for you, but I could probably read it out faster. I think it's just very short. Like the MSAB agreed that a work planning meeting is necessary to discuss a program of work for 2021 and beyond. I don't know if we're able to recommend that so we don't lose track of this, but I'll defer to the Secretariat about the appropriate piece.
What at MSAB 15, there was the request for the ad hoc meeting, and then maybe if we follow that sort of protocol, see what we wrote there real quick.
The work planning meeting necessarily be ad hoc, or would it, could the work planning meeting be like next May's meeting?
I think it makes more sense to be next May's meeting, but I think we've had this issue before where we're not allowed to say we should meet in May to talk about this because we're not allowed to give ourselves meetings.
Yeah, so I just am wondering if we should keep the word ad hoc out of it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's necessary to develop further plans for the program of work.
Because there isn't a meeting scheduled, I think that we can maybe, or the MSAB can maybe say that a work planning meeting
be scheduled to discuss. Yeah.
How about just meeting be scheduled to discuss a program of work for 2021 and beyond? Just
sorry, Carey, you cut out at the important word there.
Oh, just the MSAB requested that a meeting be scheduled to discuss a program of work for 2021 and beyond.
Perfect.
Or an MSAB meeting. That's what we're looking for, right?
Yes.
It's technically an MSAB meeting.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I think that brings us back to 54 Charlie, and Dan had a suggestion.
Yeah, thanks. I think there was interest from Jeff and Angel and some of the other members to see continued work on MPH over the coming year, updating some of the migration assumptions. But in order for that to yield comparable results with MPJ, you would have to put in a 5-year rolling average in addition to what's on in MPH now. And you'd have to also roll in the 2A adjustments that we identify in A and B. So my question is, do you want to specify that now as one of our tier 1 management measures that there is interest in continuing to refine over the coming year? Or do you think that goes into something we talk about after the work group meeting if the commissioner wants us to keep going?
Can I just say that I appreciate those comments from Dan, and I wholeheartedly support that. I think it'd be important to do so. Thanks.
I guess the question, Alan, is how much specificity do you require for it to be within different parts of the report?
I think putting it in 54, 54 is the following management procedures, and that's a real specific thing. And I'm wondering if what might be more appropriate, Dan, is to write a separate paragraph saying the MSAB recommended that additional management procedures for analysis and consideration be comparable to MPJ or something like that. It leaves it open, and then you can say this includes, or you can, or yeah, because I think that other management procedures might want to be comparable to MPJ as well, such as MPD or even other tier 1s, or etc. So,
and maybe it could be an example under 57 or something like that.
oh, that's true.
You know, so it'd be helpful to you know, put it there so we don't lose track of it, but it's maybe not quite mature enough to have the MSC team run away and start simulations.
That's a interesting strategy, Adam. We could put, for example, this is what you should tell us. I like that.
Yeah, I do like the idea of making them comparable.
Yeah.
But I'll let Jeff or Angel speak to. I just wanted to put it up back on the table because it's something that we had discussed and I didn't want to let it fall off. So maybe Jeff or Angel can help navigate it.
I'm standing by here.
This is where I was getting into the elements thing. And let me give a stab at it and see what you think. With something, and we can list a couple even more other elements that were of interest.
Are there other elements that were of interest?
We deleted that list, trying to think of the elements list hadn't it.
Well, that was just kind of like a comprehensive list of elements it seemed to be getting to.
Right here.
Yeah.
I think it would be nice if we can pull it off. I think it would be nice to add those specific elements that Dan referenced and combining certain elements into an MP. Such as the 5-year goal.
Yeah, and yeah, the minimum TCY of 1.65. Yeah, I was wondering if that was if it was necessary to be explicit about layering that under the new A that Ellen just recommended, considering the conversation we just had.
All right, so
yeah, that probably works.
Jeff and Angel, that I'm capturing it. Yeah. Is this agreed or recommended?
Chuck has a question in the chat. Chuck, would you be able to speak to that? I'm not certain I follow.
Well, I'm not certain I'm not certain I follow how anything can be comparable to this modified J unless J becomes the base for discussion. If I'm reading it right, or maybe it's just the fog of a late part of the whole dang 4-day meeting.
I think the interests that we've heard is to make these incremental changes to the MPs, to MPJ, I guess, as the base, and then
sure.
And then see what the difference is.
But it's inferring that everything has to compare to J, or to the paragraph 54 in some manner.
Mm-hmm.
And I disagree.
Yeah, it is being quite prescriptive.
Jeff, can you tell us why you disagree?
Because it refers to paragraph 54 rather than just okay.
Okay. Does it need to be tied to 54?
Rather than just repeating A and B for MPH? Because the only distinction between H and J is the harvest rate, right? If I remember correctly.
What if I moved the comparable to, I guess we are moving off into something more specific about H here, because the other part of H was investigating it against different scenarios as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we just try to pull this back to some of the more general elements about relative harvest rates.
Yeah, general elements that could be explored in management procedures to come. Or if we're going to compare them, I guess we could compare to tier 1.
Anne-Marie just made a good observation in the chat that we just spent a whole meeting and a half to ID a few MPs. Maybe we try not to get too specific right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an outcome of the work planning meeting. But I think this was part of the discussion, quite a bit of discussion for MPH and investigating it with regard to.
So if I'm correct in what you just said, then you're not really looking for more potential MPs to put on the table here, or do we go back to Chris's suggestion that we wait until we hear what from the commissioners as to suggestions at the either interim meeting or the annual meeting for the program of work? Because we can go right down through a whole list. I mean, I've got a couple here, and I'm sure others do too. But we're trying to narrow it down rather widen it out, but at the same time, have we got it right?
Yeah, I mean, I was seeing it as just some elements to keep in mind.
And I think we're trying to capture the discussion that we had about MPH. It came out in tier 1, but there's some more investigation to do, and that was a large part of the discussion.
That was specifically around the getting some more performance metrics, right? You're talking about?
No, about doing sensitivities to movement and recruitment distribution and making sure that those relative harvest rates and productivity and stuff like that.
All right, okay.
Is that being captured here? Do we need to?
That's what I'm trying to do right now. And then I think I was going to actually just strike 56.
Okay. I mean, where I see 54 is talking mostly about MPs and adjustments to that. 55 is a bit more about the framework and some of the scenarios that we might want to consider existing MPs within.
Although we do have a statement like this earlier, this is now in the program of work.
Chris? Oh, sorry, Alan.
No, that's okay. I just want to be, I don't want to, I want to say that all MPs should be actually evaluated against these alternative hypotheses, but especially those with alternative harvest.
Yeah. I mean, that's the takeaways. We anticipate H being most significantly affected by those alternative hypotheses. All of them should be considered. I mean, there is a same statement made. Oh, the thoughts left my mind now. Never mind, sorry.
I looked at Angel, but this works good for me, and you know, it's still in the program of work where I think it belongs, and this will suffice. I think that captures the conversation fairly well.
Okay. We're coming up on 5 here, so we should try to wrap up this section so the Secretariat can get a chance to edit, because then we have to get back to reviewing. A last comment to Chris? Oh, you've disappeared.
No, I was just going to comment that Alan kind of got it when he took out 56, made that one, because in 58, I think 59, we incorporate additional MPs after getting some feedback, and then we got the work meeting. So I think we're covered there. I don't know if we got to get any more detail, but Alan solved it by taking out 56. Thank you.
I'm trying to capture the, yeah, I don't know. Not feeling this, making them comparable to these. Getting tired.
Alan, there you reference in plural MPs, especially those with alternative relative harvest rates. Are there any other ones outside of MPH? Or is it really the only one?
I think all. Any, especially those with alternative harvest rates. So even these up here should be evaluated against alternative hypotheses.
Okay, great.
And I think we're just highlighting that, making sure that that's carried forward, that MPH concept of those alternative relative harvest rates are very important to be evaluated against these. And so we're killing two birds with one stone, I think, with that paragraph.
Okay.
I've lost track of the conversation. If this, Dan, was your suggestion for 54 Charlie?
Yeah, it was. Just the other thing that people had talked about was perhaps coming up with some specific version of MP Delta that they may want to look at.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
I don't know if anybody's got one of those ready to go or not.
I'm wondering
how
mentioned
an SPR of 40 limit that's kind of been coming along for a year now, but
yeah, I'm looking at to the recommended elements on the right, and we talked about different policy-derived allocations, whether they're relative harvest rates or TCEY floors or shares or whatever. I don't know that anything that specific. I think a bit separate from MP Delta and I think Dan's request of adjusting the buffer, but I think it was thrown out there. We didn't have too much of a conversation about recommending that be another MP yet. So
I think those are, sorry, Adam, but I think those are of interest. But I think we need to. I mean, I'd like to hear from feedback from the commissioners before we nail down. We're going to get some additional information, and so we should be prepared to incorporate additional MPs at that time.
Okay, so then how about we strike 54 Charlie, and that general piece is covered in 58 about getting some guidance from commissioners.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. 5:02, I think that takes us to the end of this session. Is that right, Alan? Is there anything else down below we need to flag?
Nope, we've just put nil for other business. I can strike this out though, right?
I think so, yeah. So just a quick process confirmation. So Secretariat will go away and clean this up. We'll come back then for formal adoption. So it is going to be a bit of a longer night for those that are still around.
It'll just take me 5 to 10 minutes. I'm just gonna run through, accept changes, not worry too much about the formatting right now, but just make sure the language is appropriate. Reminding everybody that once we walk through this entire report and adopt it, that the Secretariat cannot change the wording other than, fixing things like the 97th annual meeting has a more specific name to it. So we won't change the intent, we'll just change the proper wording and maybe a grammatical if it's necessary.
Right, okay. That sounds good to me. Just one other piece before everybody goes, because I know some folks will drop off during the drafting session, is to express, I think I speak for all of the MSAB, our appreciation for staff, the MSE team in particular, for all of this work. And I would like to make special mention of Steve Barakoff. I think his time is near up here with the MSC process.
Right.
So I just want to say, Steve, thank you very much for everything you've done behind the scenes. I'm certain I have no idea of the magnitude of it. And I know that because you see the rate of change which a number of these programming tools have come out with. So thank you very much.
Yes.
I've enjoyed my time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for all of your hard work and contributions to this process.
Not the least of which is sticking around for these conference calls.
They're interesting theater, that's for sure.
Okay, I'll just clean up the report. I'll put in this other table that needs to go in here of the summary rankings. So that should take me about 10 minutes. And I'll do it on screen so anybody can watch the fun. If Steve, you want a little bit more fun theater.
So would that mean for those that are gonna stick around to go through the final report, come back at 5:20?
Or I think 5:15 if you want.
Okay, you're putting yourself on a tight timeline. I was gonna give you 5 extra minutes in your estimate.
That 5 extra minutes can be 5 extra minutes spent with my family this evening.
Okay, 5:15.
Okay, have fun watching.
Oh, I got a minor edit on 54. The ending parts there, I think should read, with total mortality rebalanced among remaining U.S. IPHC regulatory areas to maintain a constant SPR.
Thanks.
Yeah, otherwise it's confusing that the SPR is being rebalanced.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering that. Thanks. So you want to read that again?
Okay, so it should say with total mortality rebalanced, and then put that ending piece among remaining U.S. IPHC regulatory areas.
To balance SPR, or just leave it at that?
To maintain a constant SPR, period. There's no accruing, because it's actually not accruing, it's taking away.
Yeah, that's what
I think that'll be much clearer.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, that you got it. And then the same thing in both bullets.
Yep.
That's correct.
Thanks, Pierre. What the heck? Where did it go? Oh, I have two windows open.
Am I still connected here?
Yes.
Alan, would you like me to play the Jeopardy theme here? Time's almost up.
Oh, sorry. I said I'm ready to go. I'm all muted.
Oh,
Yes, but I said yes, play the Jeopardy theme, but now that moment's passed. Pierre, I was just wondering, can you make sure to write down the rounding that we did for these tables? So that we can make sure that defaults in MSC Explorer?
Yes, I'm changing it now in the Explorer. So, and I have it. Yes, I will make sure I will have it as default.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, let's go. So, paragraph 1.
And, yeah, 1 second. Okay, I'm ready. As a reminder, things in yellow are typically links and things that can be updated after adoption. There is one thing I'll note about participants that we'll want to discuss though. So you can mostly ignore the yellow. We put in millions of pounds. And we also, or no, we put in, did we put in? Oh, they didn't get captured.
CSP was one, but I don't know if it's needed.
Okay, yeah, we actually removed that language anyways. Was there another one that I can look back at previous values, but
I don't think so.
okay. Okay. I think, do you want me to just drive this, Adam and Carey, or does one of you want to do this?
By all means, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll update these numbers, including the commissioners. I think, was there more than Peter, Commissioner DeGrief?
I only noticed Commissioner DeGrief, but we'll look to the Secretariat to confirm that.
Okay, I think the Secretariat staff has been monitoring the participants. Thank you very much to those. We'll review Appendix 1 in a moment. So anything on 1, 2, or 3?
I don't anticipate anything. Just noting for folks that paragraphs 2, 3, and I think 4 are all paragraphs that have been here for a number of meetings. So in section 2, paragraph 5, yeah. Adopt the agenda. We note our membership and SRB reports. I guess one thing of note is that there is no specific reference within this report about the ad hoc meeting, or sorry, within section 3.2 of the ad hoc meeting, because it's just that it's an ad hoc meeting, so there's no report generated that we would review.
Yeah, one question. I think this is supposed to be 16. New actions arising from. I'll just verify with Dave because he's the one who will do the final. Once we adopt this report, it'll be called adopted, and then he'll change it into published, and that would.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
things.
Okay. Okay. So we note paper 5, which is the SRB summary. And we noted the outcomes of the 6th special session and AM096.
Yeah.
Now, we only recalled those 2 items. We didn't, we went at the end of this report, added in recommendation 03. I presume that's okay. We don't need to reference any other recommendations here.
We could recall it up here. Do we recalled it below?
Yeah, in the program of work.
I mean, it's up to the MSAB. I do like it recalled in the program of work. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it either way. I think it makes more sense in the program of work, but if procedurally from the Secretariat's piece, it needs to also be included in 3.4,
I don't
think
think
we
so.
can flag that, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're into section 4. Maybe we'll go a little bit slower here so folks can actually read the paragraphs. I see in 13 or 12 MPs are defined in parentheses. I don't know if that's consistent or if MP needs to be added to the top. The appendix or the acronyms.
It is in the acronyms. MP, right. MP and OM are both in the acronyms.
Right. So I don't know. Again, I think that's editorial up to the Secretariat if you just have one or the other here. Any concerns with folks up to paragraph 14? Not hearing any. Let's go to section 4.2, paragraph 15. For 16, it might also be helpful, at least it reminds me about the need to identify there is a specific archived version of the Explorer tool for this meeting. So it came to mind that, you know, we could say they're in info paper 03, they're also available in this archived, at this archived URL. If we don't reference that URL elsewhere in the report, that I can't recall.
Yeah, I'm just a little hesitant to do that. I'm not sure really I mean, the archiving is basically the MSC team's idea.
Oh, okay.
Secretariat may have a future thing. So if we want to, I think we would reference the MSC webpage on this IPHC website.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just more looking to make sure we've referenced the definitive source. And if that's info paper 3, then so be it.
Well, yeah, I think this report and the descriptions are in info 3. That'll be the definitive source. But it brings up a good point, is that in this report, I don't know if the MSAB wants to note that archive version of the MSC Explorer is, yeah, I don't know.
We had talked about it. I just don't recall if it went in. Thoughts from others on the utility of referencing the archival Explorer tool?
I mean, I'm happy to leave it up to the Secretariat how they want to put it in there.
That it would be helpful to include, just the means of how it's included is up to the Secretariat.
I don't have super specific thoughts. I mean, I think it'd be good to be able to, there was some discussion of being able to access results later on from the MSC webpage. So I'm happy if that's what Alan wants to do.
I think I would say if there's a way that we can insert it, that's not gonna mess up how documents are being maintained at the Secretariat, it would be helpful to insert that paragraph.
Yeah. Is this a appropriate paragraph then to say, you know, the outcomes of this, the outcomes of the results from this meeting are available on, well, I think all the results are available on the MSAB website. That's the definitive source. The question is, where do we go for the MSE Explorer?
So
Well,
paragraph 34 has the Explorer archived.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, really the definitive source is the MSAB016 webpage.
Okay, let's proceed then.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I
17
think you said at the beginning of the meeting that you don't know what will happen with servers over longer periods of time and things.
So 17 is just recalling. I think 18, we could pause that for a moment.
Glenn?
Just quickly, do we, I don't want to wordsmith because it's late, but implement a minimum TCY 1.6 million pounds that increases when appropriate? That phrase is a little awkward, and I don't know if we, like, when is it appropriate? Maybe it's easier to just say that may increase for evaluation in the MSE process, and I don't know that changes the meaning, but I think it avoids kind of a question, well, what do you mean by inappropriate?
Yep.
Fair,
yeah, I was getting at if the biomass supported it, but I think may increase is perfect.
Yeah.
19
Yeah,
is on a different meeting.
Pardon me?
19 is just recalling notes, like records from a different meeting, so we can probably.
Good with 18 then?
Because I don't hear anything.
Good.
20.
It seems duplicative from paragraph 16.
This is now referring to the additional management procedures.
Oh, the additional, yes, right. It's just I saw 11 twice, right?
Would it be better to say that results from 11 additional management procedures not specified by the MSAB? Well, that's getting a little bit.
Or in addition to the MSAB015 Appendix 5?
Why don't you just take out 11?
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable?
I hear
think
no
so.
objections. Should we go to section 5? I see a yes in the chat window.
Okay.
I'll try to avoid saying it again, but I see a few times where it's MPs and a few times it's management procedures.
Point those out.
Editorial.
Sorry, Alan, do you say point those out or not point those out?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
If you happen to see them and I can change them, or we'll run through it. And
okay.
You can also just search replace.
Yeah, replace all.
Um, 21, just noting the paper, and 22, noting all the work it took to get it done. And then section 5.1, we've got a multi-area operating model. It's got 4 biological regions. Section 5.2, that's about the one about not our uncertainty at low TCYs of what happens with domestic catch sharing agreements. 25, discussing implementation variability. And
this
it's
might be sorry, Carey.
We didn't put that into the program of work.
That's what I was just going to say. Is it might be helpful to reference paragraph 25. It's more concise in the program of work. But when we get the program of work, we can see that. Like there was that uncertainty discussion in the program of work. We could just reference paragraph 25.
Good point.
Okay.
It also addresses Sarah's concerns about the, because a lot of these came from the peer evaluation, peer review.
Yeah. 26, recalling the SRB report. Discussing uncertainty also, so I guess we could also refer to that in the program of work. 27. Yeah, so this is getting a little bit more meaty about what we heard and noticed about uncertainties in the operating model.
Okay.
I-28, recalling a couple of meetings ago. Just quoting.
Yeah, so all of these paragraphs up to 28, they're just basically setting the stage about the framework, the relevant pieces, and then we step into paragraph 29, which starts talking about some of the results.
Yeah, the result of low biomass in 4B, even with zero fishing mortality.
So yeah, this one's here as opposed to this paragraph is this section as opposed to the results because we're specifically referencing that it's likely an OM specification, correct?
Yeah, these were not like results of the MPs.
Correct.
It's kind of model conditioning.
And it was presented in this section as well.
Yeah.
Is it rather than the effect of an MP?
What?
Which is a result of the OM specification rather than effect of okay.
Paragraph 30 might also be helpful in that program of work. Just anyways, we'll see when we get there. Paragraph 31 is that other piece about the hypotheses.
Maybe we could just reference this whole section in the program of work rather than paragraph by paragraph.
Well, I think it's those two paragraphs in particular that are helpful. So if we reference 30 and 31, that would also deal with 25 and 27. So it's just two paragraphs to be referenced.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
27, I think, would be, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. 27 is really the key one.
I just want to make sure I know what we're referencing here. It says 25 and 27, but I think those numbers have changed. This research will be useful for addressing the points in, I don't think it's 25 and 27 anymore. Sorry, I'm zooming out here.
Well, I think 27, yes.
Yeah. But 25 is talking about implementation variability. Oh yeah, no, that's good. Okay. Yeah. Just want to make sure, because when I go back and I'm trying to link them, I'm like, huh? Okay, and that reference is still correct too then. Okay, thanks. In 32.
Sorry, just pause on 33. I'm wondering if this is one that we can agree to. Just because it's talking about ranking, which is the whole exercise that we did this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Not interested in opening up another can of worms. I don't know if it's actually meaningfully changes things. I just, whenever we have noted, it often gets lost in the background.
Yeah, I think this might be an important point to draw the commissioner's attention to as they try to interpret the tables and things like that themselves without the benefit of having been to the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Are folks comfortable with this change?
Must be a few yeses.
Great.
See some yeses.
Perfect. Okay, let's proceed with that.
On to results.
There's another MPs again. 34. Yeah, see there, 36 has the MSC web page. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll make sure I provide a link there.
So I think 37 can be struck.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Right, 37 is covered in all of our subsequent paragraphs, around 44 or so. I think we've beat 37 and 38 pretty thoroughly. And 39 is a recalled. I know sometimes, Alan, that it's underlined for the report. Sometimes it's italicized. I don't care which one, but.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think it's changed recently, but I'll make sure it's consistent throughout.
Is 40 really a recommended?
Was what we had talked about yesterday morning. It was a quote from paper 7.
I'm just worried that it's kind of like saying you have to have all of those in it, rather than you can choose amongst those.
I don't think it's all of those. It just has several components that range from being just scientific, so just stock distribution, to policy driven.
I think the original intent of that statement was that they can have those, not necessarily that they have them.
Yeah, if it's just pull right from the report. I don't think, I don't even know if it was can or if it was that they have.
That would mean agreed. The MSAB agreed that distribution of the TCEY can include.
Yeah, that's true. Does that change the message?
I think it does a little based on the subsequent paragraphs, but let's see. Trying to pull up, actually, here, I'll pull up the paper.
Was it from, oh, it was in an old paper from a long time ago,
No,
wasn't it?
it was, no, it was this paper 7.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, which is repeated from an old paper. That text has been around for a while.
It's always nice to have to look up like 5 different references in order to understand.
So the paper, the quote from the paper is, the distribution of TCEY to IPHC regulatory areas has several components that range from purely scientific to describe the stock distribution and shifts in harvest rates due to differences in productivity to policy driven that modify the distribution based on additional considerations. I mean, and that's a statement of the, that's I think it's supposed to be a text description of the black and blue figure.
Right, but I think we're agreeing with the paper and that it can have those rather than recommending that all those elements be included.
No, I recommended was what was put forward. I what if this is tough this late in the day too.
Having written that paragraph in that document, I would rewrite it now. And I would tend to agree with Dan because we may investigate a procedure that only has one, not several components.
Well, that's different. That's the question about whether it's all or none. I think the question is agreed versus recommended.
Right. Yeah.
Or so maybe it's the MSAB recommended that that they can have several components.
And
or no, sorry, MSAB recommended that distribution of the TCEY to regulatory areas can have several components. Right now it just says has or have.
I thought a recommendation is supposed to be specific and focused and detailed. And so either you're recommending all those things be included in it or you're not. I don't know.
It seems like noted would be better here, right? We're not recommending that it have these components. It's just we're noting that they do.
I don't know. Well, I can see the change from agreed to recommended, but going to noted really changes what was put forward in the drafting session. I think Dan's suggestion was the MSAB agreed the distribution to those can have, or would that work if you change recommended to agreed and insert the can?
Seems like that. I think that would work.
Yeah, I think that's better.
I think the confusion when I wrote that paragraph is I was talking in general about the process or something. I don't even know why I wrote that paragraph. No.
Well, again, it's the text that describes the black and blue figure.
Yeah. Okay, and so it is more referring to what is currently done, but not necessarily in the future.
So I guess I'm struggling a little bit with, I mean, this in some ways, this is almost saying that we agree that what happens now or any distribution method could occur again in the future. I'm just wondering if this is this paragraph necessary? Does it?
Yes, it was something that's been concerned about. I think it's helpful in terms of describing the black and blue text figure, sorry, and referencing the other paper. I'm not sure what it's taking away from, especially because it was a quote from the paper itself.
Okay. I think the addition with when developing MPs for evaluation, that's fine. Let's leave it there.
Jim? You're muted, Jim. It's after 5 o'clock. Your mic's dead again. Okay.
Did he give up? Is that why he?
Yeah.
He just said he agrees with everything I say for the rest of the day.
He can't speak. He can still hear though, Dan. Okay.
We good on 40? Oh, he can hear for sure.
Okay, should we go to 41?
Yeah.
And I think I put these in last night reading through this. I didn't know if the MSAB wanted to elevate these, and I it could be rephrased, but I think we had that discussion this morning.
Yeah, man, you can say agreed if you wanted there.
Okay.
But mostly what I saw was missing here was on that, oh God, it seems like on Tuesday we had a discussion about do we want to move off of an SPR of 43, and there was general consensus to recommend continuing using 43 as our target SPR. And that's not captured in the minutes that I can see.
Yeah, I would say we could change 41 to agreed.
Do we also need to, sorry, it's getting late.
No,
Do we
sorry, go ahead.
Also need to include a statement where we agree that all 11 MPs evaluated met the MSAB's biological sustainability objectives? I mean, is it clear that these are our objectives and not just any objective that exists?
We can just
They
say
are the commissions.
I hope so.
Sure.
We might have like a lot more edits to make to like every previous report if we have to. Yeah, the current is good.
And do we want to add that exception in terms of the distribution, but point to, there's a reason why, but note that if somebody's looking at our primary objectives, there is an exception.
Yeah.
What was that, Anne Marie?
It was the notwithstanding.
The distribution.
Yeah.
Apparently people can hear me now.
Yeah.
It's like magic, Jim.
I think it's when I have it on for a long time without going on and off and like basically resetting it, it changes parameters. I have no idea why.
Just keep it on, Jim.
That was the problem, keeping it on, and it just does weird things.
I wish mine did.
I just went and reset the settings, even though they were the same, and it worked.
Okay, so we agree that all 11 MPs met the current primary stage. You can just copy paste the next paragraph there, Alan.
Oh yeah.
42 has that.
Yeah.
So actually throughout, sometimes we talk about biological sustainability, sometimes we talk about conservation. We need to use words there.
It's in the table, it's called biological sustainability, and the commissioners call it conservation. So I will make sure it's biological sustainability. And that's what I'll do here.
So if we agreed to 41, are we agreeing to, oh no, we're just evaluating.
So again, do we need a new a new 42 that we are recommending F43 continue to be used as the target SPR, or
I thought that was captured in here somewhere,
Yeah,
but I think that's a good point to make.
But let's see where it is when we get to the table. I thought we had inserted something a bit further on.
Yeah, I do think that's an important point to capture.
I thought we had added it above one of the tables. But if we agree to 41, do we also agree to 42?
I think so. And that was my point earlier, that we could combine these paragraphs. I don't think that's worth it right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that to be changed to agreed or stay as noted?
I suggest agreed. Look to those still on the line.
agreed is fine.
Good with 41, 42?
So let's go to 43. These tables will be added in the appendix.
They are there now, and we can look at those in a minute. I'll have to number them in some way and link them so that we can, since we refer to them specifically.
So we spent a fair bit of time this afternoon.
A little bit to 42. And then what's 41 now?
41 specifically the coast-wide SPR. And then 42 is the distribution. Okay. So I suggest we go to 44, if that's all right, Dan.
Yes.
Thanks. So hopefully we don't have a whole lot more to amend in these ones, given they're pretty fresh in our minds, I think. But yeah, mostly typos. 44 is first speaking to the rankings. And 45 is noting then the tiers.
44, third line from the end says, i.e. specific performance metrics should be considered along these summary ranking tables, along with, or I think we're missing a word there.
Right, yeah, I think it's with. And thanks, Alan, for that concluding sentence there about the magnitude. I think that captures it well.
Is the ranks do not, or the rank value does not? Which, any preference?
I think the value is a good one. If we're talking about quantitative value above.
Yeah, it's not actually the ranks aren't talking about differences, it's the value. Okay. Paragraph 45 is the tiers. 46 is then specifically discussing tier 1.
So this is where, are we okay with the MSAB noted that the 11 were categorized? This is, I wrote that note, the MSAB categorized this rather than noted it.
We agreed to categorize them as such, didn't we?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Sure. And folks are comfortable with agreed? Okay. Now, if we could put all of 46 onto the screen,
Mm-hmm.
it'll all fit. Oh, almost, not quite. It's okay.
Too small now?
Might be a little, feel like I've read it enough. I don't want to read it anymore, so maybe that's a good thing.
I'll zoom in a little bit like that.
All right. 46C. I think 46.
Is it classified as tier 1?
In A, the second to last line, starting with 2B without reducing the TCEY. I think it's supposed to be without reducing the TCEY in other regulatory areas. I think, is that correct?
Yes.
Not sure what the formatting protocol is for spelling second or
Sorry.
2ND, but
Oh, yeah.
I don't care if it's spelled second or actually I do
like
right second.
This sort of highlights it a little bit more. Is there a preference?
The only problem with that is, so like we say highest. Should you replace that with first then, or what? So I don't care really.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to make that much difference.
I think we started writing this and then switched to actually classifying it. Huh. Doesn't want to do it automatically for me.
Would be a track changes issue. It shows the formatting done.
It was because it was connected to the previous word.
Change third to third. There you go.
Yeah.
I think we can do all those edits afterwards.
Yeah, I'll make sure it's consistent.
MP Hotel or Indigo, depending where you're at. I think the big point of question was whether we want to include that highlighted text in C. Dan had pointed out, it's helpful to kind of have some of these some consistency across those paragraphs where we've said, this is what it is. However, there's that. I think the issue with what's highlighted in C was that applies to all of the MPs. I think that was the concern. Recollection's a bit foggy there.
So is there room to put it up at the top if this is a concern for everything?
The problem is if we do that, then we've got to start adding in a whole bunch of
Right.
everything.
It's right here also,
Mhm.
27D. I think it was pretty specific to this one being all sizes. It's.
Yeah, there's maybe an outsized impact.
Mhm.
I'm comfortable with the highlighting being removed. It wasn't a concern that I had.
I think it was me that wanted to move it. It's fine. It's fine.
Is the addition of any help, or does that actually confuse the issue?
I think that the addition is okay. Add the addition, I guess that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And
So just in
concerning
general, sorry.
Sorry, no, I was just pointing out for B, when it says this MP increased relative harvest rate in IPHC regulatory area 3B, 4A, and 4CD, I'm wondering if it might be confusing that it, because I'm not sure it's mentioned anywhere else that in the other MPs, these regulatory areas have a lower relative harvest rate, and so here increase looks like it's just increased compared to everything else. So I don't mind. I was just pointing out in case.
I'll move this actually.
Or maybe you can leave the increase if you put relative to other MPs evaluate. Well, no, maybe not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I do like leaving the increased actually, if that's okay.
Yeah. I think that's clear in that. Thanks.
Yeah, because then now that makes sense. My issue is like, this doesn't make sense, but now it does make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
If others have had a chance to read ahead, I've gone down to MP Kilo and don't have, as far as I can there, don't have anything to add. Current performance. Right, so that the concerns about the current performance metrics do not indicate the amount of change in yield. It was also, I mean, I guess that implies how variable catch might be in that 5th year. I think the concerns we heard from Jeff, if he's still on, was, it's really nice that it's stable, but it might be too stable. We don't want to be having to play a really significant catch up in the 5th year each year. So catch variability could be undesirably high.
I agree.
Or you can say performance metrics do not indicate the amount of change in yield or catch variability that may occur every 5th year.
Well, we know catch. Oh yeah, right.
And then which may be undesirably high. Yeah.
Okay. Leave the undesirably high in there.
I'm fine either way. I think is that helpful, Jeff, to have that added point?
Yeah, I think that sums it up nicely.
Great, thanks.
The other reason for that was just that it just didn't seem to be very reflective of, an abundance-based approach to setting TCEYs, and it doesn't capture the most recent surveys potentially. And so anyway, maybe enough is said already.
Don't want to open up 47's endorsed or recommended, but I don't think it's that consequential, aside from sounding nice.
Having worked with the SRB and their own their own whatevers. I like endorsed here.
We may not need para 47 in parentheses.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if we should say ranked best or ranked highest. Okay.
Seems good.
We noted tier 2 contain those MPs.
Tier 2, looking at the last line where it talks most were ranked lower for providing yield. Do you want to put providing yield across multiple IPHC regulatory areas?
Yeah,
I think we had just, well, the table we'd looked at was the table, it was just, it was the 3 rows. And so that evaluation was specifically for the total yield value. So we just need to make sure we're referencing the right table then.
The cause of that was because all those multiple regulatory area yields were all summed up in that last row. I mean,
that's right.
You kind of want to let them know why it did that. And we, in our intro to the tier 1s, we specifically reference variability across multiple IPHC regulatory areas and yield across multiple IPHC regulatory areas as well.
Paragraph 49 is noting tier 3 for MP alpha. I don't know if it's worth noting that that is the status quo.
Hey, hang on, Adam. We have a comment on 47, and I'm not sure I'm done, or I got Dan's point on 48.
Oh, sorry. Check paragraph 47, same as previous. Sorry, Chuck, could you, I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I had to step away for a second, but one of the previous ones, it was changed to first and second, and now you've gone back to highest.
Oh, I see, yeah. I think it's just, it's because this is talking about the collection of MPs. So MPD, like Delta, Hotel, Indigo, Juliet, Kilo were the highest among the 11. They weren't necessarily the first. Like, depending on how you look at it, specific MPs were first, second, third was in that highest tier.
Okay. Okay.
I think 48 it's clearer to me if we just say providing yield across multiple IPHC regulatory areas, because I think that's what caused it. And if someone's reading this, if you just read them summarized across all yield performance metrics, they're gonna have to go, okay, what are all those things? And
yeah.
what do they mean, right? It's Peggy's point. Can the layperson understand what we just said?
Bigger question is, can I understand it in 3 months?
I don't know if that's then, if the statement is now true for E and G, because the except E and G was specifically referencing that summary table.
That works. What you wrote in there, summarizing performance metrics across all regulatory areas.
Okay, yeah.
Oops.
Do we need to explain why E and golf are in tier 2? Kind of.
We didn't get into that level of detail. We just talked about yield versus catch variability, similar with tier 3 below. Like we just talked about yield. Yeah, it's those 3 points on the screen now.
And the main reason was they had, which one, Echo and Golf?
Echo and Golf, yeah.
I think they ranked lower because of stability, not necessarily yield.
No, their yield was quite a bit lower.
Yeah,
They're all, yeah.
I thought we were looking at something different. Oh, it's getting too late for me. You know, I think we need to verify this because I'm not seeing what I thought I was seeing. Just going to verify something. Oh, I might have changed the roundings here.
Yeah, I think so, Alan. I think it should be in.
Okay.
Should be nearest. Yes, nearest one.
Okay. I'm just going to look in the. Oh shoot, that means.
Yeah,
I need to update it. Yeah. So if you can remind me, Piero, sorry.
So I think you need to have, okay, for the AAV, exactly, limited catch variability, it's integer for the absolute values, and I think it's 1 decimal for, let me double check, I have it here.
I had 2 here, just to be consistent with integer.
Yeah, sorry, that's 2 decimals and integer, and then for the provided directed fishing yield is integer for the percentage, and the absolute values is the nearest 1 million pound.
Okay.
And that's it. So that should be the one that match exactly the other summary ranking table.
So yeah, Adam, this was the table we were looking at.
That's the updated one, right?
And so Dan, the reason we made that statement was that H was in tier 1, but these are shaded lighter than H. And so we just wanted to point that out. And so this exact table will appear in the appendix.
Okay. I think, again, the the reason those 2 also got in there is if you look, they have the dark blue for variability on them.
Yes.
And so what I was going to say is MPE and MPG scored lower due to higher variability or not achieving sustainability metrics across the areas.
They fell into that category because of the spawning target and the catch variability. That's what pulled them down.
And so we note that in the first sentence.
Yeah.
MPs are all ranked lower in limiting catch variability. Most were ranked lower for propriety and yield, except MPE and MPG.
Except for MPE and G, correct.
Relative to tier 1.
We don't say anything about stability in that sentence at all.
It's variability.
Variability, okay.
We tried to phrase all of these in terms of exactly how the objective, so limiting catch variability is the general objective.
Yeah.
And I think, did we do the same up here? Limited catch variability.
Yeah, we were very specific in using the same language for the general objectives.
Same in the next one too.
Correct.
Is that okay, Dan?
Yep, that's good. Thanks for the clarification.
And Alan, sorry, can I just ask another clarification about the table?
Mm-hmm.
Can you go back to the 3 rows table? Okay, so, okay, I'm looking at the spawning biomass, the probability of the spawning biomass being less than the target. So the rounding that you have there is the 2 decimals, I believe. Yeah, okay. Can you just double check that in the 11 rows table, you have exactly the 2 decimals for this one? Because I think, I'm just double checking. In the...
This is where Piera is really good. She says she's double checking my work, but good. Yeah, it's
yes.
you're...
So okay, for that one, for that row, you need just to change it just to be consistent across.
Okay, thanks, Piera.
Yeah, no worries.
The benefit of a team. So Adam, I'm going to change that. And remember, these will all default. Now we just need to make sure that our statement for tier 1, since all these others are the same except for D, unless we do want to change that rounding to 2 decimal places.
To be honest, I can't recall if looking at the report where we'd fallen on this rounding piece, because the conversation moved into paragraph 50.
Yeah, we didn't specify the roundings, but here when first, okay, second, and so this is the problem. We had 2 that were second in maintaining spawning biomass. So we can either change the rounding on that table to have the, which I think was actually a point of discussion that
were
had. But I think we specifically were talking about this one. I know I used it as an example with forest, so I'm actually hesitant, and I can just update. I don't think we've made any specific reference to these in the report. And if the MSAB's okay, we could just go with this rounding and this.
Yeah, that's what we'd use for the ranking, so I think that's appropriate.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you totally use that 2 decimals for the target.
Okay, yeah, just make sure that that's that I remember that, Pierre.
Yeah.
Thank you for
And
catching that, Pierre.
yeah, I will reflect this in the Explorer. It's already reflected in the Explorer, so in case we forget, it's gonna be.
And then I'll just update the appendix appropriately. All right, thanks. Sorry.
So paragraph 50 is where we're at. It feels a bit nuclear, but I think it'll look nice, feel nice a little bit further removed.
We okay with that one?
Comments there.
We had, while you're thinking of that, Anne Marie, we do have a paragraph in there about rankings and the method for ranking. It's not specific to the rounding, but it does mention the rankings.
Chuck, you should have scheduled your plane for the next day. Everybody knows that. I'm just looking at the. I do apologize. We're almost there, folks. Paragraph 51 is the program of work, and this takes us to, I think it was about 3 o'clock today or 4 o'clock today, where we had noted paper 10, and we noted the delivery date and the program of work. We recommended a couple of very specific evaluations for consideration by the MSE team in 2021. And we agreed that all future defined MPs, especially those with alternative harvest rates.
I want to note a change here real quick. During the editing, Ian noted that this wasn't really an accurate statement the way it was, because it's not accruing into the other areas, which I think suggests increase. But so Ian reworded it such that it's consistent and not confusing, which Ian is very good at doing. So that's
Ian.
Consistent between both.
Okay.
And for 55, you have IPHC 2020 AM 096, I think it is, not 97. Because
yeah, that's right. Thinking ahead.
I guess a question about 54, is it all future defined MPs be evaluated or all MPs? For example, if alternative hypotheses for migration were defined, presumably we would be evaluating all defined MPs, not just future MPs against those hypotheses.
That mean rerunning all 11 again, and then any new ones?
I don't know. That's the question. I was wondering, is it maybe just, is it tier 1? Is it everything?
Well, something like this.
Jim, is your audio working there? Okay, yeah, sure. All MPs that are evaluated, and we're not committing ourselves to evaluating certain ones or not. Press Jim's camera's off, so that means he agrees with it.
Sounds good.
And Scott confirms that as well.
It's a little weird with to be evaluated, but.
Well, can we just get rid of all and just say agree that MPs?
I think that looks fine. I think it's a pretty good line.
I do like specifying the ones for evaluation, but this is your report, so I'll delete it if you wish.
Right now, it's the MSAB agreed that MPs for evaluation, especially those with alternative relative harvest rates, be evaluated against those hypotheses. I think that's an improvement.
That works.
Thanks, Dan. So 55 is noting AM096. And as a result of that noting, we agreed to incorporate additional MPs and analysis into the program of work. That 97th should be 90. Oh no, never, that is correct. Never mind. Do we say following recommendations from the commission? Yeah, at the 97th meeting. Okay. I think it was going to be, it should be from the 97th annual meeting.
Yeah. Then that.
I think, well, it's just like, I don't know, maybe it's wordsmithing too much, but I read it as when we're doing it at the.
Just let me look at the actual, how you word it. It's the 97th session of the IPHC annual meeting. So from the 97th session of the IPHC annual meeting.
Okay, that'll work.
From yeah, okay.
So then we agree that proposed topics of work beyond the 2021 deliverables include, and this is where we'd suggested referencing paragraph 27, 25, 27, or was it 30, 31, which already had an internal reference to 25 and 27?
I'll split here.
I think it's either way is fine with me. 27 is the meaty one. And there was the one about implementation variability, so it's fine. We can do 31 and 32.
No, maybe we can just say, some examples include those items referenced in paragraph 30 and 31.
That's.
Yes, yeah. Those items described in paragraphs 30 and 31. Okay. And we requested a meeting to be scheduled. We weren't precise on the meeting time. I don't know that we can be, but I assume folks would anticipate it being a May meeting.
Talk to the commissioners about that. If it's just virtual like this, it may be possible to have another one, but I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll look to the Secretariat and the commissioners about it. I know in the past when we've put in suggested dates, it was something we weren't supposed to do.
Would you like
to the schedule? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Carey.
Relative to the schedule of commissioner meetings, I think that doesn't matter if the meeting is in February or in May, you know, because they have the annual meeting and then they don't have another formal meeting for a while. You know,
more about stakeholders availability, like
and,
folks have earmarked May for some time.
And there's also no SRB meeting before June. So I don't think that, you know, it doesn't need to be like right away. It doesn't need to be like an add-on to the annual meeting or something.
Yeah. I don't think we need to specify a date. I think we can leave the paragraph as is. I'm concerned it would be struck anyways through the edits.
Okay. If that's it, we're almost done. We'll fill in all these details. Which it'll be adopted today. Appendix 1, if you want to just have a brief review of your name, affiliation, and if you noticed anybody else here, but we will fill it in based on the attendee list. I noticed I moved Mr. Grout, Morale, and Morelli down into absentees. I don't believe they were present at any time. We did hear briefly from James Johnson, and
yeah, we should know how is deer cutting up went.
Yeah. And one commissioner.
Yeah.
And there were some observers. I think it was Robert Whitney appeared, and at one point it said Macaw Tribe next to his name.
Yeah, Whitney Robert. I thought that was WDF and W.
Oh.
Not Canada. And same with Joe. I think Joe is Central Bering Sea.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so these are not Canadian, right? Try to figure out their affiliations. And then I also noticed, if anybody knows, Will Jasper, which I noticed he had a note of Macaw next to his name.
Yeah, I don't recognize that one, but Joe Kashaveroff is from St. George and works for Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. Same group I work for.
Sorry, Jeff, you're breaking up a little bit there.
Oh, I was just saying that Joe Kashaveroff is from St. George, but he works with Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, same company I work for.
Okay. And we'll try to fill this out some more as we look through the list. Notice Joseph and Laura were on briefly. Any other secretariat?
Anna, I think, was on for a bit on Monday.
That's right. Anna? Was?
Yeah.
Has Tom ever not been on?
That's true. He deserves the credit for sure.
That's why I had to say it.
Yeah, this was the agenda adopted, the document list, membership. And then, okay, so here's Appendix 5 with proposed management procedures from MSAB 15. Any preference on bolding these or not bolding these?
But let's not delineate. Let's just have the table be the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
All in black ink.
Copy from that report. So.
Oops, it's not bold. I'll just fix all these later so you guys don't have to watch me do this. It'll remind me. Here's exactly the primary objectives and performance metrics.
Could you go back to that table really quick, Alan? I'm sorry if I missed it, but we were going to be highlight the tier ones in that table.
Well, that's what I was just asking, and I heard just let it be as reported from this report. I did take out the priority column so we could actually put in tier.
Well, it's just the header is specifically saying it's from that report or from MSAB 15.
I think we're good because we have, we refer to the tiers in an agreed statement that will be in the executive summary.
Like usually the appendices is a reference document.
Yeah. Agreement?
Question, is there another table with the new 11?
With the what?
Yeah, there's supposed to be appendix.
Additional 11. There is one? Okay, thanks.
With what?
I have clearly not read ahead.
Well,
No.
I don't know.
No,
The additional MPs were referenced.
No.
they are available. The description is available in the MSC Explorer, in the MP page. I don't know if we want to reference that, or I can just put together a table for those.
Okay, so I'm thinking paragraph 18, which identifies that there was additional MPs, and it had it did put an appendix in parentheses, but it was just talking about this appendix.
Yes, yeah, that paragraph refers to compared to the 11 proposed by MSAB015 with reference to this appendix. So there is no reference for the 11 extra MPs. Sorry.
Yeah. And I don't think it's a good idea to list those out. I think it's good to reference them here, but we actually never reference any of those additional MPs in any other paragraph. So I think putting them here might elevate them as, oh, these were evaluated, when they weren't really there for evaluation, but more for comparison.
Okay, thanks, Alan.
What paragraph?
That clarifies it.
Or else we'd be here for another 2 hours.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, right there, 20.
Yeah. So somebody has a,
was it SS7 or SS6? Going on to the next page, sorry.
I will check, and I have to write this out specifically and put a link in anyways.
I'm pretty sure it's 6, because 7 was the COVID accommodations for Alaskan proposals, and 8 was the one in September.
Okay.
I mean, please check, but yeah.
Yeah.
It was listed a little bit earlier in that sentence as well, actually.
Wow, I thought I copied that from somewhere. I'll double check it though.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
I didn't write that in this meeting. So yeah, I got it wrong elsewhere if it's wrong. So I'm going to put in this table. And if you want to watch me do that, I can, or I can just make a note to do that later.
I think that would be sufficient. Are folks comfortable with Alan just copy pasting that table?
I started trying to write out how the rounding was done, but I found that it was going to be extremely difficult to explain that. Would this be a place to reference the MSC Explorer? Or just leave it as it is?
You just want to say use
maybe say
default MSC Explorer and just set those to be the default?
You can never change the default then.
Oh,
we won't when we archive it, and Pierre, make note to default to all 11 management procedures as well. Thank you.
Okay.
And so we'll archive it, and I'll put in a reference to the actual link, which will be that MSAB016 link.
Great.
And then here, this looks like the correct table, that top row. And yeah, and so I'll put in, I need to put in a header there. ugly. And what do we call these? Were general objectives, Adam?
I think so. Summary general objectives.
General objectives, 1.1, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3. And I can actually put so it's more clear. How's that?
That's helpful.
And then I'll format this to make it look a little better.
Okay.
All right, and then this will be the summation of it all. That will be filled in by the Secretariat. And with that, we can adopt this report.
Going once. Twice. And we'll consider it adopted.
Excellent. We've adopted the report. Good job. Thanks for sticking around to the 21 of us.
That was epic. Great job, everybody.
That was epic.
It was indeed epic. Good job.
Yeah. Thanks, Alan. I think you were really pivotal in trying to pull us through the afternoon. So thanks a bunch.
Oh, I appreciate that. Sorry about it if I seemed frustrated there.
No, and you know, just phenomenal thanks, Alan, and to Adam and Carey.
Definitely.
Like, my gosh, you know, really challenging 4 days. They always are challenging, but this one much more. And you know what? Thank you very much for pulling this through. And of course, Adam, you too. But it's just, yeah, this was one of the worst ones, or one of the best ones, how you want to look at it. But you know, we've come a long way in 7 years.
Yes.
And thank you very much. And Carey and Adam, you've been there the entire way. So thank you.
Yeah.
You know, really appreciate your chairmanship. Thank you. You do a great job herding this group of cats. And I think we got to a really good place at this meeting. Thanks. And bye.
I agree. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, Maggie.
Yeah, it's the next chapter, I'd say. I don't know if we're quite done, but we're on to the next chapter at least.
Yeah,
I reiterate that it's
a bit of a, yeah.
And so, Alan, I'm going to say this because just as separate from the co-chairs, but thank you all for, you know, when you came in and you kind of resurrected the process. And you came out and you said, calmed everything down. Here's what we're going to do. I know, you know, it's just like, that was great, right? Because we were kind of going, and then you kind of just took over. Yeah, this is how we're going to do it. And I'm thinking about this, and, you know, I have to think about things. I thought that was great. Things I think about, things I'm going to do. And you know what? I think that was what we needed, and you did a great job. Thank you.
I appreciate it. You can blame Ian. He's the one who pulled me over. He knew ahead of time.
I knew that we were in for a good situation when I heard the level of frustration from the hake harvesters that Alan was gone. So I knew it must have been a scoop. When they reacted that poorly, it was good news for halibut.
Hopefully you still agree.
Yes.
And don't want to send me back to hake.
That was a big leap forward.
Although I do know hake has some national shares, Alan.
I know.
They have national shares, but they're so ugly.
And it took years to agree on those, years and years.
Nobody goes back from halibut to hake. It's a one-way trip.
Yeah, that's right, Ian.
Well, that's good.
Well,
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Thank you, everybody, for your efforts again.
Thanks, Chairs.
Yeah. Thanks. Have a
Thank you
good weekend,
particularly to you,
Akira.
Carey.
Thank you too.
Signing off.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Take care. Thanks, Adam and Carey.
Likewise, Alan. I really look forward to a chance when we can all sit down together in a room and talk about this when it's behind us.
In hindsight, remember the fun we had.
Yeah, we can reminisce.
We're not free yet. There is still a lot ahead of us, but I really appreciate it.
But this was an epic meeting. It was, and to be honest, I was very excited about this meeting, knowing that when I started in 2016, I was leading up to this meeting. So it was, and I appreciate